Miyamoto Musashi, 1584–1645, was the legendary samurai known throughout the world as a master swordsman, spiritual seeker, and author of the classic book on strategy, the Book of Five Rings. Over 350 years after his death, Musashi and his legacy still fascinate us and continue to inspire artists, authors, and filmmakers. Here, respected translator and expert on samurai culture William Scott Wilson has created both a vivid account of a fascinating period in feudal Japan and a portrait of the courageous, iconoclastic samurai who wrestled with philosophical and spiritual ideas that are as relevant today as they were in his time. For Musashi, the way of the martial arts was about mastery of the mind rather than simply technical prowess, and it is this path to mastery that is the core teaching in his Book of Five Rings. This volume includes supplemental material on Musashi's legacy as a martial arts icon, his impact on literature and film, and the influence of his Book of Five Rings. William Scott Wilson is the foremost translator into English of traditional Japanese texts on samurai culture. He received BA degrees from Dartmouth College and the Monterey Institute of Foreign Studies, and an MA in Japanese Literary Studies from the University of Washington. His best-selling books include The Book of Five Rings, The Unfettered Mind, and The Lone Samurai, a biography of Miyamoto Musashi. The Lone Samurai. The Life of Miyamoto Musashi. William Scott Wilson. Shambhala. Boston and London. Preface. I first became involved in the life and work of Miyamoto Musashi a number of years ago while working on a translation of the Book of Five Rings. This was a wonderful opportunity, in part because, from my own perspective, there are few finer ways of getting to know someone than translating what he has written, in part because that short work of Musashi's distills his insights on strategy, Zen Buddhism, and how to live, and in part because, for those who read closely and with a little imagination, the book stands as a record of the 60-some duels the swordsman fought between the ages of 13 and 29. The project turned out to be an intensive course on the very core of what might be called the Musashi myth, and on how that myth came to be. Soon after this translation was completed, it was suggested that I might write a short volume on Musashi's life and work. This also seemed a great opportunity, providing me with a chance to dig more into the details of Musashi's life and to get a better idea not only of what had motivated him, but also of what has inspired the fascination with which he continues to be regarded. There seemed to be something more to this man's life than a unique sword style and excellent artwork. As it turned out, the biography took much longer to complete than the translation, and involved far more research. Musashi, as is well known, left us only a few sentences about his own life, but other original sources are legion. These sources ranged from the Kokura-hibun, a monument inscribed with the story of Musashi's life and erected by his adopted son Iori in 1654, to the Nightingale, a compilation of stories about Musashi and his disciples published in 1755 through the research of Toyota Matashiro and his son and grandson, and a Musashi chronology, the Miyamoto Musashi Monogatari Ninpyo, published in 1910. Scattered among these are the records of various clans that were touched by Musashi's presence, such as the Yoshioka-den, compilations of warriors' deeds like the Busho Kenjoki of 1716, and even family records that mentioned Musashi, such as the Numoto-keiki. Because of discrepancies in time and place and the personal alliances of the various authors, these sources often had Musashi in different places at the same time, held various and even diametrically opposed opinions on his personality, talents, and accomplishments, and could be quite perplexing in regard to chronology. 1. For example, had his father Munisai dying years before Musashi was born? The following account is the result of sifting through this multitudinous and inconsistent material over and over again, looking for the single, consistent life within. The entire book represents my effort to answer the question, who was Miyamoto Musashi? Or perhaps the question should be framed as, who is Miyamoto Musashi, since the life of this great swordsman/philosopher/artist has never come to a full stop, but instead has been continually rewritten and expanded. Many people have contributed to the preparation of this book, and without their help the project would have been much more difficult, if not impossible, to complete. I offer my profound gratitude to all of them. To Kuramachi Tetsuo and Barry Lancet, my former editors at Kodansha International, for having suggested and supported the initial project, to Beth Frankel, my editor at Shambhala Publications, and John Galebiowski, her assistant editor, for their efforts and patience in bringing out this beautiful new edition of the work, to Fukuda Kayaki and Christine Howe, who were able to track down and provide me with so many of the source books I needed, to Kobayashi Shinji, who kept me informed of current Musashi events in Japan, to the artists Kate Barnes and Gary Haskins for their insights on Musashi's Subokyuga, or India ink painting, to John Sisko for his invaluable advice and support, to my colleague Dave Lowery for his lucid comments on Musashi and for providing materials that would have otherwise been impossible to get, to Scott Maynard for sharing his knowledge of Nippontu, the Japanese sword, to Robertson Adams for his generous and creative technical support, and to my wife, Emily, who not only read through much of the manuscript, but also patiently watched every Musashi movie with me and always gave me just the right amount of encouragement when the going got rough. As ever, I owe a deep bow of gratitude to my late professors of classical Japanese and Chinese, Richard McKinnon and Hiraga Noboru, whom I still feel helping me along this interesting path. Sites of Musashi's major duels and other events. 1584. Birthplace, according to three different theories. 1a. Miyamoto-mura, Sanomomura, Yoshino-gun, Mimasaka Province, today corresponds to Miyamoto-mura, Oharamaki, Iida-gun, Okayama Prefecture. 1b. Miyamoto-mura, Ito-gun, Banshu, Harima Province, Miyamoto, Taishimaka, Ibo-gun, Hyogo Prefecture. 1c. Yanitamura, Inami-gun, Banshu, Harima Province, Yanitamaki, Hyogo Prefecture. 1596, age 13. Site of Musashi's first match, the duel with Irimikihei, Hirafuku, Hyogo Prefecture. 1599, age 16. The match with Akiyama, northern part of Hyogo Prefecture. 1600, age 17. The Battle of Sekigahara, where the Tokugawa defeated the Toyotomi, Sekigahara, Gifu Prefecture. 1604, age 21. 3 matches with the Yoshioka clan. The match with Yoshioka Seijuro, Yamashiro Province, outside the capital at Rendai-mura, west of Mount Funaoka, Kitaku, Kyoto. The match with Yoshioka Denshikairo, outside the capital. The match with Yoshioka Matashishiro, outside the capital, at the Spreading Pine at Ichijoji. 1604, age 21. The match with the priest at the Hozoin, Kofukuji, Nara. 1607, age 24. The match with Kuzarigama expert Shishido, western part of Mie Prefecture. 1608, age 25. The match with Muso Ganosuke, the master of the 5-foot staff. Edo, Tokyo. 1610, age 27. The match with Hayashi Osto and Tsujikaze Tenma. Edo, Tokyo. 1612, age 29. The site of Musashi's most famous match, with Sasaki Kojiro at Ganryu Island, Funa Island. 1614-15, age 31-32. Participation in the winter and summer campaigns at Osaka Castle. 1621, age 38. The match with Miyake Gunbei, Tatsuno, Hyogo Prefecture. 1622, age 39. Temporary residence at the castle town of Himeji, Hyogo Prefecture. 1628, age 45. Site of the meeting with Yajayu Hyaganosuke. Owari, Nagaya. 14 1634, age 51. Stays as guest of Agazawara Tadazane. Kokura, Fukuoka Prefecture. 15 1637, age 54. Fighting against the rebels at Shimabara. Shimabara, Nagasaki Prefecture. 16 1638, age 55. Demonstration of sword style to retainers of Lord Matsuyadera Izumo no Kami Neamesa, Matsu, Shimane Prefecture. 17 1640, age 57. Resides as guest of the Hosokawa clan, at the former site of Chiba Castle. Kumamoto, Kumamoto Prefecture. 18 1644, age 61. The Reagan Cave, outside Kumamoto City, where in his last years of life, Musashi wrote the Book of Five Rings. Notes on Japanese names and sources. Throughout this volume, Japanese names appear in the traditional order, surname preceding given name. All translations from Japanese and Chinese are by William Scott Wilson, except where otherwise indicated. Quotations from the Book of Five Rings, The Unfettered Mind, The Life-Giving Sword, and Hagakure are taken from Wilson's published translations of said works by Shambhala Publications. In some cases, the translations have been slightly modified. Musashi-related manuscripts. Musashi's name has appeared in a great number of manuscripts written from as early as 1654 to the opening of the 20th century. Composed by such disparate persons as Musashi's adopted son, Iori, members of opposing swordsmanship schools, village scribes, individual scholars, and even owners of brothels, these sources often give varying dates for important events in Musashi's life, and diverse assessments of his talents and achievements. Writers and scholars have had to sift through these works to determine their own conclusions. Those quoted or made reference to in this book include Busho Kenjoki, Dabo Gon, Genryu Hidensho, Genryu Kendo Hidensho, Gekaijo Yoriku, Gekken Sodan, Haruma no Kagamai, Hiratake Kaido, Honcho Bugei Shoden, Kaijo Monogatari, Kokura Hibon, A Monument, Kurosawa, Miyamoto Musashi Monogatari Ninpayo, Mukashi Banashi, Musashi Kenseki Kensho Ehon, Musashi Kiden, Musashi Yuko Game, Nightenki, Numeta Keiki, Seo Gunshi, Seikasui Zatsuwa, Suihia Shoken Roku, Tanji Hoken Hiki, Watanabe Koan Taiwaki, Yoshioka Den. Prologue. In the first decade of the 17th century, a master of swordsmanship by the name of Sasaki Kojiro made his way down to the southern island of Kyushu and, with the permission of the Hosokawa lords of that area, established a dojo in the port city of Kokura. Kojiro had trained constantly in his art from his youth, and over the years had developed a swift and subtle style that seemed to allow no defense. The better swordsmen he had fought might, just before their defeat, have been dimly aware of how Kojiro's sword seemed to first arc down and then suddenly turn upward like a swallow in graceful and acrobatic flight. Kojiro became a popular teacher, attracting a number of Hosokawa samurai who admired both his technique and the fact that he had never been defeated. In addition, Kojiro's lineage as a martial artist was impeccable. And there was something else. The sword Kojiro used in his bouts was nearly his equal in fame. His weapon of choice was an unusually long sword that he carried on his back, made by a famed Bizen swordsmith around the year 1334. Many of the long blades surviving from that troubled time in Japanese history had been shortened to the standards of later periods, but this one had been suffered to retain the distinctive shape and size typical of that era. Because of the superb talents of the swordsmith and the quality of the steel he had used, the sword was a thing of fascinating beauty, and the cutting edge, despite having been put to practical use many times, had never even been chipped. Kojiro was proud of this weapon and had named it the drying pole, perhaps because it was so long that it almost resembled the long bamboo poles used for drying laundry. It was partly because of that length that opponents were often unable to approach its owner and deliver a blow with their own shorter blades. It was not uncommon, during these times, for bouts to be arranged between serious swordsmen who wished to prove their abilities, whether to the local lords, prospective students, or simply to themselves. Such a match had been arranged for Kojiro, to take place on April 13, 1612 on Funa Island, a small island surrounded by the swift waters of the Kanman Straits, not far from Kokura. His opponent, a man known as Miyamoto Musashi, was known to be undefeated as well, but no one knew much about his style or his lineage, and he had a reputation for being unkempt and even unpredictable. Conflicting stories circulated about the man's prowess and courage. Nevertheless, Kojiro looked forward to the bout, as it could only enhance his reputation at Kokura and possibly bring him closer to an official position with the famous Hosokawa clan. On the appointed day, Kojiro was rowed over to Funa Island from Kokura, arriving well ahead of the scheduled time. His opponent was late, but because the man's point of departure was from a far northeasterly section of Shimonoseki and because of the rapid and changing currents in the straits, this was perhaps not unusual. Considering Kojiro's possession of the unique sword and the method with which he used it, he likely wondered, as he waited, what kind of sword his opponent would carry. This Musashi was supposedly something of an itinerant and without many possessions, but what would that mean in terms of the weapon he used? No one in Kojiro's entourage had any idea, but considering the mystique surrounding the drying pole, its provenance, and the technique of its owner, no one cared much either. Still, Kojiro must have wondered, since he knew that the soul of a swordsman was bound up in the weapon he carried at his side. After a long wait and some loss of patience on Kojiro's part, Musashi's boat finally came into view. As it approached the island and his opponent stepped out into the shallows, Kojiro squinted into the glare from the bright waters to appraise the man and the blade he had brought. As his eyes focused on the 4-foot wooden sword Musashi had just carved from an oar, Kojiro's first thought could only have been, "Who is this?" Kojiro might well have been indignant. The sword was considered the soul of the warrior and, just as opposing combatants would proudly declare their personal lineage before a fight, they also took great pride in carrying weapons that had distinguished histories. Kojiro was a traditionalist in this sense, and his indignation at being challenged with a carved oar can be understood. Kojiro personified the ideal of swordsman of his day, his lineage was impeccable and his teachers well known. Through disciplined training, he had created his own seemingly flawless style, he had won the approval of the highly respected Hosokawa clan and been allowed to establish a school in Kokura, and he appeared to be on his way to becoming the official sword instructor to that clan. Above all, Kojiro respected the sword and technique, both of which were part of the mythology of Japan. In myth, the very islands of the country were created by ocean water dripping from a blade, and techniques and styles were taught by gods and demons. Through his success in all the traditional aspects of the culture of the sword, Kojiro was an inspiration to his many devoted disciples and the numerous swordsmen all over Japan who had heard of his rise to fame. Musashi was a swordsman of an entirely different stripe. Seeming to have appeared out of nowhere, he claimed no teacher, no school, no lineage. Like the poets Saijo and Basho, the painter Fugai, and the sculptor Inku, he was a perpetual peripatetic, never entering into a long-term contract of service with a local lord, or even marrying or settling down. As he roamed the length and breadth of Japan, Musashi trained himself in the powers of observation and intuition which he valued far above technique to an extraordinary degree, and the results of this discipline were manifested in both his swordsmanship and his art. Perhaps due to his preference for independence and freedom, he established no school of the martial arts and was never associated with a professional atelier. He was outstandingly talented and highly cultured, but there was something rough and eccentric at the core of his character throughout his life. He died surrounded by his few disciples, but he was fundamentally a loner. Astonishingly, he rarely used a real sword. Musashi was above all a free spirit, and this was reflected in his avoidance of service to a single daimyo, even though he was on excellent terms with a number of highly respected clans. It was also reflected in his transcendence of the warrior's ancient idealization of the sword and technique. While he respected the sword, he was not fixated on its use, and would happily take up anything at hand when confronted by an opponent. He encouraged his disciples not to have preferences or to rely on anything, including the sword, the very soul of the samurai. Like Kojiro standing at the shore, we find ourselves wondering who this Miyamoto Musashi was. Although he had little or no formal training, Musashi established himself as Japan's most famous swordsman during his youth and went on to become known as one of the country's most respected painters. He used a wooden sword in nearly all the 60-some bouts that made him famous and wrote a book on swordsmanship that is now read worldwide, 350 years after his death. Eschewing position and family, he had little need for the comfort and security that most of us require. What Musashi established with the 61 years of his life was a legend and an ideal for the Japanese people for which there is no equivalent in Western culture. His life has been the inspiration for countless stories, dramas, novels, movies, and television series. One of the two largest battleships built by Japan during the Pacific War was named for him. 1. There are figures of speech in modern Japanese that refer to someone with a Musashi-like character, and it is likely that Musashi's name is as well, if not better, known than many of the most important figures in Japanese history and culture. All this despite the fact that Musashi never intentionally set out to change that history or affect that culture. How could this be? Chapter 1. The Way of the Sword, Bansha to Ganryu Island. First strike. One morning in 1596, just outside the village of Hirafuku in the province of Banshu, Arima Kihei, a swordsman of the Shinto Ryu, sat waiting for a formal apology. This was to be delivered by a 13-year-old boy, Miyamoto Benosuke, the local Gaki Daisho one or commander-in-chief of every ruffian in the area, and the chief instigator of every outrage in Hirafuku. Kihei had arrived in the area a few days earlier, put up a simple bamboo fence, and erected a placard announcing in large gold letters that he would accept a match with anyone willing to enter a contest of skill with him. Why he chose to come to such an out-of-the-way place as Hirafuku is uncertain. He may have heard that a master of the sword and the jit, a certain Hirata Munisai, lived not too far away, and hoped to attract his attention. He was, however, to be disappointed. It was a young Benosuke, rather than the seasoned Munisai or any other wandering swordsman, who noticed the placard. On his way home at the time from a calligraphy lesson, Benosuke took out his brush and ink, smeared over the gold letters of Kihei's sign and, in a fit of bravado, wrote, "Miyamoto Benosuke, residing at the Shorin Inn, will give you a match tomorrow." When Kihei returned to the spot and saw this bit of vandalism, he responded by sending a disciple to the Shorin Inn, where the youngster Benosuke lived with his uncle, the priest Dorinbo. As Kihei's disciple informed the priest that his master wished to accept the challenge from this Benosuke, the priest turned ashen and explained that Benosuke was only 13 and that his challenge was just an adolescent prank. When informed of this, Kihei magnanimously sent a message to Dorinbo that he understood, but would need a formal apology from the boy in order to clear his honor. The priest readily accepted these terms. So the following morning Kihei sat waiting for the priest and the boy to set the matter right. A number of villagers who had heard of the incident also gathered, probably to witness and enjoy the humiliation of this wayward child who was always causing so much trouble. But as Dorinbo and Benosuke approached, people noticed that the latter was carrying a 6-foot staff. Then, to everyone's surprise, just at the moment the apology was to be made, instead of bowing in humility, Benosuke charged. Kihei was not expecting this and may have been caught off guard, but he was a practiced swordsman. Dodging the blow, he unsheathed his sword and took a stance. Surely the onlookers must have thought that the brash young challenger had no chance at all. But after a few exchanges, Benosuke suddenly threw down his staff and grappled with Kihei. He then picked the swordsman up bodily and threw him down head first. Recovering his staff, he beat Kihei to death and returned home. Long before writing the Book of Five Rings, Benosuke would become known as Miyamoto Musashi. In that book he refers to this match quite simply: "From long ago in my youth, I set my mind on the martial arts, and had my first match when I was 13. My opponent was a martial artist of the Shinto-ryu, Arima Kihei, whom I defeated." But another record, the Tanji Hoken Hiki, provides insight into Benosuke's mental attitude at the time of the match. "At this point thought, I was unbeaten by the enemy because I gave no thought to my life. I simply walked in and struck." This attitude would inform his psychology for the rest of his life and become one of the main undercurrents of the Book of Five Rings. His enemy, Arima Kihei, was most likely one of the many Shugyosha of that period, a sword practitioner who perfected his skills and enhanced his reputation by wandering through the provinces of Japan, engaging in combat often mortal with other swordsmen. A Shugyosha took disciples or established his own style or school, but also always hoped to be noticed by the local lord, who might offer him an official position as sword instructor to his clan. The life of the Shugyosha was by no means an easy one. It involved a long list of rigorous ascetic practices. In his travels, the Shugyosha was exposed to cold and hot weather, often sleeping in the mountains and fields with little shelter from the wind and rain. He bore hunger without carrying money or rations for his travels. He walked through the most inaccessible places and was always in danger of losing either his reputation or his life in a chance match along the way. Point 2. Of the unfortunate Kihei himself, almost nothing is known, but he may not have been the most exemplary of Shugyosha. One account, the Seogunchi, published in Hyogo Prefecture in 1926, relates, "There was a certain Arima Kihei who gambled and acted outrageously. Although an accomplished swordsman of the Shinto-ryu, in town he was despised as though he were a snake or scorpion." 3. His style, the Shinto-ryu, was that of the legendary Tsukahara Bokuden, a master swordsman of a generation earlier, but the word Shinto-ryu may indicate any number of styles or sub-styles. There were, and still are, the Katari Shinto-ryu, the Kashima Shinto-ryu, and Bokuden style as well. All of these came from the eastern provinces at that time and were offshoots of one basic tradition. Interestingly, there was also an Arima Shinto-ryu created by a certain Arima Yamato no Kami, and it may be that Kihei was either a member of that family or a disciple of the school. Nothing else is clear, only that Kihei was killed by the 13-year-old Benosuke. It should be noted in Kihei's defense that, according to some accounts, Benosuke had the stature of a young man 3 or 4 years older. For his part, Benosuke coolly returned to the Shorin to continue his studies in calligraphy, Confucianism, and Buddhism under the loose and perhaps, after this turn of events, timid direction of his uncle Dorinbo. He also studied some painting, probably on his own. When he departed the temple for good, he left a painting of the Zen patriarch, Daruma, presaging his emergence some 35 years later as one of Japan's finest India ink painters. But, for the 3 years following the match, he lived now at the Shorin near Hirafuku 4 and now with his sister, Ajin, in the village of Miyamoto, close to the provincial border in Seikusu. Finally, in the early spring of 1599, he deeded all of his family's possessions, weapons, furniture, and family tree to his sister's husband, Yoemon, and walked out of Miyamoto and up into the hills with one of his friends. At Kama Slope, having been presented with Benosuke's staff as a keepsake, his friend turned back to Miyamoto and obscurity. Benosuke, who from this point became known as Miyamoto Musashi, walked out of obscurity and on to become Japan's most famous and singular swordsman. Origins. There is nothing particularly remarkable about the low mountains and hills between the villages of Hirafuku and Miyamoto. In the late 1500s, the area contained scattered farming villages dotted with houses and fields and, in Miyamoto, a river of no very great size. Yet while the landscape was generally one of peace and tranquility, if a traveler climbed the Kama slope, as Musashi did on his departure, he would come out onto a pass in the middle of the mountains. This was the highway between Harima, Banshu, and Mimasaka, Seikusu, which during the ensuing Edo period, 1603 to 1868, was part of the road used for the Sankan Kotai, the journey to Edo, Tokyo, taken by the daimyo every 2 years. The road itself was an ancient one, probably used as a trail first by the bear and deer that had inhabited the forests, later by hunters, and finally by merchants transporting wares from the western seaboard to the capital. No doubt it would have been a thing of wonder to a small boy of great curiosity and imagination, growing up in one of these otherwise remote country villages. It was the road out. Harima, however, did have a colorful history. The Akamatsu clan had settled there early in the 12th century, eventually building Shirahata Castle and establishing itself as the local daimyo family. The Akamatsu were descended from a Minamoto Marafusa, who in turn came from the Genji line of the Emperor Murakami, and thus the clan could consider themselves distant relatives of the imperial family. The Akamatsu did well in the area for 300 years, but came to their end in 1441 when the head of the clan, Mitsusuke, made the great tactical error of assassinating the Ashikaga shogun, Yoshinori. Although the shogunate itself was not very strong at the time, other daimyo led by Hosokawa Machiyuki took this opportunity to destroy Mitsusuke and his clan's castle. The Bessho, a junior line of the Akamatsu, survived this disaster and prospered enough to build several castles in Harima. One of these castles, commanded by a Bessho Shigeharu, was attacked and fell in 1578. Shigeharu escaped by the skin of his teeth to the village of Hirafuku, where he changed his name to Tajumi, literally one living in the fields. It was Shigeharu's daughter, Yoshiko, who gave birth to Musashi in 1584, thus linking him to the Akamatsu, to the Minamoto or Genji, and, anciently, to the imperial line. Musashi's father was Hirata Munasai, a landed samurai with the status of senior vassal to the Shinman clan, whose last name he was eventually given permission to use as his own. The Shinman family was a pillar of the warrior community in Mimasaka, and its progenitor was Takudaiji Saintaka, the 28th generation descendant of the famous Fujiwara Kamatari. Involved in the attempted restoration of Emperor Go-Daigo between 1334 and 1338, Saintaka was exiled to a Winocho in Mimasaka. His son, Takukiyo, went to Kyoto and asked for absolution, shaman, of the family's crimes. This was granted, and the clan was given the status of warrior and changed its name to Shinman, or newly absolved. Takukiyo, now called Shinman Norishige, married the daughter of Akamatsu Satonori, the governor of Mimasaka. His son Naganori also married into the Akamatsu clan. Finally, Munasai's father married into the Shinman clan, and Munasai's first wife, Omesa, was the daughter of Shinman Munsada, the fourth-generation Shinman. It is in light of this genealogy that Musashi sometimes stated his full name to be Shinman Musashi Fujiwara Genshin. Munasai thus became a minor power in the area and was invested with a small fief. His house in Miyamoto was an old-style mansion, surrounded by a good bit of land enclosed by walls of stone and no doubt including a fine dojo. It was here that Musashi played as a young child, climbing the trees and roaming the low mountains. 5 His older sister, Ajin, married into the nearby Hirao family, and in the garden of that house today stands a Zelkova tree that is said to be the second generation of one from which the young Musashi took a branch to make into the first of his many wooden swords. An instructor to the Shinman clan, Munasai was a master of several of the martial arts including the two-sword style, the use of the jujitsu, and the proper use of armor. 6 He was known in particular as a skilled practitioner of the Torai-ryu of swordsmanship, a style he would use to good effect against Yoshioka Kenpo in Kyoto. Munasai also taught jujitsu to Taken Aoki Hisamori, who stayed as a guest at the Hirata house when Musashi was about 4 years old and who would later establish the Takenushi-ryu of that art. Thus, Musashi was raised in a household that placed a great emphasis on the martial arts, and he most likely began receiving some instruction from his father at an early age. Certainly weapons of all kinds were constantly around him, and he must have often sat enthralled at the conversations of the talented men who came and went, gathering around the stern Munasai for instruction and edification. But Musashi's childhood was not a happy one. Not long after he was born, Munasai divorced his second wife, Yoshiko, who was Musashi's mother, and she moved back to her home in Haruma. Munisai then married yet again, and Musashi seems not to have gotten along well with his new stepmother. In addition, there were hurtful rumors that his real mother was not Yoshiko at all, but in fact was Omesa, Munisai's first wife, a claim that the village of Miyamoto, now Miyamoto, Oharamaki, Iidagun, Okayama Prefecture, officially makes to this day. When he was about 8 years old, Musashi's relationship with his father began to deteriorate to the point where the young boy began making the difficult trip over the mountains to visit Yoshiko and her family, eventually dividing his time between Haruma and Mimasaka. It was at about this time that his formal education was placed in the hands of his uncle, the priest Dorinbo. One day, the situation with his father came to a head. The following story is found in the Tanji Hoken Hiki. Benosuke watched his father's martial arts from the time he was quite young. As he got older, he gradually started to voice critical remarks. Munisai began to think that this child was not very likable, despite the fact that he was his own son. One day, while Munisai was carving a toothpick, his son approached and began criticizing his jit technique. Angered, Munisai took the dagger he was using to carve the toothpick, and threw it at his son as though it were a shuriken. Benosuke dodged the weapon and it lodged in the pillar behind him. Munisai became all the angrier, took out his short sword and used it too as a shuriken. Benosuke dodged this as well and fled outside. After this, he never returned to the house but, rather, lived with a priest related to his mother in Banshu. Thus he abandoned his hometown. Musashi now considered Hirafuku to be his real home, and it may be for this reason that he declares in the Book of Five Rings, "I am a warrior born in Haruma." But local records in Miyamoto copied as far back as 1689 clearly state that Musashi officially, at least lived in that village until 1596, and so would have retained a strong sense of its rhythms and environment. One of his favorite haunts would have been, just as it is to village children in Japan today, the local shrine, with its wide spaces and old trees. In ancient times, the Aramaki, or Sanamo shrine, had once stood at the top of the mountain to the rear of the village, hence the village's name, Miyamoto, at the foot of the shrine. The shrine was later moved to the base of the mountain, close to the northern side of the Miyamoto River. Here the young Musashi would have watched the Shinto priests as they beat a huge drum throughout the day. At night he would have drifted off to sleep to the same sound, that of 2 drumsticks, constantly in motion, swirling like swords in expert hands. Finding his strength. When Musashi climbed the Kama slope at age 16, he embarked on the homeless, ascetic life of a Shugyosha, a life that he would continue in one form or another until his final years. His belongings were few, the clothes on his back, perhaps a small sewing kit, a bamboo canteen, at the most a very small amount of pocket money, an inkstick and writing brush, and, of course, his sword. 7 As he walked over the stony mountain paths, he wore a pair of straw sandals that would quite often need repairing or replacing. If he was lucky, he might find a straw hat for his head. There was unlikely to be anywhere to stop for food when he was hungry, or a pleasant place to lie down when he was tired. For those who believed in folk tales, the dark mountains were filled with foxes and tanuki, a sort of badger, both experts at bewitching the unsuspecting. For those who did not believe such tales, there was still the very real danger of bandits. In the spring of 1599, Musashi walked through the mountains and into the neighboring province of Tajima. Here he had a match with a swordsman by the name of Akiyama, whom he defeated. Nothing is known of where the match took place or of Akiyama's lineage, and, in the Book of Five Rings, this opponent is simply described as strong. But the memory of this fight must have been an intense one for the 16-year-old Musashi. Of all of his more than 60 matches to come, he seems to have remembered this one perhaps most clearly as he reviewed his life some 40 years later, alone in the Regan Cave. As Musashi walked on alone, large groups of warriors were beginning to gather slowly around Sekigahara, a large plain to the north and east of Tajima. In October of the following year, a battle would be fought there that would settle both Japan's course for the next 3.5 centuries and the direction of Musashi's life. For several decades, two men had been directing the reunification of a Japan badly splintered by the ineffectual Ashikaga shogunate. Oda Nobunaga, 1534–82, had emerged from a small fief in the middle of nowhere to nearly succeed in unifying the country with his ruthless and creative military genius, and had been stopped only when he was assassinated by one of his own generals, Akaki Mitsuhide. Toyotomi Hideyoshi, 1536–98, another of Nobunaga's generals, quickly squelched the rebellion and had brought the country to the verge of total unification and control when he too passed away, possibly from a brain tumor. Before he died, Hideyoshi appointed a board of 5 taro, or chief ministers, to govern the country until his son Hideyori reached majority, hoping that in this way the Toyotomi clan would continue to rule the country. Now, one of those taro, Tokugawa Ieyasu, 1542–1616, was bringing those hopes to naught. Due to a complicated balance of ever-shifting loyalties, Japan in the year 1600 was essentially divided into two camps, those generals and daimyo who favored the more or less incumbent Toyotomi clan, largely from Kansai and western Japan, considered the western forces, and those who were betting on the increasing strength of the forces of Ieyasu, mainly from Kanto and the eastern part of the country, the eastern forces. There were several battles in different locations, but the main battle took place at Sekigahara on the misty morning of October 21, 1600. It is uncertain how many troops eventually engaged in the fighting, but the initial balance was approximately even, at about 80,000 men on each side. By the time the battle was over, sometime during the hour of the sheep, from 1 to 3 p.m., the Tokugawa armies had routed the Toyotomi, helped in part by the perfidy of some of the generals on the losing side. The casualties were in the tens of thousands. Many of the defeated who had not been killed in the battle itself were hunted down in the rain and mud and slaughtered in the days and weeks to follow. Some, however, were able to escape to fight another day. Musashi, although still only in his teens, was one of these. The Battle of Sekigahara was a Shugyosh's dream. Along with the life of ascetic self-discipline he put himself through, he would welcome the chance to join in a battle. This was referred to as borrowing the battlefield to prove his mettle. For an unemployed warrior, fighting in battle gave him a chance to be noticed for his skills and, if he excelled, to be taken on as a martial arts instructor under the patronage of the lord whose forces he had joined. Thus he might become a samurai in the true meaning of the word, one who serves. So Musashi now traveled on towards Sekigahara, eventually joining up with the forces of the Shinman clan. This clan was under the command of Yukata Hide, who had been one of Toyotomi Hideyoshi's favorites. He had been chosen to be one of the 5 taro by the dying Hideyoshi and was a mainstay of the western forces. Hide's father, Nei, had conquered Bizen, Mimasaka, and Bichu and established Okayama Castle a generation earlier, and the Yukata was considered one of the most powerful clans in the area. With his mother's connection to the Shinman, it is not surprising that Musashi would have cast his lot with that clan, but it may also be that Hideyoshi's dreamlike rise to power from peasant status inspired Musashi to join that great man's side. Musashi had been 6 years old when Hideyoshi had destroyed the powerful Hojo clan, and 7 when Hideyoshi conquered the great city of Odawara. 2 years later, Hideyoshi had begun his invasion of Korea. These stories were the talk of the nation, and the young Musashi would have listened to them as any child would, dreaming of what he would do when he grew up. All sources indicate that Musashi fought with extraordinary valor at Sekigahara, despite his youth. One typical account, from the Musashi Yuko Game, states, Musashi's achievements stood out from the crowd, and were known by the soldiers in all camps. According to the Kokurahibun monument erected in 1654, Musashi's valor and great fame could not be overstated, even if the oceans had mouths or the valleys had tongues. If we look to Musashi's own comments about the battle, however, we will be disappointed, for he alludes to it only once, in a note to Hosokawa Tadashi written decades later, and then only in the broadest terms, I have participated in over 6 battles since my youth. 8. In the end, the Western forces lost the battle. Yukata Hide was condemned to death by Ieyasu, but his sentence was commuted to permanent exile on an island off the Izu Peninsula. He eventually shaved his head and became a monk, living to the great old age of 90. Other commanders were not so lucky, many lost their fiefs and their families and, of course, many lost their lives. The battle had been one of the most definitive in Japan's history, marking its course for the next 250 years. And much as it defined the Yagyo clan, who had fought for the Tokugawa, as permanent members of the establishment, it would also define Musashi, who had fought on the losing side as an outsider for the rest of his life. The Tokugawa hegemony was now evident everywhere and marked the future of the battle's participants well beyond the grave. Even the composers of the Kokura Hibun, erected in faraway Kyushu 9 years after Musashi's death, needed to be circumspect in their language. They did not, for example, mention on which side he had fought, and they even felt compelled to describe the actions of the Western forces as an insurrection of the Taiko Toyotomi's favorite retainer, Ishida Jibunosuke. After the battle, 17-year-old Musashi was once again on his own. He had lost his gamble at war and had nearly lost his life. But he had gained the pride of having served the Shinman, the Yukata, and even the late hero Hideyoshi. He had also gained experience in a protracted battle. He would think about this experience for the rest of his life and record many of these thoughts in his final statements in the Book of Five Rings. It is interesting to note that Musashi's father, Munasai, also participated in these conflicts, but in Kyushu and for the Eastern Forces. 9 For unknown reasons, he had previously resigned from the Shinman clan and gone to Niketsu in Busan to serve Kuroda Yoshitaka, Yosui, receiving an annual stipend of 200 koku. 10 As part of Ieyasu's forces in the southwest, the Kuroda attacked Tamiki Castle in Bungo, and Munasai would have seen action there. It was in Kyushu that Munasai met the important Hosokawa vassal, Najayaka Sado no Kami Okanaga, and became his instructor in the martial arts. This relationship would play a critical role in Musashi's career. Like most of the survivors on the losing side of the Battle of Sekigahara, Musashi spent a number of years after the war keeping a low profile, doing his best to keep body and soul together. He spent some time secluded in the mountains, but also did a lot of traveling, no doubt meeting other Shugeyosha on the road and testing his skills. What would soon become apparent, however, was that his self-discipline and training during this time must have been rigorous and intense. In 1604, at age 21, he would walk into Kyoto and bring to ruin one of the most respected schools of swordsmanship of that time. Kyoto and matches with the masters. The Yoshioka clan had been well-known residents of Kyoto for generations. The earliest Yoshioka Kenpo, whose personal name was Neyamoto, was a master of black and tea-colored dyed goods in the Shijo area of the capital. It was in the constant rolling back and forth of the dyeing implements that he was enlightened one day to the special style of sword handling for which his school would become famous. The name Kenpo, which became the hereditary title of the head of the family, connotes a man who adheres to righteousness, and his dyeing methods and prices were said to be just and proper. It was this Neyamoto who attracted the attention of the 12th Ashikaga shogun, Yoshiharu, with his great feats in battle, and who thus became the first Yoshioka instructor to that house. The second generation was his younger brother, Neyamitsu, who also took the name Kenpo and became a martial arts instructor to the Ashikaga clan. It was Neyamitsu who was instructor to the swordsman shogun Yoshiteru, who also employed Tsukahara Bokuden and Kami Izumi Ise no Kami no Butsuna, founder of the Shinkage-ryu. And it was Neyamitsu who opened the Hihasho, or place of the martial arts, in the Imagawa section of Kyoto. Neyamitsu's son, Neyakata, became the third generation and instructor to the 15th and final Ashikaga shogun, Yoshiaki. Finally, there were Neyakata's sons, Seijuro and Denshikiro. The family annals, the Yoshioka Den, remarks of them. Here, then, the Yoshioka brothers. They gained fame in the style of the martial arts, and were unprecedented in past or present in the mysteries of the arts. The elder brother, Seijuro, and his younger brother, Denshikiro, were the so-called Kenpo brothers. It was from the time of the Kenpo brothers that the art was daily renewed, becoming more prosperous day by day and transcending the art of former generations. Seijuro, in particular, was considered to be an excellent swordsman. He had become the fourth-generation head of the Yoshioka clan, but the Ashikaga shogunate was now defunct and the clan enjoyed no special standing. One of his methods of training was to go out late at night to a forest on the outskirts of Kyoto and, as a spiritual discipline, exercise the practice of fixing the vision, shiken. This was originally a practice of esoteric Buddhism in which, in contrast to the Zen practice of filling the mind with emptiness, the practitioner was to concentrate on a single object of worship and, so, sweep away any other extemporaneous thoughts. Seijuro was said to have reached such a level of concentration that, when he focused his thought on a single bird on a treetop in the forest, hundreds of birds would fly up to the treetops at once. It was the Seijuro, the almost transcendentally skilled scion of the respected Yoshioka clan of Kyoto, that the 21-year-old self-taught Musashi challenged to a duel. Musashi's decision to challenge Seijuro was not random. By defeating Seijuro, he would not only show the whole world what he could do but also demonstrate a thing or two to his father, Munasai, who was still teaching martial arts in Kyushu. A generation earlier, Munasai's talent had come to the attention of the Ashikaga shogun, who had called him to Kyoto for a comparison of techniques with the shogun's own instructor, Yoshioka Nayakata. The Kokurahibon gives this brief description: with a limit of 3 matches, Yoshioka had the advantage once and Shinman won twice. At this point Shinman Munasai was awarded the designation of a martial artist with no equal under the sun. One can imagine that Seijuro would have been quick to accept this challenge, regardless of the fact that Musashi seemed to have no experience, no status, and probably little skill. With this fight, Seijuro planned to ensure that the residual spot on his family's name would be eradicated forever. The place for the match was to be outside the capital, at the moor adjacent to the Rendaiji temple. Seijuro was armed with a real sword, while Musashi carried the weapon that would become one of his trademarks, the bokuto, or wooden sword. The Kokurahibon describes the fight. Musashi and Seijuro fought with the power of dragon and tiger at the Rendaiji Moor 11 outside of Kyoto, but with one blow from Musashi's wooden sword, Seijuro collapsed and fell unconscious. This match had been promised beforehand to conclude with a single blow, so Seijuro barely escaped with his life. His disciples carried him away on a plank and nursed him back to health. He eventually abandoned the martial arts and became a Buddhist priest. The unproven youth from the countryside had beaten the head of the Yoshioka family so thoroughly that the humiliated man withdrew from his famous clan's profession and took the tonsure. No doubt Musashi beat Seijuro with unexpected skill, but he had also used psychology in arriving late enough that the proud man, anxious to clear away this small embarrassment from his family's name, became agitated with anger and expectation. Musashi had broken Seijuro's famed concentration before the fight ever began, and so secured his victory beforehand. No birds flew up to the treetops at this match. The Yoshioka, however, were duty-bound to regain the family honor. Hadn't Seijuro's defeat been a simple fluke? Could the respected Yoshioka school, for generations instructors to the shogunate in the capital, lose its reputation and thus its future to a nameless, uncouth ronin from a farming village? To let the debacle end at this juncture would be unimaginable. And so a second match was arranged, this time pitting Musashi against Seijuro's younger brother, Denshikiro. Denshikiro had a reputation as a very strong man and was, after all, one of the Kenpo brothers. He carried a wooden sword over 5 feet long and sharpened at the end, a weapon that would have required considerable strength to handle at all, let alone with any skill. The bout was to be held at a location outside the capital, and a time was set. It would be astonishingly short. Musashi, having studied the Yoshioka character and gauged Denshikairo's temperament, showed up late once more, with the desired effect. When Denshikairo made an aggressive and angry attack, Musashi dodged the blow, wrested the sword from his opponent, and stabbed him through. According to a number of records, Denshikairo fell where he had stood, and died. The match was over in a matter of seconds, and the astonished disciples who had come to watch their teacher make quick work of the upstart Musashi could do nothing but carry Denshikairo's lifeless body back to Kyoto. The fourth generation of the Yoshioka Kenpo had come to a devastating end. It is not difficult to guess what happened next. Stories of revenge, or eidachi, have always occupied an important place in Japanese history, which is not surprising given the crucial role that honor plays in traditional Japanese culture. Whether the damage to one's honor was egregious or subtle, the wounded party was expected to take revenge. And in a society where news spread like ripples from a stone thrown into a still pond, there was no escape. The dishonored party was absolutely bound to action. Not to act would mean perpetual disgrace. This was the situation in which the remnants of the Yoshioka clan, their disciples and students, found themselves. They had an inescapable obligation to act, regardless of how tragic the consequences might be. And so yet another match was arranged with Musashi, this time against Seijuro's son, Mata Shishiro, now considered the fifth generation Kenpo. But the match was only a ruse, a fact that seems to have been known to everyone, including Musashi. Mata Shishiro was just a symbol of the clan's honor. The real plan was for battle. The place was again to be on the outskirts of Kyoto, at the famous spreading pine at the Ichijoji Temple. 12 To make sure that there was no chance of suffering another defeat, the Yoshioka brought more than 100 men, armed with everything from swords and spears to bows and arrows. Meanwhile, Musashi's reputation had skyrocketed, and he had taken on some very eager students himself. Just before the match, a number of these students learned of the Yoshioka family's plans, warned their teacher, and offered to accompany him to the bout. Musashi, however, knew that involving students in an eidachi would be considered the same as enrolling them in a battle, something strictly prohibited by the authorities. The Yoshioka clan was essentially finished and so perhaps had no other recourse. But Musashi had his life ahead of him, and had somehow gained a confidence and an inner strength far beyond that of ordinary men. His students were forbidden to walk with him into the trap set by the Yoshioka. Earlier in the year, when he fought Seijuro and Denshikairo, Musashi had put his opponents at a psychological disadvantage by causing the men to wait and thus lose their mental equilibrium. This time he reversed his strategy and started off early. On his way, he passed by a shrine to Hachiman, the god of war, and stopped for a moment to pray for victory. But as he walked up to the altar and was about to shake the gong's cord to get the god's attention, he suddenly realized that, in ordinary times, he had never put faith in the gods and Buddhas. To do so now would be wrong. Chagrined, he released the cord and backed away. Why would the gods listen to him now, when he had never relied on them before? In truth, was he to rely on the gods or on himself? Dripping with sweat from embarrassment, he bowed to the shrine in thanks for the revelation and hurried on. This incident made a deep impression on Musashi, and when writing the Book of Five Rings nearly 40 years later, he made it clear that the principles of swordsmanship must be understood as though the student himself had discovered them. This was a major departure from other sword styles of Musashi's time. Of the great number of styles that arose in about the mid-16th century, many of their progenitors let it be known that they had learned those styles not on their own, but through divine revelation. Tsukahara Bokuden of the Shinto Ryu, for example, received a divine decree at Kashima Shrine, and Ito Udasai, the founder of the Ito Ryu, had his style revealed to him after 7 days and 7 nights of seclusion at the Grand Shrine at Mishima. The list goes on. The eyes of Okuyama Kyogazai of the Shinkage Ryu were opened by the gracious deity of Mikowa Okuyama. Jien of the Nen Ryu was enlightened to the secrets of his styles at Karama Temple in Kyoto. Hayashi Zaki Jinsuke, founder of Iaido, discovered his new way at Diwatatioka Hayashi Zaki Shrine, and Fukui Heiman had the principles of the Shindo Munin Ryu revealed to him by the Izuna Gongjin in Shinshu. Musashi bowed in veneration to the gods and even worshipped the Buddhist bodhisattvas, but the ever-practical swordsman had little patience with revelations or secrecy. These, he felt, were nothing more than impediments to self-reliance. As he lay dying years later, he wrote in The Way of Walking Alone, his last testament for his disciples, that one should respect the gods and Buddhas, but do not rely on them. Musashi walked on and studied the topography on the way, the fork in the road that passed by the northern stretch of the Shirakawa River, the rice fields with narrow paths running between them, and even Mount Ichijoji and Mount Urayu at the back of the road. By dawn he was waiting to face the Yoshioka at the spreading pine. Presently, Madashishiro and his accompanying troops arrived at the pine, carrying lamps and muttering that their opponent would probably be late again. Suddenly, Musashi jumped out from behind the pine and yelled, "Did I keep you waiting?" Once again, his psychological tactic worked flawlessly. The Yoshioka were thrown into confusion, and, not yet able to see well in the half-light of dawn, each no doubt had the grim fear that Musashi might be just behind him. For his part, Musashi dashed straight into the crowd of men as they fumbled for their swords, found the cowering Madashishiro 13 and cut him through the middle. The shock students slashed about, thrust their spears, and shot off arrows in total disarray. Taking advantage of the general panic, Musashi herded the frightened men together like so many cattle, cutting them down one after another before he finally withdrew along the route he had planned earlier. It was a complete rout. The Yoshioka men who had somehow escaped with their lives now fled back to the capital, their disgrace so complete that no chance of recovery was possible. The last of the Yoshioka line had been cut down in the first moments of battle, and a single swordsman had put to naught a sword style that had been celebrated for generations. Although an arrow had pierced his sleeve, Musashi himself had received not a single wound. Nothing remains of the Yoshioka style today, so it is difficult to know what it actually entailed. The Musashi Kiden states, as for their martial art, either they had studied from Juntoji, a man who had understood the mysteries of swordsmanship, and were continuing his line, or they were the descendants of the 8 schools of Kyoto in the line of Kiichi Hagen. Both Juntoji and Kiichi Hagen are legendary figures without clear historical origins, but the 8 schools of Kyoto represent the Western style of swordsmanship and are often compared to the 7 schools of Kashima, representing the Eastern tradition. In traditional accounts, at least, Hagen lived in the 12th century at the Ichijo Canal in Kyoto and was a master of the esoteric study of the yin/yang. He is said to have taught the martial arts to the famous 12th century general and strategist Minamoto no Yoshitsune, but he imparted the truly secret skills of the sword only to the 8 priests of Karama, and it was with these that the 8 schools began. Hagen was famous for his strategy, part of which is contained in his enigmatic saying. If the opponent comes, then greet him, if he goes, then send him off. To 5 add 5 and make 10, to 2 add 8 and make 10. By this, you create harmony. Judge the situation, know the heart, the great is beyond 10 feet square, the small enters the tiniest atom. The action may be fierce, but when facing what is in front of you, do not move the mind. According to a book circulated among the adherents of Hagen's style during the Edo period, their swordsmanship was for the most part that of the Chujoryu. The tachi they used was short, and the distinctive feature of their martial technique was to press in close on the opponent's chest. We will encounter this style again in connection with Musashi's famous bout on a small island far to the southwest. The famous school of the Yoshioka was closed, never to reopen. The remaining members of the clan went back to, or perhaps had never really left, their craft of dyed goods, and for some generations after these events, their store remained open in Kyoto's Nishinatoen district, where they had once proudly traded upon their skill at a much different art. 14. The dream of the first Yoshioka, Neyamoto, had floated like a bubble along the Kumo River through the city of Kyoto, only to disappear with the flash of a new morning's light. At this point people were no doubt beginning to wonder and talk about the quality of that light. but one who we can be sure was not interested in talking about that subject was Musashi himself. Musashi's laconic style is well known. Even about his famous fights with the Yoshioka he wrote nothing specific, but noted in the Book of Five Rings that I went to the capital and met with many famous martial artists, and although I fought a number of matches, I was never unable to take the victory. Sharpening his tools. In the Earth chapter of the Book of Five Rings, Musashi compares the warrior to a carpenter, noting that the carpenter skillfully prepares all the different kinds of tools, learns the best way of using each one, takes out his carpenter's square, works correctly according to the plans, does his work unfailingly, and makes his way through the world. As we have seen, his father, Munasai, was an expert at the sword, the jit, the proper use of armor, and even jujitsu. Thus, as was mentioned, Musashi must have been exposed at an early age to a great variety of weapons. Not long after his defeat of the Yoshioka clan, he turned his attention to other forms of the martial arts, and his steps toward the ancient capital of Nara. The Buddhist monks at Nara had long been known for their prowess with military weapons and their willingness to use them in times of conflict. One of their favorite weapons was the spear, and the temple most closely associated with the spear was the Hozoin, a sub-temple of the famous Kofukuji. The first generation of the Hozoin style of spear technique was Kakuzenbohoin in Ei. Born in 1512 during the violent years of the Ashikaga shogunate, he first studied the spear under the martial artist Daisen Tabushijitata. Once in Ei was visited by the famous swordsman Kami Izumi Ise no Kami, who soundly defeated him. Kami Izumi had already defeated Ei's friend, Yagyu Munyoshi, Sekishusai, and so the two friends now became Kami Izumi's disciples. Ei became an expert with both the sword and the spear under Kami Izumi, but his specialty was the forked spear, which he would develop to great deadliness. Ei was from the famous Nakamikado clan, and was of the same generation as the famous generals Takeda Shingen and Yosuji Kenshin. This was a period of intense interest in the martial arts, and Ei, although a priest, was at the vanguard of his times. Eventually banished from the Hozoin temple for his love of weaponry, he took the opportunity to wander the provinces and visit more than 40 martial artists before he was allowed to return to the temple. One of those martial artists was the above-mentioned Daisen, from whose lessons Ei developed his own kame-ari, or sickle spear, technique. Priest soldiers had traditionally used the halberd, which they considered a holy weapon for the protection of Buddhism, as opposed to the straight spear, the weapon of common soldiers. The innovative Ei, however, found that fixing a sickle-like blade to the spear increased its efficiency. This was the kame-ari. The secret poem that expressed the virtue of the weapon goes: thrust, and it's a spear. Hurl, and it's a halberd. Pull, and it's a sickle. In any and all events, you should not miss. This weapon was far more efficient than the regular spear or halberd. It was used not only for thrusting, but for sweeping, cutting, dragging, and striking. Because of this innovation, Ei's fame spread to the surrounding areas and he attracted many disciples. By the time Ei turned 83 in 1603, he had come to the realization that Buddhist priests should have nothing to do with instruments of violence and death. He closed the dojo that had once employed over 40 teachers and forbade his successor, Kakuzenbo in Shun, to teach the martial arts. He died 4 years later, at age 87. But the Hozoin spear tradition did not die within Ei, for, a few years after his death, it was re-established by Inshun, who had become abbot of that temple. Born in 1589, Inshun was 5 years Musashi's junior and was rumored to have been Ei's son. He continued studying spear technique from a Nichiren priest at the neighboring Ozoin temple who had also studied under Ei. It was this priest from the Ozoin known to us only by the name of his temple that Musashi met in a match not long after the fight at Ichijoji temple. The priest was armed with a kame-ari, while Musashi stood his ground with a short wooden sword. Despite his apparent disadvantage, Musashi beat the man in both of 2 matches, showing no concern about being in a compound surrounded by warrior priests who very much wanted their man to win. For his part, the monk felt no rancor but, on the contrary, was so impressed that he had Musashi stay for a sumptuous meal. The two became so engaged in talk about the martial arts that the sun had risen before they became aware of the time. Then Musashi thanked his opponent host and went on his way. 15. After Musashi left Nara and the Hosoin, he disappeared from the written records for about 3 years. But there is little doubt that during that time he continued to live the life of a Shuggyosha, meeting other such men and wandering the country. Musashi, like other Shuggyosha, learned firsthand on his travels about nature, topography, local customs, and the character of men, especially of other swordsmen. He also no doubt learned about the characteristics and features of local castles, the production of local goods, and the cultures of the various provinces. This was exactly the sort of information that was valued by the feudal lords, who were happy to hire Shuggyosha with expertise in such matters. In turn, this was the outcome that most wandering swordsmen sought, a position as trusted servant of a prosperous master and a stipend worthy of his talents. Musashi, however, turned neither his knowledge nor his talent into practical security. His sights were set much higher. In 1607, Musashi was passing through the province of Iga when he met a man known only by his family name, Shishido, who was a master of the sickle and chain, the Kusarigama. This Shishido lived in a relatively isolated part of the mountains in Iga, where he farmed and ran an informal local smithy, making his own weapons. The sickle was originally a farming instrument, but according to the chronicles of the Genpei Wars, it was used as a weapon called the Nakama, or Nagikama, as early as the 12th century. The Nakama was a sickle attached to a long handle and was used to cut the opponent's feet and ankles with a sort of mowing motion. According to tradition, when used as a weapon in China, it was attached to a 9 or 10-foot chain. The chain was attached to either the upper or lower section of the sickle's handle, which was a little over 1.5 feet long. The chain was then used to immobilize the opponent's body or weapon, while the counterweight at the end was used to wound or kill him. The sickle was employed to finish him off. The match between Musashi and Shishido took place in an open field, and once again Musashi had to fight while being watched closely by a number of his opponent's disciples. After successfully arresting Musashi's sword with the chain, Shishido moved slowly in to finish him off with the sickle, when Musashi suddenly unsheathed his wakizashi and, throwing it like a shuriken, fatally pierced the man's chest. At this point, Shishido's shocked disciples all drew their swords and slashed out at their leader's assailant. Musashi, however, chased after them and they scattered, running off in the 4 directions. Musashi was an expert at throwing blades. The Kokurahibun states, he either let fly with a real sword or threw a wooden one. But there was no way for either a fleeing or running person to avoid it. Its force was exactly like unleashing the strength of a bow made of stone, 100 releases, 100 hits. It cannot be thought that even Yang Yuqi had mysterious skill like this. He also taught this skill to his disciples. According to the Watanabe Koan Taiwa, published about 25 years after Musashi's death, Takemura Yoemon, who was either Musashi's adopted child or his disciple, was no less expert with the shuriken than was Musashi himself. Yoemon, it notes, could float a peach in the river and then pierce it to its core with a 16-inch knife. Tokugawa Ieyasu had politically unified Japan by December 1602. The following year, the imperial court awarded him the ancient title, Seii Taishogun, or Great General who conquers the Western barbarians, which gave tacit court approval to his assertion of ultimate authority. By February of the following year, he began rebuilding the castle at Edo, Tokyo, which was to be the new capital. By June he had declared that every daimyo, from fiefs around the country, would be required to leave members of his immediate family in Edo year-round, to ensure his good intentions toward the Tokugawa government. In other words, family members of all daimyo were effectively to be held hostage in the capital to prevent rebellions from starting in the countryside. To make sure that these hostages could live in dignity commensurate with the status of their clans, mansions were built, quarters for samurai were established, and roads were constructed. With the labor, materials, and supporting businesses involved in the reconstruction, Edo was quite suddenly transformed from a backwater town to the new center of politics, business, and, if not high culture, at least cultural activity. Money and power had come to town. Swordsmen had also arrived in great numbers. Yagyu Munori had become sword instructor to Ieyasu son Hitada as early as 1601, and had now established his line of the Yagyu-ryu in the new capital. The Toda-ryu was there as well, and the Ito-ryu under Ono Tadaaki, who was also an instructor to the shogunate family. Edo had become a magnet for those shuggyosha who hoped either to be noticed by a visiting daimyo or to meet other martial artists and sharpen their skills. Musashi was in Edo by 1608 and, preceded by the reputation he had gained at Kyoto, met a number of talented men. To survive, he started his own small school and took on such students as Hateno Jirozamon, who later had a number of disciples of his own. Another disciple was Ishikawa Sakyo, a retainer of Honda Masakatsu. Sakyo is said to have been skillful enough to combine the unmoving sword and the diamond sword techniques, and this synthesis was eventually added to the Musashi style. It is easy to imagine that Musashi's dojo was a busy place, despite the fact that he was only 25 years old. One day early on, a man by the name of Muzo Ganosuke walked into Musashi's dojo accompanied by 8 disciples and requested a match. Ganosuke was a big man well over 6 feet tall who had learned the deepest secrets of the Shindo-ryu and was invested with the secrets of the Kashima-ryu's one-sword technique. After further study in Hitachi under Asakura Yoshikatsu, he had toured the northern provinces wearing a haori that bore a large crest of a crimson sun on a white background. On his shoulders was embroidered in gold characters, "Greatest martial artist in the realm, founder of the Hinomoto-ryu, Muzo Ganosuke." It should be noted here that, while Ganosuke may have had a flair for style, his dress and braggadocio were no more unusual for shuggyosha than Arimikihei's self-promoting, gold-lettered placard. Flamboyantly dressed swordsmen were not rare during this time. Their clothes were a means of gaining attention, and carried 2 messages: "I'm a skillful swordsman ready to be hired by an appreciative lord, and anyone, at any time, is welcome to test his skills against mine." Clothes on occasion either made or unmade the man, depending on the relative skill of the swordsman who happened to notice him. Musashi, on the other hand, did not conform to this style, and in fact did not comply with many of the sartorial rules of his day. He was an independent, and in large part a nonconformist. He dressed and bathed as he pleased. At any rate, Ganosuke walked into Musashi's dojo and requested a match, and one of his disciples produced a 4-foot wooden sword from a brocade bag. Musashi, who at the time was carving a small willow bough, quickly accepted the challenge and took up a piece of firewood as his only weapon. Ganosuke attacked without further ado, and Musashi sent him tumbling with a single blow. Ganosuke was humiliated and left without a word. 16 But he was a man of great determination and skill, and this would not be the end of the matter. Dismissing his disciples and retreating to Mount Homen in Chikuzen to pray and meditate over this defeat, he was answered one night in a dream with the words, "Know the reflection of the moon in the water with a log." Ganosuke understood this log to be the 5-foot staff, or jo, and the moon in the water to mean the center of his opponent's chest. Soon thereafter he was employed by the Kuroda clan in the Fukuoka fief of Chikuzen for the jo technique he then originated. Much later, he returned to challenge his nemesis again, with the match this time resulting in the only draw of Musashi's career. The technique that Ganosuke created is called the Shindo Muzo-ryu, and it is practiced to this day. Musashi stayed on in Edo for another 2 years or so, continuing to teach students and take on opponents. His matches in 1610 with 2 of these opponents, Osto Hayashi, a Yagyu stylist, and Tsujikaze Tenma, known more for his strength than his swordsmanship, are described in the Nightingale. When Musashi was residing in Edo, Osto Hayashi, a samurai in the Yagyu clan, went with a certain Tsujikaze, a strong martial artist, to ask for bouts with the swordsman. Musashi gave his consent, and immediately stood and faced them. Osto advanced and was about to strike, but Musashi took the initiative and struck first. Osto collapsed where he stood. Next, Tsujikaze attacked, but for some reason fell backwards, hit his back on a water jar at the edge of the veranda and died. 17 Generally speaking, this Tsujikaze was a man of great strength. He was able, for example, to run alongside a galloping horse, and to bring it to a halt by wrapping his arms around its neck. By 1612 the situation in Edo had become tedious for Musashi. He was essentially barred from comparing skills with the best swordsmen of the day, such as Yagyo Munori, because of Munori's connection with the Tokugawa and because of the precarious political status Musashi had after having fought for the Toyotomi. To make matters worse, the tension between these two clans was escalating day by day. The Toyotomi were ensconced in their castle at Osaka and still had the backing of a number of daimyo and ronin. So early in the year, Musashi traveled on foot to the Fujiwara area of Shimasa province, ostensibly for the opening of new land. This was probably a ruse, because he did not stay there long, nor had he likely decided, at age 29, to give up the sword and begin a career in agriculture. Musashi clearly had something else in mind, and by February or March, he had already started on the long trip to the southwestern island of Kyushu. Demon of the Western Provinces. Musashi's mark for an appropriate match was Sasaki Kojiro, a swordsman popularly known as the Demon of the Western Provinces. Kojiro had arrived in the port city of Kokura in Busan some 2 years earlier and, as his nickname implies, had attained great fame. Certainly he had caught everyone's eye with his striking appearance. He wore a crimson haori with his long sword, known as the drying pole, slung across his back, but his skill too was astonishing and he had thus far defeated every opponent he had faced. Hasakawa Tadatoshi, who 6 years later would become the Lord of Kokura, had been enamored of the martial arts from his youth and was himself a skilled practitioner of the sword. Thus, when news of Kojiro's presence in Kokura reached him, he happily interviewed the man and soon hired him as an instructor to the Hasakawa clan. Although Kojiro was not actually taken on as a retainer to the clan, he received a substantial fee and was able to open his own dojo in the castle town, eventually gaining a great number of disciples. Ganryu Sasaki Kojiro was born in Jokioji village at Ichijagatani in Ekizen. Ichijagatani was the home of the prosperous and cultured Asakura clan, who had been the lords of Ekizen over the course of 5 generations spanning more than 100 years. Their instructor of the martial arts was one Toda Seijan, the main heir to the Chujo-ryu. It, like the Shinto-ryu and the Kage-ryu, was a fundamental style of the Japanese martial arts and had been established as far back as the Kamakura period, 1185 to 1333, by Chujo Hyaganosuke. Seijan himself was an extraordinarily accomplished practitioner who continued to perfect his martial art after he retired from teaching in his old age due to an eye disease. Secluding himself at his home in Jokioji village, he was commonly known as the blind swordsman. His ideal had been a technique called the no sword, muto, exemplified by the phrase, if shortness is taken to an extreme, it becomes nothingness, ten kiwamariba mu. As his art advanced, his short sword became shorter and shorter still. Seijan had met Kojiro when the latter was quite young, and had recognized in him the makings of a great swordsman. For the purposes of his own research, he hired the teenaged Kojiro as a sparring partner. In their daily matches, Seijan wielded a short tachi about 1.5 feet long, while requiring Kojiro to oppose him with a much longer blade. With this intense training, Seijan developed a style he hoped would eventually lead to the abandonment of the sword as a weapon altogether, but for his part, Kojiro eventually gained great ability with the long sword and became one of Seijan's top disciples. The moment of truth came when Kojiro was able to defeat Seijan's younger brother, Jibuzamon, in a match, at which point Kojiro went out on his own. He wandered the provinces of Japan as a shugyosha, eventually arriving in Kokura and establishing himself under Tadadashi's patronage. Musashi came to Kokura from Kyoto in April 1612, visiting the mansion of Najayaka Sado no Kami Okanaga, a chief retainer of the Kokura fief and, it will be recalled, a former student of Musashi's father, Munasai. Musashi was now 29 years old. After a short while, he made his wishes known to his host in a formal request, which records note as follows: "It would seem as though Agenryo Sasaki Kojiro is now residing in this area, and I have heard that his technique is excellent. My request is for permission for us to have a comparison of techniques. I make this in reference to your relationship with my father, Munasai." Okanaga, whether out of deference to his old teacher or his impression of the intense Musashi, was quick to comply. Putting Musashi up at his own mansion, he contacted his lord, Tadaoki, and made the petition his own. Martial arts enthusiast that he was, Tadaoki had no doubt heard of Musashi's bouts with the Yoshioka in Kyoto, and must have been quite curious about this man. But he was also acting out of respect for Sado, a trusted and respected retainer, when he gave his permission for a match to be held the following day, April 13th. The place was to be a small, lonely island between Kokura and Nagato Shimonoseki, a little less than 2.5 miles from either shore. Known in ancient times as Anato no Shima, it was in Musashi's time called Mukaijima, the island over there, by people in Busan on the Kyushu side, and Funa Island, Boat Island, by those in Shimonoseki on the Honshu side, because of its boat-like appearance from that shore. The match was set to begin during the first half of the Hour of the Dragon, 7 to 9 a.m. A decree was posted throughout the castle town and the surrounding area stating that absolutely no favoritism was to be shown either man and that spectators were strictly forbidden to travel to the island. Okanaga quickly informed Musashi of the decision and offered to escort him to the island the next day in his own boat. Overjoyed, Musashi thanked Okanaga for his efforts in arranging the match that he had so greatly anticipated. That night, however, Musashi disappeared. A search was made through the castle town, but he was nowhere to be found. Word spread quickly, as did rumors that Musashi, when confronted with the prospect of a bout with the demon of the western provinces, had turned tail and run. Okanaga, as might be imagined, was chagrined. He had his own prestige on the line in this matter, having taken up Musashi's petition and encouraged Lord Tadaoki to agree to the match. If Musashi had now truly fled, it would be a source of embarrassment not only for him, but worse, for Tadaoki as well. Upon some reflection, however, Okanaga realized that if Musashi really were a coward, he would not have waited until the night before the match to escape. He also reasoned that, as Musashi had come to Kokura from Shimonoseki, he may well have gone back to that city to spend the night away from the inevitable distractions in Kokura, and would probably go to the island from there. A courier was sent and, sure enough, Musashi was found staying in Shimonoseki at the residence of a wholesaler, Kobayashi Tarazaman. The courier explained the situation in Kokura, and Musashi responded with a letter that demonstrated both his respect for Okanaga and his circumspection. "I have heard that, concerning tomorrow's match, you would send me in your Excellency's boat, and I am heavily honored by your solicitude. However, at this time, Kojiro and I are hostile opponents, and if Kojiro is sent by Lord Tadaoki's boat and I am sent by your Excellency's boat, I wonder if this would not place you in opposition with your lord. Please let me be of no concern to you in this affair. I considered speaking to you about this right away, but thinking that you would not agree, purposefully did not make any mention of it. I must strongly refuse your Excellency's boat. Tomorrow morning I will cross over to Mukaijima from this place. Please do not be the least bit concerned, and be convinced that I will come in good time. April 12th. Miyamoto Musashi. To Lord Sato. Musashi was clearly concerned that any sign of favoritism toward him on Okanaga's part might result in some friction between lord and retainer, and he was determined to prevent this. His actions had predictably resulted in doubt about his courage and sincerity, but Musashi seems to have been concerned only for Okanaga's relationship with the Hosokawa. It was important to him that this relationship would continue smoothly for his sponsor long after the following day's bout had ended. Nevertheless, when the sun came up the next morning, Musashi was still sound asleep. The master of the house, Tarazaman, woke him up and informed him that the hour of the dragon had already arrived. At this point, a courier came from Kokura, informing Musashi that Kojiro's boat had already left and made the crossing. Musashi responded that he would be there soon, but then got up, washed his hands and face, and ate a leisurely breakfast. Requesting an oar from Tarazaman, he sat and carved a large wooden sword until another courier arrived urging him to make the crossing immediately. Musashi then dressed himself in a silk-lined garment, folded a towel over his sash, put a wadded cotton garment over the silk one, boarded the boat and left. At the helm was Tarazaman's servant. Musashi sat in the middle of the boat twisting a paper string, with which he then tied back his sleeves. Finally, putting the wadded cotton garment over his head and shoulders, he lay down. On the island, Kojiro and the verifying officers waited with impatience and consternation. In the boat, Musashi was apparently asleep. In the end, Musashi arrived at Mukaijima after the hour of the serpent, 9 to 11 a.m. He had Tarazaman's servant stop the boat on a small, narrow sand spit projecting from the island, and removed the wadded cotton garment. Placing his sword in the boat and his short sword in his sash, he pulled his sleeves up high and got out of the boat, barefooted, into the shallow water. Holding his wooden sword in a lowered position, he took several steps in the little waves and walked up the beach. As he walked, he took the hand towel from his sash, folded it into the length of a hakimeki, and tied it around his head with the knot in the middle of his forehead. In contrast to Musashi, Kojiro was dressed colorfully in a sleeveless scarlet haori and dyed leather knickers. On his feet were new straw sandals, and in his hand was a sword over 3 feet long, reputedly fashioned by one of the great swordsmiths of Bizen. Kojiro felt insulted at having been made to wait. Seeing Musashi approaching in the distance, he rushed to the water's edge. He angrily informed his opponent that he himself had been on the island at the appointed time and demanded to know whether Musashi had come late out of fear. Musashi silently ignored him and simply advanced. In a rage, Kojiro unsheathed his sword and dramatically threw the scabbard into the water. Musashi stood in the shallows, smiled, and uttered his now famous words, "You've lost, Kojiro." Would the winner throw away his scabbard? Inflamed, Kojiro moved quickly toward Musashi and swung his sword straight forward, aiming for the middle of the forehead. At the same instant, Musashi struck with his wooden sword in the same way, hitting Kojiro directly on the head. Kojiro fell where he stood. The tip of his sword had cut through the knot of Musashi's hakimeki, and the hand towel had fluttered to the ground, but Musashi's wooden sword had made a direct hit. Musashi lowered his sword and stood motionless for a moment, then quickly raised it to strike again. Kojiro was lying flat on the ground but, at that moment, he wielded his sword to the side in a mowing motion, aiming for Musashi's thigh. Musashi leapt back, and received a 3-inch cut in the lining of his hakama, probably less than an inch away from his femoral artery. Musashi's wooden sword now came down, splitting Kojiro's ribs, and Kojiro, blood flowing from his mouth and nose, lost consciousness. Musashi crouched down and put his hand above Kojiro's mouth and nose, checking for signs of life. There were none. He turned to the verifying officials, bowed briefly, then stood up and walked briskly to the beach. Jumping deftly into the boat, he helped the helmsman pull away from the island, and could soon be seen only dimly in the offing. It was noontime, and in the spring sea between Kokura and Shimonoseki, the bright sun reflected off the wavelets and a breeze began to rise. Musashi had fought the greatest fight of his life, one that is still discussed with great animation nearly 400 years later. Musashi's approach to the fight with Kojiro seems to have involved a two-tiered strategy. The first tier involved psychology, the same weapon he had used against the Kenpo brothers. By making the opponent wait, he disturbed his equilibrium. Anger and consternation thwarted the necessary concentration. Kojiro had had to wait in the bright morning sun, eventually, no doubt, clenching his fists in frustration. By the time Musashi arrived, refreshed and fully focused, his opponent was completely distracted by his hurt pride and impatience. The second tier was Musashi's knowledge that Kojiro had a preference for long swords and would likely rely on the advantage of that length. It was a long sword that he had used to defeat Toda Seijan's brother Jibuzamon and every opponent since. Musashi therefore fashioned his oar into a wooden sword just a bit longer than Kojiro's weapon, to take that advantage from Kojiro and make it his own. According to the Kokura Hibun, Ganryu said, "I would like to settle the match with real swords." Musashi replied, "You handle a naked blade and show me every mystery it has. I will raise my wooden sword and manifest its secrets." Thus the promise was made as hard as lacquer. Musashi's secret may have been as little as 1 inch. At any rate, many years later, in the Wind chapter of the Book of Five Rings, he would warn his students against depending on the length of a weapon. There are other styles that prefer a long sword. From the standpoint of my own martial art, this can be seen as a weak style. The reason is this: not knowing how to defeat others in any situation, they put virtue in the length of their sword and think they can win by the distance from their opponent. Those who prefer long swords will have their explanation, but it is only their own individual quibbling. It is unreasonable when seen from the true way in this world. But Kojiro was just as famous for his lethal Tsubamegaishi, swallow return, style. Seijan himself seems to have initiated this style, but it was Kojiro who developed it further, or at least made it famous. The technique itself is not well understood today, but it seems to have been based on an instantaneous return of the blade after the first strike, and it was probably modeled after or compared to the swallow showing its white underside when suddenly reversing its course in mid-flight. The Ganryu Hidenjo describes it this way. The sword is held straight ahead, as though to strike the opponent on the forehead. Advancing straight ahead, you keep your eye on the tip of your opponent's nose. Then, striking all the way to the ground, you immediately bend down to a crouch, bring your sword up over your shoulder, and thereby defeat your opponent. In other words, the first strike is a feint, and it is the return strike that is the actual attack. Essentially, this is a kaeshiwaza, or returning technique. Kojiro, nevertheless, did not use his famous technique against Musashi, unless the final strike at Musashi's thigh might be considered the return. Instead, he went straight for his opponent in a Jodan position, his long sword held high over his head. What happened? Was Kojiro too rattled to use the technique that had always brought him success? Was there a fear factor? Certainly he, too, was aware that Musashi had single-handedly dismantled the Yoshioka, but that was a decade earlier. Did he simply not have time for a return blow when Musashi's wooden sword cracked down on his skull? We will never know. But the old swordsman's saying, "To catch a tiger, you must enter the tiger's den," may apply here. In this one strike, Musashi must have been within an inch of Kojiro's very real and very sharp blade as it made its downward swing. His timing and sense of distance had to be perfect. As it was, his hakimeki was neatly severed by Kojiro's sword, and it was the knot of that towel that received the tip of the blade of the drying pole. To say that Musashi had perfectly calculated the strikes of the two swords misses the point, however, for what brought him the victory was nothing so cerebral. Musashi himself addressed the matter in the Emptiness chapter of the Book of Five Rings, noting that all techniques and actions of either mind or body must have their foundations in Zen Buddhist emptiness. The heart of emptiness is in the absence of anything with form and the inability to have knowledge thereof. This I see as emptiness. Emptiness, of course, is nothingness. Knowing the existent, you know the non-existent. This, exactly, is emptiness. The reader senses that in the absence of Musashi's intuition and discipline, language itself fails here. Thus we go back to Mukai Island, Mukaijima, now called Ganryu Island, Ganryujima, Jima means island, time, and again, looking for the key to the most famous one-on-one fight in Japanese history. Until we are able to enter Musashi's spirit that day, however, we will be left with only the sand and the sound of waves on this little island. It is interesting to note that Musashi was asked years later why he did not deliver a totem, or coup de grace, to Kojiro. His response was that such an action was for true enemies, and there had been no enmity between himself and his opponent. Their match was one of a comparison of techniques. There are two meanings to the word totem that might apply to this case. The first and more common meaning is a simple stab to the throat that quickly and reliably ends a fallen man's life, but this would make little sense in the context of this match. Kojiro had died immediately from the combination of Musashi's two blows. The more esoteric meaning, however, is to finish off the opponent in a manner that prevents his angry spirit from returning to take revenge. In this case, the totem would have been delivered by stabbing him just below the left nipple and twisting the blade from edge up to edge downward as it was withdrawn. 18 Musashi's response indicated that he understood the question in terms of this second meaning, and that there was no need for such a totem. Kojiro himself had been eager for the match and, while his spirit might lament the result, it would honor Musashi for his victory. But if Kojiro's spirit honored Musashi, there were those still living who did not. The surviving Yoshioka had slandered him, some declaring that Musashi had actually been beaten by Seijuro and then run away from a fight with Denshikiro. Others circulated a story that the fight with Seijuro had been a draw, or that both had cut each other's hakimeki but that the blood simply did not show on Musashi's persimmon-colored hakimeki and did on Seijuro's white one. How they accounted for the complete disappearance of the Yoshioka brothers and their school from the swordsmanship scene is unknown. In the case of the fight at Ganryu Island, there were partisans in favor of Kojiro, or disciples of his, who claimed that Kojiro had only been knocked temporarily unconscious by Musashi's blow, and that Musashi's disciples, who had hidden themselves on the island, had rushed forward and finished Kojiro off when he started to regain consciousness. How Musashi's disciples might have managed to get onto the tiny island, evade detection by the Hosokawa verifying officials, and escape is not explained. Some people may have stopped and listened to these stories 19, but Musashi was not one of them. After returning directly to Shimonoseki, he wrote a letter to Najayaka Sato Okanaga, thanking him for his graciousness and help, then left again for ports unknown. Chapter 2. The Way of the Sword and the Way of the Brush, Osaka Castle to Kokura. The Fire of Battle. The fight with Sasaki Kojiro on Ganryu Island was a watershed for Musashi. Until then, he had focused his attention on matches of one swordsman against another, and had come to a preliminary understanding of his art. With his defeat of the demon of the western provinces, he must have felt an intense confidence in his own innate abilities and in his readiness to turn to deeper and broader ground. In the opening chapter of the Book of Five Rings, after noting his 60 matches between the ages of 13 and 28 or 29, he writes, "When I had passed the age of 30 and thought back over my life, I understood that I had not been a victor because of extraordinary skill in the martial arts. Perhaps I had some natural talent or had not departed from natural principles. Or again, was it that the martial arts of the other styles were lacking somewhere? After that, determined all the more to reach a clearer understanding of the deep principles, I practiced day and night. Hereafter there would be far fewer personal matches, and much more of the deeper discipline that would refine his art and clarify it to the point of articulation." Musashi's interests in the area of the martial arts were also expanding, and he began to look beyond one-on-one bouts to conflicts of a larger scale. Although his tracks are by no means clear at this point, it would seem that he now made his way slowly up the Sanyo area, along the inland sea, perhaps stopping off at Akashi and Himeji to visit the fiefs of the Ogasawara and the Honda clans on the way. Musashi was now famous, and any number of people, private sword practitioners and provincial lords alike, wanted to meet him and ask for instruction. His fame also gave him entry to observe other arts that he had found interesting, such as India ink painting, sculpture, and even formal gardening, and he may have met the famous artist Kaiho Yasho at about this time. At any rate, he slowly traveled on to Kyoto and eventually to Osaka, where the preparations for a large-scale battle were being made. There is little reason to assume that Musashi arrived at this location strictly by chance. Although the Tokugawa forces had won a decisive victory at Sekigahara, the Toyotomi family had remained wealthy, was firmly settled in Osaka Castle, and was not without allies. Slowly, however, the family's allies began to die off. Of the powerful men who had intervened between the two clans, Asano Nagamasa died in 1610, followed by Kato Kiyomasa in 1611, and Maeda Toshinaga in 1614. Other former supporters, like the Yukata, had been dispossessed and banished. These men and their armies were replaced, however, by thousands of the Ronin who owed their masterless status to the destruction of their masters' clans by the Tokugawa regime. By the late fall and early winter of 1614, there were over 90,000 warriors inside Osaka Castle who felt nothing but rancor for Tokugawa Ieyasu and his son Hitada. The Tokugawa knew that they would have to act soon to eradicate their only rivals to complete hegemony. Strengthened by the troops of their feudatories and now considerably outnumbering the forces inside Osaka Castle, the Tokugawa attacked the fortification in mid-December, only to be repulsed and eventually stalemated. The fighting back and forth would last 2 months, but at last a truce was called, and the so-called winter campaign ended on January 21, 1615. The Tokugawa then immediately set about filling in the castle's moats and destroying the outer ramparts, so that by mid-February the castle walls were directly exposed to attack. With this advantage established, however, they withdrew. Despite the weakened state of the castle, Ronin continued to pour in from the provinces and, by the spring of 1615, they numbered over 100,000. This was, in a sense, a great boon to Ieyasu and his successors, as it gathered the most virulent of their opponents in one concentrated location that, regardless of its being a castle of great size, was also exposed on all sides. That so many men were willing to make a stand inside the castle speaks eloquently both about how they viewed the Tokugawa and about the selfless principles of the samurai code, now well known as Bushido. By May of that year, the Tokugawa arrived with nearly twice as many men as were holed up within the garrison. The fighting was bloody, intense, and protracted, but by early June it was clear that the forces in the castle could no longer hold out. Hideyori, commander of the castle and heir to the Toyotomi, committed suicide when it was understood that his life would not be spared. His mother, Yodojimi, was dispatched by a loyal samurai to spare her any further humiliation at the hands of the enemy. In this way, Hideyoshi's only son, his favorite concubine, and all the hopes he had entertained in his rise to power vanished together under the early summer sun, and the blood of the clan washed away in the monsoon rains. The summer campaign was over and the Toyotomi, as realistic rivals, were gone forever. Musashi actively participated in these events, possibly in the position of a unit commander, and surely wearing armor and wielding his weapons. Years later, Musashi wrote Hosokawa Tadatoshi. "Since I was young, I have gone out on the battlefield 6 times. On 4 of these occasions, there was no one on the field before me. This fact is widely known, and there is also proof. I have set my mind on the makeup of arms and how they are appropriately used on the battlefield since my youth. One of these 6 battles was clearly the campaign at Osaka. In the Nightingale, we find this. There was proof of his military abilities at the Osaka campaign in 1614. He was 31 years old. The castle fell the following year. The proof, unfortunately, has not been handed down, but the Musashi Kenseki Kensho Ehon notes, Musashi participated in both the winter and summer campaigns at Osaka. Though he despised the Tokugawa side no little bit, we know none of the details. Although he despised the Tokugawa no little bit, it is likely that Musashi fought on the side of those investing the castle. 1 At the age of 31, he was still a Ronin, an independent without sworn allegiance to anyone. His former commanding clan, the yukata, was gone, its great commander, Yukata Hide, now a priest on a lonely island off the Izu Peninsula, and the remnant of the Shinman clan, led by the old lord, Shinman Iga no Kami, now served in Kyushu under the powerful Kuroda, also originally from Banshu and allies of the Tokugawa. While there is no proof, it is most likely that Musashi borrowed the battlefield from the Ogasawara clan and fought alongside its troops. His actions in combat must have impressed the clan heir, Ogasawara Tadazane, for 2 years later, when the latter was moved from his fief in Shinano Matsumoto to Akashi, the man he put in charge of designing the town around his new castle overhanging the coastline according to the records of the Ogasawara clan was Miyamoto Musashi. 2 During the summer campaign at Osaka, Tadazane, his father, Hidemasa, and his eldest brother, Tadanaka, had left together for the action at Tennoji and opened a fierce attack on the forces of Mori Katsunaga of the Toyotomi side. His father and brother were both killed in action, and Tadazane was badly wounded. It seems unlikely that a man who had suffered losses this great would hire one of the enemy for such important work. Arts of peace, arts of war. Tadazane had recognized a variety of Musashi's talents. Not only was Musashi an extraordinarily talented swordsman and strategist, but his years as a wandering Shugeyosha had given him the opportunity to visit a number of the castle towns now growing under the Tokugawa regime. In addition, his astute powers of observation provided him with a deep understanding of how a town might best be organized for both everyday functioning and for defense in an emergency. It would not be laid out in a simple grid as had the capital, Heian-kyo, in the late 8th century. That city, now Kyoto, had been fashioned on a Chinese model, and its designers had not been overly concerned with attack from the outside. The castle towns, on the other hand, and especially the samurai sections within them, were designed with narrow winding streets that the inhabitants would know well enough to maneuver through, but which any invading troops would find hopelessly confusing. In this light, it is not difficult to imagine Musashi in the middle of the bloody action of the winter and summer campaigns, observing a scene that was much larger than any question of simply his own survival. Much later, in the Book of Five Rings, he would discuss the difference between broad observation and just seeing. It is interesting to note also that Musashi did not just work on the design of the castle town during his stay in Akashi, but also had a hand in designing the temple gardens at Enkakuin and Honshoji. Garden design is generally associated with Zen monks like Muzo Kokushi and Koburai Enshu, but for Musashi to have been similarly engaged in this art is not as strange as it may first seem. The first garden designer in Japan's recorded history was a Korean immigrant, Michiko no Takumai, a man with such mottled pigmentation that some people thought him a leper, or at the least, an unlucky figure. When it was suggested that he be taken to an uninhabited island and left to himself, Takumai responded that if people were offended by spotted skin, they should not raise horses and cattle with white spots. He also noted that he possessed a talent for depicting mountains and hills in landscapes, and that this talent would be a blessing to his adopted country. Those in charge decided to put Takumai to work, and not long thereafter he created a Chinese-style garden for Empress Suko, R 593-628. The Empress must have enjoyed the artistic reshaping of nature, for it was her relative, Ono no Imoko, who went to China with Japan's first delegation there and brought back the art of flower arrangement, an art that had developed from floral displays on Buddhist altars. From these modest beginnings, the art of garden design flourished among the Japanese aristocracy, so much so that, by the 11th century, books were being written on the subject. All who could afford it had gardens with lakes, tiny mountains, and even waterfalls installed within the precincts of their mansions. These were gardens intended primarily for pleasure, viewing the seasonal change of foliage, watching the various birds attracted to the grounds, and even boating on the small lakes while accompanied by musicians. As time went on, however, garden design came under the heavy influence of Buddhist and Taoist nature scrolls, and the garden itself became an object of contemplation. Natural phenomena were beginning to be seen as replete with deeper meanings of the universe. Garden design now tended to concern itself with displaying the essence of nature, rather than nature in its fullest array. By Musashi's time, the aristocracy had been experiencing a long decline, and gardens had tended, both because of the increasing population in limited urban space and the aristocracy's impoverishment, to become smaller and more appropriate to temples and relatively more modest residences. Thus, the best gardens were located at Buddhist temples and the homes of the daimyo. By this time, garden design had shifted almost completely into the hands of the Zen Buddhist priests, and, in some cases, their workers, with the result that the purpose of the garden, broadly speaking, was as a catalyst to meditation and contemplation. Gardens had become strictly understatements and suggestions of the larger natural world. Emphasis was often placed on space, or emptiness, rather than on a multitude of foliage. The Buddhist concept of mujo, or transience, was suggested by the artistically arranged elements of the garden, manifesting the world in its state of eternal change. The garden designer, then, had to be a man who both understood the Buddhist concepts involved and was well acquainted with the intricacies of nature. He must know what plants flourished where, how they would grow in sun or shade, and how they would react to the presence of water, whether flowing or still. What was more, he needed to be an artist who could distill the elements of nature to their most essential and abstract. Thus, Musashi applied his hand with great interest in this work. 3 He was artistic by nature and had an intimate knowledge of the mountains and rivers, crags and springs, flowers and animals. His extended travel and keen sense of observation provided him with a familiarity with nature that very few people would ever gain. For as much as the Japanese love nature, most have been happy to observe it at a distance, or from within the confines of their residences or urban areas. Some of the most moving nature poems in traditional Japanese literature, for example, have been inspired not by the natural world itself but by depictions of nature on scrolls and screens. Musashi, however, was in the tradition of the great Japanese traveler artists Saigyo, Inku, Basho, and Hiroshige, among others, and his artistic inspirations came from the heart of nature itself. As for his education on the restrictions of garden design, he would have had no trouble visiting the great gardens already established in Kyoto and elsewhere. As Musashi contemplated the small areas set aside for his garden projects in Akashi and later Himeji, he would have had no trouble reflecting on his memories of nature free from human restraints and then paring those memories down to their most abstract and aesthetic fundamentals. But there is something more here. At the end of the first chapter of the Book of Five Rings, Musashi encourages his students to meditate on certain rules for putting his martial art into practice. 2 of these 9 rules would seem to have little to do with the study of swordsmanship. Touch upon all of the arts. Develop a discerning eye in all matters. Musashi's writing, however, is famous for its spareness and directness of expression. He was very careful about each sentence he wrote, and included nothing that we might currently consider filler. When we consider his life, we see that he wrote nothing that had not been an integral part of his own experience. Musashi constantly emphasized that the student must develop himself in the way. The sword was his main vehicle, but he did not study it to the exclusion of all the other arts, or even all matters. Each art was a discipline for Musashi, and each art informed the other. Another perspective of this same principle is a Zen Buddhist phrase with which Musashi would have been familiar: toss this away, and everything will be as it is, Hashin Shizen. The this of this phrase is one's prejudice or preference for a single practice or article of that practice, or really anything at all. Everything will be as it is refers to the vision of the interior eye that grasps the essence of things. Musashi had that interior eye, and so it is not surprising that the man who survived over 60 individual matches and the winter and summer campaigns at Osaka would be equally at home supervising the placement of rocks, sand, and plants in Akashi. Musashi's work for the Ogasawara in the fields of defense planning and gardening did not go unnoticed, and, some years later, he would be employed by the Honda clan, who were related to the Ogasawara by marriage, in nearby Himeji. Once again he worked on the delineation of the castle town and designed the gardens of some of its temples, while continually developing his own sword style. Musashi was respected and much sought after by both the Ogasawara and the Honda, and it seems that he spent at least some of the years of his mid and late 30s living alternately in the two new castle towns of Akashi and Himeji. One imagines that his fame and prestige must have been considerable, and that he was able to preserve the freedom he so loved by managing to maintain the status of guest rather than of samurai, for both Akashi and Himeji had been the locations of castle towns for centuries. Akashi had been occupied by the Takayama, Hakisuka, Bessho, and Kuroda before the castle was rebuilt by the Ogasawara around 1617. Located near the northeastern end of the inland sea, with a mild and even relatively sunny climate, it is still famous today for the sea bream caught in the Akashi Straits between the main Japanese island of Honshu and the small island of Awaji just to the north. This location also gave Akashi a strategic importance as a port near the entrance to both Kobe and Osaka. Musashi's distant relatives, the Akamatsu, had built a castle in Himeji as far back as 1350, but the site had been controlled by a number of clans by the time Toyotomi Hideyoshi took control of the town and rebuilt the castle in 1577. Known today as the Hakurojo, or White Heron Castle, it is considered the most beautiful and graceful castle in Japan. After the Battle of Sekigahara, Ieyasu gave control of the castle to Ikeda Terumasa, who changed its name from Himeyama to Himeji. The Honda clan was established at this site in 1617, and it was from this time that Musashi began his work there. During this period, as Musashi found himself with more and more students, he continued to develop his own sword style to include concepts that could be taught, rather than simply intuited by himself. As early as 1604, when he was in Edo, Tokyo, he had written a short book entitled The Mirror of the Way of War, which was an outline of the Inmi-Ryu, or perfect enlightenment style, that he was creating. The first edition of this book contained only 18 articles, but it was later expanded to 35 and bore a strong resemblance to his later works, the 35 Articles of the Martial Arts and the Book of Five Rings. It emphasized, in particular, taking the initiative, and it was probably a prototype for the latter two works. The Inmi-Ryu was clearly a precursor to Musashi's two-sword style, but other than that, little is understood of it. The word Inmi, in addition to its meaning of perfect enlightenment, has connections to a phrase for two kinds of Buddhist wisdom, Daiinkyukai and Myakunsatsukai, which translate respectively as great perfect mirror wisdom and wonderful observation wisdom. Interestingly, it is also a pillow word, or well-known literary referent, for Akashi in classical poetry, a subject with which Musashi was beginning to be familiar. One man who became acquainted with the Inmi-Ryu at close range was a certain Miyake Gunbei. His story is related in great detail in the Miyamoto Musashi Monogatari Ninpyo, published in 1910. The year was 1621, and Musashi was 38 years old. In the town of Himeji there was a man famous for his Togen Ryu by the name of Miyake Gunbei. He was a very large man, was very good at the takedown techniques of the Iraki Ryu, and had had many experiences in real battle. Gunbei had nothing but contempt for Musashi and laughed at him scornfully. One day, he finally petitioned for a match with Musashi and went to the latter's residence accompanied by 3 of his companions. They were led together into a 14-mat room. Suddenly Musashi appeared from the narrow corridor that passed by the kitchen. He was casually carrying 2 wooden swords, one long, one short. Without changing his manner or position, he said, "Now," upon which Gunbei and the others were thrown into confusion. Musashi added, "Taking on the 4 of you together would be all right, too." Chastened, Gunbei stepped forward indignantly. The 2 faced off at a distance of about 7 feet. Finally, Musashi slowly backed up to the corner at the doorway. Gunbei also gradually backed up and took a stance at the sliding paper door to the veranda. Suddenly, Musashi combined his swords into an inkyaku, circle, or gosho, steeple shape, and advanced toward Gunbei. Gunbei raised his sword over his head in the Joden position, advanced, and struck straight downward. Musashi separated his two swords and evaded Gunbei's blow. Combining his swords again and restraining Gunbei's attack, Musashi took a step backward. Gunbei swung his sword free from this restraint, and with a sort of leap, struck again. Musashi repeated his own maneuver, once again restraining Gunbei's sword and backing away. This action was repeated a number of times until Musashi had his back to the wall and appeared to be stuck. This time Gunbei pointed his sword directly at Musashi in the Chuden position and, sure of his victory, stabbed forward with both hands on the hilt. Musashi yelled, "Watch yourself," parried Gunbei with the short tachi he held in his left hand, and stabbed the man's cheek with the tachi he held in his right hand. Gunbei fell on the spot and his shocked companions ran up to him. Musashi calmly brought in some medicine and a strip of cotton cloth, and applied them to Gunbei's wound. Later, Gunbei bowed to Musashi as a teacher, and held him in deep respect. This Gunbei V was a retainer to Honda Tadamasa, the daimyo of Himeji Castle, and was the premier swordsman of the fief. He related later in life that he had known only two frightening moments in his entire career. One was at the summer campaign at Osaka Castle when the opposing armies were at the point of contact, and the other was when he first encountered Musashi that instant when the swordsman appeared with his two lowered swords. Gunbei had a number of things to be thankful for in this bout. The first was that it had not taken place 10 years earlier, when Musashi was still deciding his matches with extreme prejudice. The experience with Sasaki Kojiro affected Musashi deeply and, after 1612, his individual bouts would never again end in death or the terrible wounds that disabled Yoshioka Seijuro for life. No doubt his growing acquaintance with Buddhism and the arts of tea, poetry, and India ink painting was having an effect. The second was the fact that Gunbei himself was a retainer to the Honda clan, with whom Musashi was on excellent terms. Certainly he would not have seriously injured a retainer to that clan, regardless of the man's arrogance and bad manners. And third, one might say that Gunbei had been fortunate enough to have really seen a comparison of technique in this bout, as Musashi led, or actually, drew him around the room, demonstrating his style. It was only Gunbei's impetuousness that led him into the tip of the better man's sword, and had Gunbei not brought along his friends, in front of whom he could not back down, he might have gotten away with only a bruised ego. As it turned out, Musashi was even kind enough to tend to Gunbei's wound, an act of sympathy and concern. Musashi was now walking steadily on the path that had been prescribed for the true warrior since Heian times in Japan, and in China even back to the time of Confucius. This was the path that included both the arts of war and the arts of peace, Bunbyu no Michi, and he would become perhaps more accomplished in this ideal than any other warrior in Japan's history. The Kyoto Renaissance. In the opening pages of the Book of Five Rings, Musashi states that I have never had a teacher while studying the ways of the various arts and accomplishments, or in anything at all. This is remarkable coming from a man who was not only one of the most singular swordsmen of his time, but also an extraordinarily skilled painter, sculptor, and metallurgist. As we have seen, he was also well acquainted with poetry, especially the classical style of the Heian period, 794 to 1185, and the way of tea, and he was adept at the recitation of no drama, garden design, and perhaps even carpentry. If he had had no teachers and lived his life in the solitary way that is so often depicted, how could he have become accomplished in so many of the arts? It is important to note that Musashi, while eccentric and uncompromising in many ways, was certainly not the near sociopath that his detractors have made him out to be. He was, after all, on good terms with Ogasawara Tadazane and both Honda Tadamasa and Tadatoki, and one of his still extant letters indicates that he was friendly with one or two other daimyo as well. Such men were at the very top of the hierarchy in a very stratified world. Musashi, however, was an intellectually and artistically curious man of astonishing talents, and he lived at a time when communication among the various levels of society had been opened dramatically. Generals, wealthy merchants, and talented artisans might now sit together and mingle during the tea ceremony in a way that earlier would have been almost impossible. Artistic individuals like Musashi had many opportunities for contact with each other and with those who appreciated their talents. Art transcended social class in Japan of the 17th century as perhaps in no other time in history, and in the capital of Kyoto, an easy 2 or 3 days walk from Himeji and Akashi, this tendency was concentrated like no other place in the world. Musashi was active during a time aptly called the Kyoto Renaissance, a period of about a century, from 1550 to 1650. After suffering a devastating century and a half of civil wars during which countless art treasures were destroyed, ancient temples and buildings burned, and libraries lost forever, Japan was brought back to unification and eventual peace following the decisive battles at Sekigahara and Osaka. After so many years of social upheaval, this peace brought a surge in economic prosperity and a flourishing of the arts in almost every arena. Castle architecture blossomed, there was a renewed interest in classical poetry and painting, the art of the tea ceremony reached its height, the world of ceramics spread in new directions, and schools offering training in the martial arts proliferated, with every new disciple striking out on his own and hanging up his own shingle. How the various players of this period influenced Musashi is not documented, but considering his artistic talent and curiosity, his insistence that his students learn all the arts, and the time that he spent in the urban centers of the Kansai area, it is fitting that we look briefly at two men representative of the period with whom he is very likely to have associated. At the aesthetic center of the Kyoto Renaissance was Hanami Koitsu, 1558 to 1637, a man whom tradition, if not recorded evidence, links with Musashi. Koitsu came from a family of sword polishers and appraisers well known in that field since the 14th century and was much in demand for his skills in this work. Moreover, there were few other arts that he did not practice. Granted by the shogun an area of land Takegamine, or Takaramine just outside Kyoto, he established an art colony comprised of 55 friends and relatives that would act as a sort of launching pad for everything from paper making to lacquerware to pottery. Koitsu himself is best known today for his calligraphy and pottery, but his strong ties to the samurai sword and his intense and friendly personality would have made him an engaging companion for Musashi. The swordsman's extraordinary talent, broad interests, and remarkable character, on the other hand, would likely have seemed to the older artist like a fresh breeze on a hot summer day. Koitsu's wide-ranging artistic pursuits were likely an inspiration to Musashi. The refined aesthete's ties to no recitation may have sparked Musashi's later participation in that art, and one of Koitsu's friends, Seikanteu, was head of the Kan school of No. It is not unlikely that Musashi would have made his acquaintance, along with many others in the arts. Among Koitsu's associates were also Tawara Sotetsu, the cloth designer and painter, Furuta Oribe, the warrior and tea master, Rakudan Yu, the potter to the tea masters, and Hayashi Raisin, the Confucian scholar. Musashi could not have helped being influenced, even if only peripherally, by this society of talented men, and Koitsu's reputed strong character and intense dislike of greed would have fit well with the same tendencies in the swordsman's own personality. Musashi insisted that through an intense study and practice of the way of the martial arts, the ways of all other arts would be understood. It is possible that these thoughts began to form in his mind as he talked to the old sword polisher turned aesthete at the Takegamine artists' colony at the edge of Kyoto, and that he found a certain confirmation of them as he sat down at a potter's wheel or took up a metallurgist's hammer himself. Visits to Takegamine would have given Musashi the physical material to work his own budding ideas into the reality of art. In this way, the shadow of Hanami Koitsu seems to pass over the pages of the Book of Five Rings, in subtle but convincing hues. Taekwan Soho, 1573 to 1645, also traditionally linked with Musashi, was a Zen Buddhist priest of the Rinzai sect and another influential figure in the Kyoto Renaissance. Like Koitsu, Taekwan was a polymath who excelled in calligraphy, painting, poetry, gardening, and the tea ceremony. He must have also enjoyed being in the kitchen, for it is said that he invented the pickle that is a constant in the Japanese diet and to this day retains his name. Taquan was a prodigious writer whose collected works fill 6 volumes. He was an advisor to the emperor and shogun alike, and became abbot of the Daidakyuji, a major Zen temple in Kyoto, at the unlikely age of just 35. Musashi would have appreciated the man's personality. Unlike a number of other Buddhist prelates who would, from time to time, feel a necessity to toady to the shogunate, Taquan stood his idealistic ground and got in trouble for it. In one such incident, the Purple Robe affair of 1628-6, he was punished and eventually sent to exile in the northern part of Japan. He was not pardoned until 1632. He had enough of the bad boy in him to have appealed to the former Gaki Daisho of Hirafuku and Miyamoto. The tradition that names Taquan a mentor to Musashi is brought into focus in Taquan's essay, The Mysterious Record of Immovable Wisdom 7. This essay is written not to Musashi but to Yajiomune Nori, the head of the Edo branch of the Shinkage-ryu of swordsmanship. It deals in part with the relationship of mind, body, and technique, a subject also covered extensively in the Book of 5 Rings. In the essay, Taquan writes, "When you first notice the sword that is moving to strike you, if you think of meeting that sword just as it is, your mind will stop at the sword in just that position, your own movements will be undone, and you will be cut down by your opponent." What is called Fudomyo 8 is said to be one's unmoving mind and an unvacillating body. Unvacillating means not being detained by anything. Glancing at something and not stopping the mind is called immovable. This is because when the mind stops at something, as the breast is filled with various judgments, there are various movements within it. When its movements cease, the stopping mind moves, but does not move at all. If 10 men, each with a sword, come at you with sword slashing, if you parry each sword without stopping the mind at each action, and go from one to the next, you will not be lacking in a proper action for every one of the 10. The action of spark and stone underscores the point that the mind should not be detained by things. It says that even with speed it is essential that the mind does not stop. When the mind stops, it will be grasped by the opponent. On the other hand, if the mind contemplates being fast and goes into quick action, it will be captured by its own contemplation. Putting the mind in one place is called falling into one-sidedness. One-sidedness is said to be bias in one place. Correctness is in moving about anywhere. The correct mind shows itself by extending the mind throughout the body. It is not biased in any one place. The effort not to stop the mind in just one place, this is discipline. Not stopping the mind is object and essence. Put nowhere, it will be everywhere. Even in moving the mind outside the body, if it is sent in one direction, it will be lacking in 9 others. If the mind is not restricted to just one direction, it will be in all 10. Not surprisingly, the relationship of mind, body, and technique is one of the main, mostly implicit themes running throughout the Book of 5 Rings, and it is important to note that Taquan wrote these words during his exile at Kaminoyama in Dewa, sometime between 1629 and 1632. It was in 1631 that Musashi was also in Dewa, probably visiting Taquan and discussing exactly these matters, as well as giving a demonstration of his style to the daimyo Matsudera Dewa no Kami Inaka. Thus, Musashi was likely every bit as influential on Taquan's writings on the sword as Taquan was on Musashi's writing on emptiness in the final chapter of the Book of 5 Rings. One can easily imagine Musashi and Taquan talking quietly together, each gaining from the other's experiences. Nor would they have limited themselves to discussions over tea. Both men believed absolutely in the value of actual experience, and the subject matter would inevitably have led them from the sitting mat to the dojo. Born into a samurai family, Taquan must have held his wooden sword with relish. Later, he would pick up the brush and write one of the most important works on Zen and the sword in Japanese literature. While the passage quoted above from this essay in no way exhausts the subject of the relationship between the sword and Zen Buddhism, it certainly expresses the core of the subject, and it affected Yajiomune Nori so deeply that he paraphrased the work more than once in his own book, The Life-Giving Sword, Hiho Kidensho, literally, the book of clan traditions on the martial arts. Later, we will take a closer look at the circle of influence that connected these three men. In the end, Taekwon may have had yet another effect on Musashi's life. As early as 1603, the year before Musashi defeated the Yoshioka clan, Taekwon became good friends with Hosokawa Yosai, the general, diplomat, and man of great taste, whose approach to scholastics was strikingly similar to Musashi's approach to the arts in its eclecticism. The friendly relationship between the priest and the Hosokawa clan would span 3 generations of that warrior family, and Musashi's name no doubt came into their conversations and letters a number of times before Musashi himself went to live with the clan in his final years. Musashi's association with the artists and Buddhist priests of the Kyoto Renaissance cannot be accurately documented, but neither can it be dismissed. It is clear in terms of his own development from his rural birth to his rise to the status of both undefeated swordsman and multi-talented artist he would have had, if not teachers, then companions and associates on the way. Kyoto is and always has been a closely interconnected society, with strong ties among people of high aesthetic abilities and tastes. Nor was this social network limited to Kyoto. Even in his wanderings around the country, from northern Kyushu to Edo, Musashi may very well have encountered eccentric Zen artists. His contemporary, the eccentric Zen painter Fugai, comes to mind, just as he encountered the 60-odd martial artists he would fight and defeat. Family name. By 1619, Musashi began to have concerns directly connected with neither swordsmanship nor art. He had early on understood that having a family would be an impediment to his progress in swordsmanship and, in fact, to all other ways. Having chosen the life of a perpetual Shugyosha naturally precluded a long-term relationship with any woman, and having children was out of the question. Although Musashi was not an only son, he no doubt felt a certain duty to carry on the family line, for the importance of continuing the family name is paramount in Japan. It is, for example, not uncommon for a family without sons to adopt the husband of the eldest daughter, thus ensuring continuity of lineage and the family name for at least another generation. The bridegroom, of course, would have to be the second or third son of his own family in order not to jeopardize his own family tree. By the time Musashi was 36, he too felt that he could no longer avoid this responsibility. Thus, at some point in time during this year, as he was riding a horse in the area of Amagazaki in Banshu, he encountered a young horseback driver by the name of Mikuna Shuk, who seemed to have ability far beyond his present station in life. Intuiting that the boy might present both a solution to his own succession problems and an opportunity to mentor a first-rate warrior, Musashi asked Mikuna Shuk if he would like to be educated as an apprentice under the swordsman's own tutorship. The youth cheerfully responded that he would be happy to do so if it weren't for the fact that he had 2 elderly parents to support. These were his circumstances, however, and he could by no means abandon his father and mother. With this response, Musashi was even more impressed with Mikuna Shuk's qualities, and interrupted the progress of his journey to visit the home of the boy's parents. After some discussion and reassurances, he provided the old couple with enough money to take care of themselves, and departed with a new apprentice and heir. Musashi's intuition had not been off the mark. Although less outgoing and aggressive than Musashi, Mikuna Shuk studied and practiced hard, becoming an excellent scholar and swordsman. He later became a page to Musashi's acquaintance, Honda Tadatoki, who relied on the youth for his many different qualities. Tadatoki had since become the second husband of Sanhame, the daughter of the Tokugawa shogun Hitada, and his stipend had been increased substantially. Among the responsibilities Mikuna Shuk held to this wealthy lord was that of sword instructor. 9 This job had formerly been Musashi's, but he had passed the position on to his adopted son. Tragically for both Mikuna Shuk and Musashi, the young man's career was cut short by the unexpected death of Tadatoki at the age of 31 on May 7, 1626. Mikuna Shuk was in Edo when Tadatoki passed away in Himeji and, upon hearing the news, quickly started his return to his lord's domain. Musashi, who was residing in Osaka at the time, somehow felt that Mikonosuke was coming to bid him a final farewell. To those around him he stated that if his son should come to visit him, he would be provided with a grand meal as a memento of this life. It happened exactly as Musashi had intuited. Mikonosuke stopped in Osaka, and the two of them exchanged farewell cups of sake without mentioning the event that would inevitably soon occur. The young man then left for Himeji, and committed junshi, or ritual suicide in sympathy for one's lord, on the following day. He was 23 years old. Miyamoto Mikonosuke was known to be handsome, bright, and sensitive to the world of literature. He left the following death poem. Beckoned by the storm. On the peak of Mount Tatsuda, the red leaves in the valley, too, are falling. 2 years before Mikonosuke's death, Musashi adopted another young boy, Iori, whom he met while passing through an isolated plain called Shihojigawara in far-off Dewa. Musashi first encountered Iori selling mudfish by the side of the road. When the swordsman said that he would like one, the boy replied, "Take the whole bunch," shoved the bucket of fish into Musashi's hands and left without looking back. 10 On the evening of the following day, Musashi lost his way on the plain, and stopped to ask for lodging at a small hut not far from the path. The same boy, Iori, appeared and reluctantly gave him permission to stay. That night, as Musashi was lying sleeplessly awake, he heard the sound of a sword being sharpened in the next room. Suspicious of the boy who had already acted eccentrically enough, Musashi yawned loudly, as a warning that he was quite awake. At this Iori laughed out loud and accused the traveler of being afraid of a skinny 12-year-old child. In the discussion that followed, Musashi came to understand that the boy's father had just died and, being too small to carry the body up the hill to bury it alongside the man's wife, the creative and dutiful child was preparing to cut the body in half, so that he could transport it to the proper place. This was the second act of filial piety that Musashi had encountered in the youths he would adopt, and it must have impressed him deeply. He and his own father had not gotten along well, and, as we have seen, the young Benosuke had left Munisai's house at an early age. Iori's determination and resourcefulness affected the swordsman so much that, after carrying the body of the old man up the hill in one piece and giving him a proper burial, he asked the young boy if he would like to become an apprentice. Iori mistook Musashi's intentions and declared that he would never take the status of a servant, for it was his dream to become a samurai with a horse and spear. If he could not attain that, he said, he was better off remaining as he was alone but free. Musashi assured him that he would train him to become a great warrior and realize his dream, and so an agreement was reached. Musashi did extremely well by Iori. Only a few years later, when he was offered the position of retainer in Akashi by Ogasawara Tadazane, Musashi felt confident enough to propose that Iori be employed in his stead. Musashi had no desire to become an official himself. To do so he would have to give up his freedom and the relative independence that warriors had enjoyed during the Warring States period, 1333 to 1568. He realized, however, that very few men were cut out to live the life he had outlined for himself. Pouring all of his knowledge and training into Iori, he prepared the boy to be the best man he could for this new age of peace and bureaucratic management. In this way, Miyamoto Iori was taken into service as the daimyo's personal retainer to Ogasawara Tadazane in 1626 in the castle town of Akashi, the same year that Mikonosuke committed ritual suicide in Himeji. Clearly, Musashi had accomplished more in those two cities than just town planning and garden building. His personality, circumspection, and many talents had brought him a tremendous amount of respect in the circles of political power as well. Iori's career was destined to be a long and distinguished one. By 1631 he had risen to the position of chief retainer, although he was still barely 20 years old. Musashi had also taught the boy swordsmanship and courage, and at the Battle of Shimabara in 1637, to which we will return, Iori was given extraordinary praise by Kuroda Takayuki, daimyo of the neighboring Fukuoka fief, for rendering distinguished meritorious deeds. After this battle, his stipend was increased to 4,000 koku, and when the Ogasawara clan was transferred to Kokura in Kyushu, Iora was granted land on Mount Tamuk, on the eastern side of the castle town. It was there that he would erect the Kokura Hibun, the monument engraved with the story of Musashi's life, 8 years after Musashi's death. Miyamoto Iora died on March 8, 1678. The Miyamoto family continued to inherit the occupation of senior retainers, but Iora's bloodline finally ran out in the 6th generation. In the end, the younger brother of the lord of the Nida clan, a branch clan of the Ogasawara, was officially declared the 7th generation, taking over the family status of the house that Musashi had begun to build on the plain of Shihojigawara. A real live human being. In 1628, the same year that Taquan was punished in the Purple Robe affair, Musashi was at Nagaya Castle in the province of Owari at the request of Tokugawa Yoshineo, Ieyasu's 7th son and the daimyo of that fief. Asked to give a demonstration of his sword style, Musashi had a match with a skilled martial artist of what was now called the Owari clan. Musashi used 2 wooden swords and, scissoring the sword of his opponent, kept him from performing any meaningful action at all. Without harming the man, he led him in a circle around the dojo and commented, "This is how a match should be conducted," demonstrating that with his style there was no need for injury. Yoshineo had been looking for something a bit more dramatic from the man who had defeated the demon of the western provinces, however, and showed no further interest in Musashi's style. 11. Just at the point of leaving Nagaya, Musashi saw a single warrior approaching from a distance and remarked to his disciples, "At last I've met a real live human being." As the 2 men came closer, they called out each other's names, even though this was the first time they had ever met. The records then state that the 2 men quickly opened their hearts to each other as though they had been friends for 100 years. The man took Musashi to his mansion, where they traded sake cups, played go, but never once crossed swords in a comparison of technique. Later, Musashi explained the psychology of their meeting. This mutual recognition might be called a subtle mental attitude or a transcendental principle. The fact that we did not cross swords was a mutual acknowledgement in silence of one another's abilities. The man in this short episode was Yagyu Hyagano Suktoshi Yoshi, 1577–1650, head of the Yagyu-ryu in Owari and sword instructor to the above-mentioned Tokugawa Yoshineo. He is the only member of the Yagyu clan actually recorded to have met Musashi. It was his uncle, Munori, who wrote the life-giving sword and who was a friend to the priest Taquan. As the Yagyu family would become the premier clan in the world of swordsmanship during Musashi's time and for a number of generations thereafter, it is important to take at least a brief look at its rise to fame. The Yagyu clan has traced its ancestry back to Sugawara no Michizane, 845–903, the great saint of literature, thus tying it to arts other than the martial. It is not known when the clan actually moved into the village of Yagyu, partially hidden among the low mountains on the borders of Nara and Kyoto prefectures, but, by the 1600s, they seem to have resided there for centuries. The area had traditionally spawned men of great sword abilities, and the Yagyu figured strongly in this tradition. Yagyu Munyoshi Sekishosai, 1529–1606, was considered the finest swordsman in the area around the capital of Kyoto when his friend, the spearman Hozoen Inei, arranged to have him fight in a bout with Kami Izumi Ise no Kami no Butsuna, 1508–77, a man whose stature is now legendary among sword practitioners. The contest, which some consider the inception of the Yagyu Shinkage-ryu, was held at the Hozoen temple and was over in minutes. Paralyzed by Nobutsuna's stare, the famous Sekishosai was unable to even raise his sword. He was 35 years old at the time, Nobutsuna, 55. Both Inei and Sekishosai begged to become Nobutsuna's disciples. Nobutsuna agreed, and then spent the following 2 years at Sekishosai's manor. At the end of that time, in April of 1565, the swordmaster awarded Sekishosai with a certificate noting that he had passed on all the hidden traditions of his style to the younger man. He also passed on his attitude that the study of swordsmanship was not to be used for the purpose of killing people, but rather to invigorate both a man and his opponent. Sekishosai would not forget this, and would later become famous, not only for his extraordinary ability and modesty but also for his philosophy of the death-dealing sword and the life-giving sword. Sekishosai was already a master of the Toda style of swordsmanship and, after Nobutsuna's departure, dedicated the rest of his life to developing an amalgamation of styles, the culmination of which was his famous Mutoryu, or no-sword style. In this style, the practitioner cultivates his intuitive powers and prowess to the point of being able to arrest his opponent's stroke just before its execution. This is done by grasping either the hilt or blade of the opponent's sword in one's own bare hands joined in a prayer-like, fingers extended, not entwined, lock and, needless to say, requires an extraordinary sense of timing. Sekishosai had 11 children, 5 boys and 6 girls. His eldest son, Yoshikatsu, had been devastatingly wounded in battle and was unable to follow his father as successor to his school. That honor would go, in part, to his youngest son, Munori, 1571–1646, a man skilled in swordsmanship and endowed with a superior sense of political tact. In 1594, Tokugawa Ieyasu invited the 66-year-old Sekishosai and his son Munori to Kyoto for an exhibition and was so impressed by the old man's skill that he quickly declared himself a disciple and wrote up a contract pledging his support for the Yagyu clan. Sekishosai, however, declined the offer for himself, wishing to proffer the position of instructor to his young son instead. Ieyasu agreed and, in this one stroke, the Yagyu became a part of the establishment, already setting a precedent for a hereditary position with the Tokugawa. Munori's career is well documented. After his appointment, in addition to instructing 3 generations of Tokugawa shoguns, he also performed meritorious deeds for them in battle, probably involving espionage at Sekigahara, but also actually saving Hitoda's life during the summer campaign at Osaka Castle. His stipend was steadily increased, as was his rank, and he eventually became a respected advisor, along with his old mentor, Takuan, to the 3rd shogun, Iemitsu. But although Munori established the Yagyu lineage at Edo, he was perhaps not his father's true favorite. Sekishosai had devoted himself to the art of the sword and had involved himself with politics only when absolutely necessary for the continuance of the clan. Munori, on the other hand, while showing a strong Zen Buddhist influence on his sword style, became progressively involved with the Tokugawa government, from Hitoda's shogunate through Iemitsu's. No public quarreling was ever recorded, but in his retirement, old Sekishosai may well have wondered where his son was headed with all these dealings outside the family's tradition of swordsmanship. Regardless of the cause, it was Yagyu Hyagano Toshi Yoshi, Yoshikatsu's son, that Sekishosai initiated into the secrets of the Yagyu Shinkajiryu, and it was to this grandson that he gave the manuscript of recorded secrets conferred on him by Nobutsuna. Thus it was Hyagano-suke, not Munori, who became Sekishosai's successor. And, after a brief period of service under Kato Kiyomasa in Kumamoto, it was this same Hyagano-suke who would become the instructor of the Owari branch of the Tokugawa and who eventually would meet Musashi and enjoy an afternoon of sake, go, and conversation with the famous swordsman. It is difficult to imagine the feelings or the conversation that must have passed between these two that afternoon. Hyagano-suke had mastered the Mutoryu and had studied both the Shinjin and Zen sects of Buddhism as roads that might lead to greater concentration in his art. His reputation as a swordsman surpassed that of even his more politically connected and famous uncle in Edo, and his school is considered by many to have been the orthodox Yagyu line. Musashi, meanwhile, had established his reputation as one of the absolutely finest swordsmen in the country and an artist of unique talents. For all the security that Hyagano-suke and others of his clan must have felt at the patronage of the Tokugawa, one wonders if this master of the Owari branch of the Yagyu did not feel a great respect and perhaps a pinch of envy concerning Musashi's independence and freedom. At any rate, these two men, both accomplished in their arts and steeped in years of discipline, must have shared a deep appreciation of the other's experience. No doubt their disciples were anxiously waiting in the wings for the match that would prove one man superior to the other, but they would be disappointed. What the two swordsmen had understood was that each was a master who was truly beyond any dualistic consideration or comparison. There was no need to prove their skill, and so they simply passed the afternoon as they did. Any voyeuristic hopes that their disciples might have had or any that we may have today would go unfulfilled. On to Kokura. Even after Sekigahara and the battles at Osaka Castle, the political map was changing. The Tokugawa were always seeking opportunities to bolster their own position and were constantly making efforts to secure total hegemony. One of those efforts would affect Musashi directly, and took place in Kyushu, not far from the very place where he had made himself so famous years earlier. Kaito Kiyomasa, who was one of the Toyotomi family's greatest allies and well known for his ferocity and courage in battle, had died, perhaps as early as 1611. Now, although Kaito had sided with the Tokugawa at Sekigahara and was given a woman in marriage who had been brought up by Ieyasu, his real feelings and loyalty toward the shogunate were never quite felt to be totally reliable. When he died, possibly by poisoning, his son Tadahiro took charge of their fief at Kumamoto in Kyushu, but with an uneasy status in regard to the Tokugawa. Finally, while traveling from Kumamoto to Edo in 1632, Tadahiro was arrested and accused of conspiring against Tokugawa Iemitsu. In the end, his fief was dismantled and he was sent into exile at Tsuruoka in Dewa, where he would die 21 years later. In 1632, Musashi's old friend, Ogasawara Tadazane, was transferred by the Tokugawa from Akashi to Kokura, the geographically sensitive fief at the straits between the main Japanese island of Honshu and the island of Kyushu, which was the center of foreign trade and the point closest to Korea and the Chinese mainland. This fief was vacated in October by the Hosokawa, who, it will be recalled, had ruled the area during the time of the fight at Ganryu Island. They, in turn, were moved into the larger fief at Kumamoto, to take over what the Kaito had formerly governed. In 1634, Musashi came to visit his adopted son Ioru and his old friend Tadazane, and was received warmly by the new daimyo of Kokura Castle. Predictably, a sword match was arranged with one of Tadazane's own instructors, no doubt to satisfy Tadazane's curiosity about the man's ability. This was Takeda Mataemon, who was 5 years younger than Musashi and a skilled practitioner of the Hozoen style of spear technique. The bout was set up and witnessed personally by Tadazane, but, after 3 rounds, Mataemon suddenly threw down his spear and yelled, "I'm beat." Tadazane was somewhat surprised and quickly reminded Mataemon that no victor had yet been determined. Mataemon replied that a spear, because of its length, should have a 7-fold advantage over a sword, and then continued, "I have the longer weapon, but am still unable to win in 3 rounds. This is the same as losing." Musashi had made no effort to injure the man, but had simply shown him the futility of his attacks. He was 51 years old at this time. Once again Tadazane offered Musashi employment, and once again the latter refused. Instead he accepted guest status at Kokura, with its concomitant freedom of movement. Much has been said about Musashi's independence and, in many cases, these comments have been critical. Some writers ignore his desire for independence, and instead declare that he was too dirty and strange-looking to be hired by anyone. Here are descriptions of Musashi from the Tanji Hokanhiki and the Watanabe Koan Taiwaki, respectively, that added fire to the fuel of this theory. When Musashi was young, he was afflicted with a carbuncle on his head, and for this reason, said it was unsightly to shave his forehead, as was the style at that time. He went his entire life without shaving his forehead and instead went about with a full head of hair. His eyes were a yellowish brown and sometimes shone like amber. According to his disciples, he always cleaned himself with a damp towel and he never once took a bath. Musashi's worst point was that he hated the foot and bathtubs and went his whole life without bathing. When he went outside barefoot and his feet got dirty, he simply wiped them off. For this reason, his clothes were soiled and, in order to mask how soiled they were, he wore clothing that was velvet on both sides. But Musashi's constant association with the Ogasawara, the Honda, and later the Hosokawa daimyo would argue strongly against such stories. Rumors about Musashi were often repeated, embellished, and finally turned into stories bordering on the fantastic, see Appendix 1. It should also be remembered that Japanese culture places an extraordinary emphasis on personal cleanliness and that, with the way rumors are spread, any infraction of the rules would likely be discussed and exaggerated as the stories circulated from village to village. Nevertheless, the most reliable portraits that still exist of Musashi show him well dressed in normal garb. His storied aversion to bathtubs may have been a result of his early days as a Shuggyosha wishing to avoid sudden attacks, but it is doubtful that even Tadazane would have deigned to come close to him had he not been clean and presentable. A number of events occurred during Musashi's stay with the Ogasawara in Kokura that give an indication of his character. One is the time that a cook who thought Musashi arrogant decided to defeat the swordsman by lying in wait for him and taking him by surprise. As it happened, the man did hide and wait for Musashi, but just as he saw his chance and made his attack, Musashi dodged the blow and struck the cook's arm with the back of his sword. The man never picked up a cleaver again, but escaped with his life and likely counted himself as lucky. Musashi had defended himself but had not dealt the cook as heavy a punishment for his presumptuousness as other swordsmen might have. In another case there was a martial artist residing in Kokura by the name of Aoki Kawaimon. This man was widely known to be very capable with the sword. When insulted by someone and moved to contest the provocation with a match, however, he would produce a gaudy red-lacquered wooden sword from a cloth bag as the weapon of his choice. Musashi felt that this sort of display was both pretentious and vulgar, and when he met the man, he told him in no uncertain terms that he was foolish, adding that using such a sword in a real match was unthinkable. As he could see Kawaimon's anger rising, he put a grain of rice on the forelocks of a page, and then split the grain in two with one stroke. Musashi was well known for his ability in tsumuru, or holding back at just the right moment, and Kawaimon was advanced enough to realize that this ability suggested even deeper ones that were far beyond his understanding. Musashi then left the younger man with a caustic but instructive remark, "Though your skill is ripe, it will be difficult to beat an opponent with such a sword. Having it lacquered red is outrageous." Swordsmanship was a serious business to Musashi. It was not something to be made into a sideshow or an amusement, and he was frankly critical of those who would make it such. In the Wind chapter of the Book of Five Rings, he wrote, "Their schools get along with this as a performance art, as a method of making a living, as a colorful decoration or as a means of forcing flowers into bloom. Can this be the true way if it has been made into a saleable item? Kyumwa." Guest status at Kokura assured Musashi the considerable freedom he required. Indeed, his need to travel seems to have matched that of Matsuo Basho, the great haiku poet who would be born the year before Musashi died. Even after establishing a comfortable home base in Kokura, he continued his old life on the road. While in the city of Matsu in the coastal area of Izumo in 1638, the swordsman was invited to give a demonstration of his skill by Lord Matsudera Izumo no Kami Neomasa. There he defeated the most skilled sword practitioner in the entire fief in a bout in which neither man was injured. Not quite believing that this had been accomplished with such apparent ease, Lord Matsudera himself took up a wooden sword and declared himself ready for a match. Musashi took up two wooden swords and chased Neomasa around the area 3 times before driving him into a corner. The match finished, Musashi went on his way. The year before this event, Musashi had traveled to the lively new capital of Edo on business that had nothing to do with swordsmanship at all. Although he had emphasized that a man truly serious about developing his swordsmanship should stay away from women, and even wrote in his final advice, The Way of Walking Alone, that one should have no heart for approaching the path of love, about the time he was 54, he seems to have been a frequent visitor to the Yoshiwara courtesan quarters in Edo, and to have even fallen in love with a young woman by the name of Kyumwa. This Kyumwa was classified as a tsubone, which was the second lowest of the 6 classes of the 1500 courtesans and prostitutes in the Yoshiwara at the time. This relationship was recorded by Shoji Kazutomi, the 6th-generation descendant of the founder of the Yoshiwara, Shoji Jinemon, in his book, Dabogon, published in 1720. According to this work, among the women of Kawai Kenzamon in Shinmaki, there was a lady-in-waiting by the name of Kyumwa. At the time, she became familiar with Miyamoto Musashi, the master of 2 swords. She also frequented the brothel of Jinzaburo in the same quarter. 13. It should not be surprising that Musashi might have sought the affections of a woman 14, however briefly, particularly in his middle age. He would write that we must know all the ways, and he had likely been invited to courtesan houses a number of times by artist friends in Kyoto and elsewhere. It is also not surprising that Musashi would choose a courtesan to dally with, as commitment to a family and other emotional and practical ties would be out of the question, and his freedom given the restrictions of her trade and his limited income would remain intact. Certainly, he was not swept away by this affair, and at a later date would write the following poem. When it comes to love, don't write letters. Don't write poems. For even a single penny. Watch your money carefully. Kyumwa seems to have been playful and popular with the women of her trade, and considering Musashi's sustained interests in the arts, she was probably not entirely uncultured. But if we have been reading between the lines, we will have noticed that Musashi, too, had his lighter side, and may have developed his relationship with Kyumwa strictly for the sake of the transient human pleasures it afforded. Shimabara. While Musashi was in Edo, circumstances were conspiring to set the stage for a large and important battle in distant Kyushu. Matsukura Shigemasa, the daimyo of Shimabara in Hizen, had been another ally of the Toyotomi before that family's annihilation at Osaka, and, as in the case of Kato Kiyomasa, his loyalty to the Tokugawa government had never really been proven. When Shigemasa died in 1630, his son, Shigeharu, ruled the fief in such an economically and politically repressive way that it became an embarrassment even to the other daimyo in Kyushu. His extraordinarily heavy hand became too much for the peasants to bear, and in 1637 they banded together in revolt. In this, they were joined by Christians of the nearby Amakusa area, who had found a messianic figure in the 17-year-old youth Masuda Tokisada, whom they called Amakusa Shiro. People of the new Christian faith were most heavily concentrated in Kyushu, and had been persecuted for some time under both the local laws of the daimyo of Amakusa, Terasawa Katataka, and the anti-Christian promulgations of the Tokugawa government. These two groups, the poorest farmers in Japan and the harassed Christians, which had probably never been completely distinct, now gathered together in Hara Castle in the Shimabara Peninsula for a last stand. Given the Tokugawa clan's need for total control of the country, these actions alone would likely have caused the government to directly oppose those ensconced in the castle. But, adding insult to injury, included in the opposition forces were a number of seasoned veteran samurai of Kanishi Yukinaga, a leader of the Toyotomi forces at Sekigahara and a man closely connected to Yukata Hide. Yukinaga had been captured and beheaded after Sekigahara, but many of his troops, who had gained great experience during the invasion of Korea, the Battle of Sekigahara, and the Osaka Castle campaign, remained loyal to the memory of their lord, who, incidentally, had been baptized as a Christian as early as 1583. The time was ripe for their final obliteration. This combined group of rebels in Hara Castle numbered over 37,000 men. The Tokugawa government ordered the daimyo of Kyushu to raise an army to attack the castle and put down the rebellion. The state-sanctioned troops eventually numbered over 100,000, and the Agazawara, of course, were among their numbers. When, in the spring of 1637, Musashi received news of the imminent action in Kyushu involving troops with whom he was connected, he made immediate arrangements to join the fray. Just before departing Edo, he took his leave of Kyumwa. According to the Dabogon, when he was about to leave for Kyushu, he went to Jinzabaro's house in order to take his leave from Kyumwa, and prepared his departure from the brothel. Musashi put a bag that had been woven for him by the affectionate Kyumwa on 2 spatulas, and put it on his back as a sort of banner. Then, wearing a black satin haori she had also sewn for him, on the breast of which was a red fawn of wadded silk, he departed the Yoshiwara pleasure quarters. A crowd of courtesans came to see him off. After this rather unusual departure, which must have put a smile on everyone's face, perhaps even Musashi's own, he rode straight to Kyushu. It is not known if he ever returned, nor is anything about Kyumwa recorded after this event. There can be little doubt, however, about what would have been in her heart as she turned back to Jinzamon's when Musashi's figure had finally disappeared. She had had intimate access to the more tender side of a man who was to make so strong a mark on Japanese culture that his legend would live on for centuries. Kyumwa had indeed known a real live human being. At Shimabara, Musashi was appointed, possibly in deference to his age, as an inspector of the shogun's staff under the Kuroda clan. His adopted son, Iori, was made a commander of one of the units of the Agazawara, which, however, had been placed toward the rear of the action. The action did not go especially well for the government troops. They may have suffered some overconfidence in their own ability and some lack of confidence in their Tokugawa-appointed commander, Itakara Shigemasa. But they would not have wished to rally with the unsavory Matsukura Shigeharu. The troops attacking Hara Castle lacked enthusiasm and sufficient coordination. When the Tokugawa government made a show of changing commanders, Itakara led a desperate attack on the castle walls and was killed for his efforts. At this, the Tokugawa sent even more troops and gave the command to Matsuyodera no Butsuna, who, on April 14, 1638, stormed the castle and put all those who had survived the attack to the sword. Soon afterward, Matsukura Shigeharu was ordered to commit harakiri, probably as much for his connections with the Toyotomi as for causing the revolt with his severe oppression of the farmers. His son was subsequently banished to the island of Shikoku and his fief was awarded to others. Both Musashi and Iori must have chafed at their relatively safe positions among the attacking forces. Iori eventually was able to maneuver his troops to the front and achieved a number of meritorious deeds for which he was well rewarded. Musashi, on the other hand, as a staff inspector, had to hold back. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, he joined in the attack at the base of the castle. With this demonstration of gratitude and loyalty to the Agazawara, however, he was struck and wounded by a rock hurled from the castle ramparts. His recovery would not take long, but it did remove him from the action for the rest of the siege. After the fall of the castle, Musashi returned to Kokura and made it his base of operations for the next 2 years. In 1640, however, he received a visit from a man named Iwamorokube that would lead to the flowering of Musashi's last years and ultimately to our own knowledge of the man. Chapter 3. The Way of the Brush, Kumamoto. Connections. Over the years, Musashi's relationships with a number of daimyo, particularly those of the Agazawara and Honda clans, had grown stronger. Like many clans with close borders, these two families were also tied by marriage, Agazawara Tadazane being married to the daughter of Honda Tadamasa. Such connections however, did not stop there. Tadamasa's son, Tadatoki, was married to the daughter of the second Tokugawa shogun, Hitada, and Tadamasa's daughter was married to Arima Neazane, the daimyo of Nobuoka in Hyaga. This was a normal state of affairs for clans that desired to secure their relationships and indirectly their territories both nearby and farther afield, and had been so since the days of the Fujiwara in the ancient capital of Nara. And while the policy of marrying daughters off to other powerful men or their sons had never proved to be a fail-safe plan, it did bring clans together on a family basis, and so provided some insurance against aggression. Musashi, too, was now connected to both the Agazawara and Honda not by marriage, of course, but by the fact that the lords of the clans had taken his adopted sons, Iori and Mikonoshuke, respectively, as personal retainers. Indeed, he seemed also to enjoy the lateral connections, for he was on close terms with Arima Neozane and even exchanged letters with the man concerning the daimyo's problems with the shogunate. Thus, Musashi, who was essentially a Ronin, transcended social barriers in a way that even high-placed samurai could not. One suspects that this was not on account of his swordsmanship alone, but also because of his intellect, personality, and, as we shall see in this chapter, unique artistic abilities. The other important connection in these circles was the marriage of Ogasawara Tadazan's sister, Chiyo-im, to Hasakawa Tadatoshi. This man was the daimyo of Kumamoto, and the leader of a clan of astonishing military, political, and artistic achievement. It was from Tadatoshi that Iwamurokube had been sent with an offer to Musashi, whom the lord had met at a poetry circle in Kyoto some time before. Musashi at a poetry circle? At this point it may be relevant to discuss briefly how a man who had spent the first part of his life involved in over 60 duels could also distinguish himself in poetry as well as in garden design, tea ceremony, no drama, and India ink painting. By so doing, we may be better able to understand what would have attracted Tadatoshi to Musashi, and why Musashi would have been interested in a clan like the Hasakawa. The way of the warrior. In the Chinese lexicon there is a word, pronounced urawashi in Japanese, that means balanced and refers to the proper proportion of interior content and exterior form. The left side of this character, bun, originally meant something like pattern in the sense of the patterns of birds in flight or ripples in water, but eventually came to mean literature, or the patterns of human culture, and finally culture itself. The right-hand portion of the character, buletin, means martial or warrior, and can be further broken down to the radicals, stop, and halberd, indicating a meaning of to stop with the halberd. The entire character, urawashi, then, connotes a balance of cultural and martial abilities in a single person, and this ideal was established early on in both the Chinese and Japanese cultures. In the early Kamakura period, 1185 to 1249, in Japan, this sense of balance was expressed in exquisite form in the Heike Monogatari, the story of the conflict between the Minamoto and Tara clans. The warrior is described as beautifully attired, well versed in literature or music, and able to write a death poem at the time of his own demise. This concept of the masculine ideal as a balance between military and cultural strengths would endure throughout the history of the warrior class, although particular clans or individuals would sometimes emphasize one aspect over the other. Shiba Yoshimasa, 1350–1410, the great general and administrator during the Ashikaga shogunate, wrote in his book, The Chikubisho, when a man has ability in the arts, the depth of his heart can be imagined, and the mind of his clan understood. Other great warlords and generals wrote in a similar vein. Hojo Nagaji, Son, 1432–1519, who built one of the first great castle towns in Japan at Odawara, declared in his 21 precepts, that a person who is lacking in the way of poetry is truly impoverished. The cultural and the martial are the constant way of the warrior. It is hardly necessary to note that the ancient law has it that the cultured should be held on the left, and the military on the right. Even Takeda Shingen, 1521–73, widely considered the greatest general of his day, said, "A man's learning is like the branches and leaves to a tree, he cannot be without it." Learning, however, is not just in reading something, but rather is something we integrate with our own various ways. There were exceptions certainly, and Kato Kiyomasa, 1562–1611, who was commander of Kumamoto Castle just before the Hasakawa, believed that any warrior who studied poetry would soon become feminized. He famously declared that anyone who studied the dancing in no drama should commit suicide. But the ideal had been established long before, and most daimyo dabbled in poetry, tried their hands at art or at least collected it and participated in the tea ceremony as it came into vogue. These men considered such artistic activities not just as pastimes, but as actually legitimizing their positions of power. Imagawa Ryashan, 1325–1420, one of the most powerful and cultured daimyo of his time, put the matter quite clearly in his regulations. His very first sentence proclaims, "If you do not know the way of culture, in the end you will be unable to grasp victory in the way of the martial." He later states, "It is written in the 4 books and the 5 classics and in the military writings as well, that one will be unable to govern if he is lacking in the study of literature." In the same way that the Buddha preached the various dharmas in order to save all sentient beings, we should rack our brains and never abandon the 2 ways of the cultural and martial. It was the Hosokawa clan that took this ideal to its extreme. Tadadoshi's father, Tadaoki, or Sansai, 1563–1645, was a veteran of many campaigns, famous for his front-line courage and armor innovations. As a child, he was, from time to time, left to the care of his servants in a poor section of Kyoto, where, as his father intended, he learned self-sufficiency and frugality. With an ingenuity rare for the son of a daimyo, he could repair his own clothing and, later, show workers how best to shape the huge stones for castle battlements. Yet he was also a master of the tea ceremony, becoming one of the 7 chief disciples of the great tea innovator, Sen no Rikyo, and commissioned black raku tea bowls from the famous potter, Kojiro. Tadaoki was a poet and a painter as well as a master of lacquerware who created exquisite works of extraordinary craftsmanship. Tadaoki's father, Fujitaka, or Yosai, 1534–1610, became the head of his fief at the age of 20, participated in over 50 campaigns throughout his career, but was also well known as a poet and scholar of the Kokunshu, the classic anthology of poetry compiled by Ki no Tsureoki about the year 905. As was typical of the man and of the Hosokawa in general, Tadaoki, when his castle was being attacked in 1600, feared for the loss of the notes and books he had collected on the Kokunshu over the years. A delegation of aristocrats who carried a message of this concern to his attackers was allowed to enter the castle and take out the manuscripts for safekeeping. As they left the castle, Yosai handed them a poem in gratitude. "These words I bequeath. The seeds of the heart. In this unchanging world both past and present." The Hosokawa family's aptitude for balancing the literary and the martial, however, went back even farther. It was first demonstrated by its progenitor, Hosokawa Yoriharu, in about the year 1335. At an archery contest in honor of the Emperor Go-Daigo, Yoriharu demonstrated almost unbelievable skill. Then, putting down his bow and taking up brush and ink, he composed a poem for the monarch, who was looking on in amazement. This level of skill in both the arts of war and the arts of peace would distinguish the Hosokawa clan for generations to come. When Musashi met Tadatoshi at the poetry circle in Kyoto, he encountered a man whose interests were as broad as his own. Tadatoshi had been an avid swordsman from the time he was young, and at this point was intensely studying the Yagyo Shinkajiryu, having been initiated into the style by Munori himself. He had even received a certificate from the Yagyo, a blank sheet of paper indicating that with a blank sheet of paper, the mind of the martial artist is transmitted. 3 years younger than Musashi, Tadatoshi had heard all the details about the fight at Genryu Island, and had nothing but respect for the man who had bested the instructor to the Hosokawa. Like his father and grandfather, Tadatoshi was a man of letters and was interested in several of the arts. Interestingly, he also concerned himself with garden design, and the garden that he established in Kumamoto in 1632, the Swazenji, is still considered today one of the most beautiful in all of Kyushu. So their conversation that day in Kyoto likely ranged over a number of topics, and the 2 men must have recognized each other as seekers of the way who had a great deal in common. Tadatoshi, as the circumspect leader of a highly esteemed clan, would no doubt have then corresponded a number of times with his brother-in-law, Agazawara Tadazane, to find out more about who the swordsman really was. Musashi was 57 at this time, Tadatoshi, 54. A place in the seating order. In 1640, then, Hosokawa Tadatoshi sent one of his most diplomatically skilled retainers, Iwamirokube, to Kokura with a message inviting Musashi to reside at Kumamoto. Point 2 The retainer was to express Tadadoshi's intentions and inquire into the expectations and conditions that Musashi would have if he were to make the move. Musashi was well known to be somewhat eccentric, and Iwama realized he would need to put his heart and soul into this mission. Initially, Musashi was shocked at the invitation. To reside on the Hosokawa fief was in itself an honor, but Tadatoshi seemed to be offering much more, friendship and an official sanctioning of Musashi's sword style, which Musashi was now calling the Niden Ichiryu. Thus he sent back a response to Tadatoshi in a statement carried by his intermediary, Sakazaki Nazen. Concerning your inquiry about my situation through the services of Master Iwama Rokube, it is difficult to apologize enough for sending a verbal statement, but I bring these things to your attention with this note. I have never held an office up to this time. I am already on in years and recently feel that I am sick. For this reason, I have no aspirations. If it turns out that I should stay, it would be enough if I were given the position of wearing proper armor and leading a single horse when my lord himself rides out. I have no wife or child and my body is old, so I entertain no thoughts about house or household goods. Since I was young, I have gone out on the battlefield 6 times. On 4 of those occasions, there was no one on the field before me. This fact is widely known and there is also proof. Nevertheless, I do not bring this up to plead for a position. As to the makeup of arms, how they are appropriately used on the battlefield, and, according to the occasion, the way of regulating the province, I have set my mind on these things since my youth and have trained diligently. Thus, if your lordship has any questions, I will humbly speak out. February 1640. Miyamoto Musashi. Terms were quickly arranged, and Musashi left for Kumamoto in the spring of that year, but not without an ambiguous omen concerning his fate. In accordance with what he had written about his health to Tadatoshi, as he left Kokura, he erected a jizo, a sort of grave marker that one could put up while one is still alive, on Mount Tamuk, near Kokura Castle. Years later, in 1654, Ioru and Shunzen, Musashi's instructor in Zen, erected a stone monument now called the Kokura Hibun 3 to him on this same spot. Musashi was given an allowance for 17 men and an annual stipend of 200 koku of rice. His status was that of a guest, but his place in the seating order at meetings was equal to the head of a large military group. For his residence he was given land at the old Chiba Castle in Kumamoto. There have been writers who have made critical remarks about these terms, especially the relatively low stipend of 200 koku, stating that this was not much considering Musashi's status as a swordsman. But the conditions that were provided for Musashi were far better than he had requested, and the honor given him in terms of the seating order was surprisingly high. He was, after all, not a retainer but a guest, and his stipend was outside the fief's ordinary wage system. Musashi had lived his whole life in simplicity and he would insist on that ideal to the end. Just days before dying, he wrote The Way of Walking Alone, his final words of advice to his students and disciples. Among the items in this short work are: do not ever think in acquisitive terms. Do not harbor hopes for your own personal home. Do not be intent on possessing valuables or a fief in old age. Again, like the haiku poet Matsuo Basho, Musashi was an artist and his goals were not those of the common run. There is certainly no indication that he was anything but pleased with his new situation. Indeed, Musashi seemed to thrive in Kumamoto, despite the fact that his health was on the decline. He was able to set up a dojo, take in a number of talented disciples, and devote himself to other pursuits for which he would become as well known as he was for his swordsmanship. Before looking into those pursuits, however, we should return briefly to his relationship with Hosokawa Tadatoshi. Last bouts. Before Musashi came to live with the Hosokawa, a man by the name of Ujiya Yashiro had been dispatched by the Yajayo clan to Kumamoto, where he became personal instructor to the Hosokawa. Not long after Musashi's arrival, however, a match between the two swordsmen was secretly arranged by order of Lord Tadatoshi. Contrary to the usual arrangements for such bouts and suggesting the level of Tadadoshi's sensitivity, there was to be no judgment of winning or losing from either side, and even the Lord's personal retainers were kept at a distance. Both men were to use wooden swords, and there were to be 3 bouts. The result was predictable, because he no longer fought to make an indisputable statement, and because he was in the presence of Lord Tadadoshi. Musashi did not strike with strength, but only controlled Ujii's technique, not letting him move at will. Greatly surprised, Tadadoshi took up a wooden sword and engaged in a bout with Musashi himself, but he was able to get no further than had Ujii. The good-natured lord exclaimed that he had heard a great deal about Musashi's reputation, but had never thought that he was this strong. Although Tadadoshi had always treated Musashi as a respected teacher, from that time on, he began practicing the Niden Ichiryu himself, and in due time inherited its teachings. Musashi's last bout was held this same year with a retainer of the Hosokawa clan, Shiota Hamanashuk. Hamanashuk had served the Hosokawa since the time of Tadaoki and excelled in the techniques of staff and takedown. He instructed the clan's warriors and received a stipend that was enough to support 5 men. This bout, too, had been arranged by Tadadoshi. Hamanashuk wielded his usual 6-foot staff and Musashi carried a short wooden sword. During the match, Hamanashuk swung his staff every time he found a chance, but the tip of the staff was invariably checked by Musashi's short sword. As in the bout with Ujii, Musashi's opponent was unable to make any advance at all, while Musashi himself made no move to put the man out of the contest. Finally, Musashi said, "Hamanashuk has no way of beating me, but if he can get within 6 feet of me, I'll consider the victory his." Infuriated, Hamanashuk threw away his staff and went to grapple with the swordsman. And yet, despite Hamanashuk's expertise in this area, he was repeatedly maneuvered to the side by Musashi and was never able to get close enough to apply his skills. At this, Hamanashuk understood that he had been truly beaten. He bowed, set aside his own style, and asked to become Musashi's disciple. Musashi, however, realized that Hamanashuk's techniques with staff and takedown were superb, and so he instead requested that the man teach them to his own disciples. Today these techniques are included in the Musashi style. Musashi was 57 years old at that time. Hamanashuk lived on to teach the next generation of Hosokawa men, finally passing away when he was well past the age of 70. The 35 Articles of the Martial Arts. As mentioned earlier, Tadadoshi was not only an enthusiastic martial artist, but a highly educated man, and it was likely from both of these standpoints that he was taken with the eccentric Musashi. The Hosokawa clan had long been considered one of the most cultured daimyo families in both the arts and literature, and one of the most sophisticated in governance and diplomacy. Thus it should not be surprising that Tadadoshi appreciated Musashi and put great stock in his abilities, beckoning him to his inner circle to discuss governmental matters, and often inviting him into his presence. Musashi, too, by the time he entered Kumamoto, was not only a famous martial artist but a man of taste, superbly accomplished in the arts of painting and sculpture. Tadadoshi seems to have relied on Musashi's judgment in areas beyond military affairs and governance. The daimyo, for example, once asked the swordsman if he had noticed any men of special ability among his samurai. Musashi said that he had noticed one, but that he did not know the man's name. When the warriors were brought out for inspection, Musashi identified the man, whose name was Toko Kinbei. This seemed strange because to all others, Kinbei appeared to be a perfectly run-of-the-mill retainer who had never stood out from the crowd. When Tadadoshi looked quizzically at Musashi, the latter asked Kinbei if he practiced any special discipline beyond the usual martial arts. Kinbei replied only that he slept every night with a sword suspended tip down just over his head, and that this helped him to be resolved about the fine line between life and death and to be unwavering in the service of his lord. Tadadoshi was once again amazed at Musashi's perceptive observation. Years later, when he was employed in the repairs of Edo Castle, this Kinbei was appointed supervisor of the Hosokawa group of workmen. At one point, his subordinates took stones from a setting done by another clan and fit them into their own setting. Kinbei was accused of the crime, and a Tokugawa official tortured him horribly for it on a daily basis. Kinbei continued to calmly declare his own innocence, and he was finally released. The figure he had cut while enduring torture, however, had not gone unnoticed, and he was considered extraordinarily manly and heroic. Musashi had not been amiss in his assessment of the man. Added to Musashi's other skills was the thorough education that he had somehow given himself in literature and in writing itself. With very few exceptions, most of the top-notch martial artists who had established their own styles could neither read nor write, and those who could were not sufficiently educated to write about the styles they had established. This job was usually left to either Buddhist priests or later disciples. Thus Musashi was far above the majority of his peers in his literary abilities as well. Within a year of his coming to Kumamoto, Musashi was asked by Tadatoshi to write down the essence of his style. This he did in a short work entitled The 35 Articles of the Martial Arts, which he presented to Tadatoshi in February of 1641. The work, which actually contains 36 articles, is a tersely worded treatise on the fundamental principles of Musashi's Niden Ichiryu, barely covering 15 pages of modern Japanese print, for it is now considered to be the outline or prototype for the Book of Five Rings, and its basic premises will be covered later in a discussion of that book. Its headings such as movement of the feet, use of the eyes, and the three initiatives are much the same as in Musashi's masterpiece, but the explanatory paragraphs lack the detail of the later work. The arrangement of the contents is also somewhat different. In the opening paragraph of the 35 articles, he wrote, "Having trained myself daily in the two heavens, one style, I now take brush to paper. Though the sequence is inadequate and the words difficult to express, in the following I have written out my general understanding of the sword of the martial arts, into which I have always put great effort." Despite Musashi's apologetic phrase that the sequence is inadequate and the words difficult to express, Tadatoshi was overjoyed at receiving this small book, and felt that he had obtained one of the great treasures of his life. The next step would be to officially sanction Musashi's style and to place it under the full patronage of the Hosokawa clan, much as the Yagyo style had come under the patronage of the Tokugawa. Sadly, this was not to be. An end and a beginning. On March 17, 1641, about 1 month after receiving the 35 articles, Tadatoshi passed away from an illness. He was just 55 years old, and his death was a blow for people from Kumamoto to Edo. This was a man who was well respected, a trusted advisor to the shogun Iemitsu, and on friendly terms with the powerful Nabeshima and Kuroda clans in the neighboring provinces. He was also on intimate terms with the famous Zen priest, Takuan Soho, with Ishikawa Jozen, the eccentric literati poet who created the Shiz-Endo Hermitage in Kyoto, and with the scholar, Hayashi Reizan. All of these men wrote notes to the Hosokawa family expressing their grief at the passing of this educated and cultured man. 5. The Hosokawa clan chronology, Hosokawa Kainen Pyo, states that Lord Tadatoshi was a famous general, proficient in both the military and literary arts. He excelled in the 6 accomplishments. One of Tadadoshi's greatest accomplishments was the art of the sword. To have had Musashi as an advisor and sometime companion in the last 2 years of his life must have been a happiness for him beyond compare. For Musashi, Tadatoshi had been an incomparable friend. For a while after his lord's death, Musashi stayed in his room with the door closed and mourned the passing of the man who had been closer to him than anyone else at any point during the 58 years of his life. In due time, he opened his door and re-entered the world, but it would not be as it had been. Nor would Musashi be as he had been. While still teaching his disciples as before, he now directed his life toward concentrating more on the arts, the tea ceremony, no recitation, poetry, and, above all, painting. The brush and the mind. Monochrome India ink wash painting, or Subokyuga, was imported to Japan from China during the Kamakura period, 1192 to 1333, along with Zen Buddhism, with which it is closely connected. At its simplest, this style of painting requires only an inkstone, ink, brush, and paper. Necessitating intense concentration and control, it is said to be the perfect art for the student of Zen. In this style, everything unessential is shorn away and each irreversible stroke is fueled by the intensity and disciplined energy of the artist. The mind must be harmonized with the artist's brush, exactly as it must be harmonized with the samurai's sword. The stroke, once executed, cannot be withdrawn. It should be no surprise, then, that the first practitioners of Tsubokyuga in Japan were Zen monks and the warrior rulers of the 13th century. The warriors, newly in control of the nation, were searching for both the proper mental framework with which to govern the country and a sense of culture that would add an aura of legitimacy to their rule. The Chinese Zen priests who were immigrating at that time from the deteriorating Sung dynasty provided both. Zen meditation and philosophy helped to foster the spontaneity necessary to conduct military affairs and also to eliminate the fear of death, while the study of continental culture and administrative skills gave the warriors a basis from which to direct national affairs. Of all the Buddhist sects, warriors seem to relate best to Zen, with its emphasis on self-reliance, or jiraki. Both esoteric Buddhism, which was primarily taken up by the aristocracy, and the Pure Land Buddhism of faith that was embraced mostly by the masses, tended to rely on the other, or teraki, whether that other be mantras and mudras or the grace and compassion of the Buddha Amida. This breakdown of class and sect was by no means rigid. All types of Buddhism were, at least in theory, open to all classes of men. However, the paradox of Zen that through one's own disciplined and strenuous emptying of the mind, the self is transcended was one that the warrior could deeply appreciate, for obvious good reason. This trend, the study of Zen and its accompanying arts and letters, would continue through the Muromachi period of the Ashikaga shogunate, 1338 to 1573, until it became the predominant cultural and religious force in the country, and resulted in the flowering of nearly everything we associate with the classical culture of Japan: no drama, tea ceremony, garden and landscape design, and, quintessentially, the monochromatic India ink painting, Tsubokyuga. The Ashikaga shoguns were patrons of the national cultural scene, which centered in Kyoto, culminating with the third Ashikaga shogun, Yoshimitsu, 1356 to 1408, who was brought up, incidentally, largely by Hosokawa Yoriyuki. Yoshimitsu not only studied Zen but built the Sokokuji, which is today the largest Zen temple complex still extant in Kyoto, and constructed the Temple of the Golden Pavilion on the outskirts of the capital. With the deterioration of Ashikaga control and the near destruction of Kyoto during the Anin War, 1467–77, however, the Zen priests and artists fled to the relatively stable capitals of the provincial warlords. These warlords in turn practiced meditation and cultivated the arts associated with Zen, spreading the culture throughout the entire nation. By the early 17th century, however, after years of civil wars and disturbances, the new Tokugawa shogunate turned its focus towards strict control of national affairs, and Neo-Confucianism, predominantly ethical and social in outlook, became the dominant national philosophy. Attention now turned to the great ateliers of the Kano school and Tawara Sotetsu, and Zen and its arts, while still widely practiced, lost the patronage of the central government, and took on the status and character of the outsider. It was the Zen art of Tsubokyuga that was the medium of the ultimate outsider, the artist, Naiden, also known as the swordsman Miyamoto Musashi. Painting with the mind of the sword. It is not known exactly when Musashi first began painting, although at the age of 13 he executed a painting of Daruma at the Shorin temple in Hirafuku in Haruma, where he stayed after leaving his father's home. It is clear, however, that he was already an extraordinarily talented artist by the time he entered Kokura in northern Kyushu in 1634, and all of his extant paintings date from this period until his death in 1645. Musashi clearly stated in the Book of Five Rings that he had no teacher for his study of the way of the sword or for any of the other ways that he practiced, and we can only surmise that this was true for the art of Tsubokyuga as well. Quite obviously he applied the same dedication and discipline to this art as he did to his sword technique, in his words, training himself morning and night, and investigating it thoroughly. Although he once signed his name to a register of the disciples of Yano Kichihua, a painting master employed by the Hosokawa clan, this would have been done during a courtesy call. Musashi himself was a fully mature artist by this time. If Musashi did have a teacher, it was his own way of the sword. The Kaijo Monogatari, published 20 years after his death, gives this interesting account of his approach to the brush. This account also shows quite clearly that his relationship with Tadatoshi was not simply defined by instruction in the sword. Once Musashi was ordered by his lord to do, in the lord's presence, a painting of Daruma, but his skill was not forthcoming and he was unable to finish it that day. That night he turned in, but suddenly the solution came to him and he leapt out of bed, finishing the painting beneath a lamp. It came out exactly as he desired and was, indeed, exquisite. Musashi then turned to a disciple and said, "My painting is still not up to my sword technique, and the reason is this: under the gaze of my lord, I painted with the intention of doing the work well, but in fact it turned out to be quite inferior. I did the work just now, however, using my martial art, and it turned out just as I wanted. In my martial art, when I step out grasping my sword, neither I nor my enemy exists. My viewpoint is one of destroying both heaven and earth, and thus I have no fear. Well, I can see now that my painting is as yet no match for my skill with the sword." Later, Musashi would write in the Book of Five Rings, "With the principles of the martial arts, one makes a way for all the arts and accomplishments, and will not misunderstand them." He would surely have agreed with the Chinese calligrapher who wrote, "When the mind is correct, the brush will be also." Despite the setback described in the story above, Musashi handled the brush with astonishing clarity and strength, and seemed to grasp the very spirit of his subject matter. He was a remarkably keen observer of nature and of the nature of things. His victory in over 60 individual matches, his survival through 6 major campaigns, and the paintings he left to us all speak of this in different tongues, but to the same effect. It was the assessment of the Zen Buddhist painters that in Tsubokyuga the mind was translated spontaneously to the brush, and that the character of the artist was seen clearly in the brush's stroke. Musashi, in his insistence that the way of the sword provided a path for all other ways, said in essence that the stroke of the sword and the stroke of the brush were the same, that with each stroke, the mind of the practitioner could be observed with certainty. 6. With his paintings, then, we may add yet a 6th chapter to the Book of Five Rings, and observe what the master was indicating as his ink and brush demonstrated the fundamental way. The paintings. Underlying Musashi's prolific output at this time was the fact that he was now living in the extraordinarily cultured domain of the Hosokawa. The artistic milieu in Kumamoto was far beyond even what it had been with the Honda and Ogasawara. Through his friendship with Hosokawa Tadatoshi and his father, Tadaoki, he would view some of the best art in the country, periodically drink tea using the exquisite utensils collected by the older Hosokawa lord, and engage in discussions of art with the two of them. Tadadoshi's death, however, brought several major changes that would influence the intensity of his creativity. The first, of course, was his grief. The loneliness of his solitary search for the way that Musashi must have felt throughout his career surely multiplied exponentially with the loss of this close friend and patron. Now Musashi devoted himself all the more to the more introspective arts. At linked poetry meetings, his voice was so low that it could not be heard by people in the next room, despite the thinness of the walls. He spent more time chanting from the librettos of no drama and dedicated more time to the quiet ceremony of tea. If Tadadoshi's absence drove Musashi ever deeper inside himself, however, it also gave him more time to concentrate on these arts. The hours he had spent at his lord's side were now given over to working with brush and ink. Second, and no doubt connected to the daimyo's death, was Musashi's increased study of Zen meditation. At about this time, he was befriended by the 2 monks who were responsible for the Hosokawa's family temple, the Taishoji. The older of these, Obuchi Genko, talked with him about the depths of Buddhist thought, while the younger, 20-year-old Shunzan, was his companion in Zazen. Accompanied by Shunzan, Musashi would often walk out to the mountains to sit atop the boulders there that overlooked the expansive scene beneath, meditating. During one such retreat, as the two sat deep in meditation, a snake crawled up over Shunzan's lap and made its way towards Musashi. When it got within a foot of the swordsman's knee, however, it raised its head and remained still for a moment, then turned and veered off into the rocks. Musashi laughingly took this as an admonishment. His commitment to Zen meditation had not yet overcome his adversarial nature, it seemed. Yet his study of Buddhism and the practice of Zazen were serious matters for him, and his intense involvement in this discipline was sharpening both the concentration and spontaneity he needed for the work he was now doing with brush and ink. Finally, Musashi was ill. He had had inklings of this even before coming to Kumamoto, but at this point the disease believed now to have been some sort of thoracic cancer was progressing. There were days when this was apparent. Once, when he went to Najayaka Okanaga's mansion, everyone was making their greetings at the entranceway and Musashi was about to ascend the steps. For some reason, his steps faltered and he put his hand to the hip of his hakama and gave a groan as he started up. Okanaga's retainer, Yamamoto Genemon, came forward and asked if he could use a hand, but Musashi declined the help, saying that it wasn't that bad, and continued up the steps. On the other hand, Musashi at times exhibited an inner strength that demonstrated the superiority of mind over matter. Shortly after that same meeting at Okanaga's, there was a large fire in a section of Kumamoto called Yayamaki. During the confusion, someone was seen leaping from rooftop to rooftop, helping to put out the encompassing flames. Later it was revealed that it had been none other than the old man who had stumbled at Okanaga's mansion. Generally speaking, however, Musashi realized that his once almost invincible body was growing more and more frail. This did not stop him from continuing to take his long walks through the forested sections of Kumamoto, or from instructing his students at the dojo. Decreasing physical strength, however, gives all but the most superficial an increased sense of mortality, and Musashi's illness no doubt led him to meditate all the more deeply on the world of nature around him and its connections to Buddhist truths. These insights into nature would be some of the major themes of many of the more than 40 of his artworks still extant. In the tradition of Zen Buddhist painters, Musashi painted mostly portraits of the Zen patriarchs and scenes with birds and animals. He did not paint larger landscapes in the style of Sesshu, the great Tsubokyoga artist of the 15th century, or in the style of Hasegawa Tohaku or Kaiho Yasho, with whom he is often compared. Some of his best-known paintings are of birds and, of these, Shrike on a Withered Branch, Figure 1, is his signature work. 7 In the single, unhesitating sword-like stroke of the branch and the concentrated stare of the shrike into the void, the viewer feels as though he is looking directly into the spirit of swordsmanship itself. The shrike seems to be in a state of what might be called intense repose, and brings to mind the opening words of the priest Taquan in the Annals of the Sword of Teaeth. Presumably, as a martial artist, I do not fight for gain or loss, am not concerned with strength or weakness, and neither advance a step or retreat a step. The enemy does not see me. I do not see the enemy. Penetrating to a place where heaven and earth have not yet divided, where yin and yang have not yet arrived, I quickly and necessarily gain effect. Figure 1. Shrike on a Withered Branch by Miyamoto Musashi, signed with his artist name Niden. Scroll. Ink on paper 22 x 50 inches, 54 x 125 centimeters. Kyubiso Memorial Museum of Arts, Izumi. The intense, concentrated quality of this painting cannot be overstated. In the unblinking eye and hooked beak of the shrike, one can sense the almost non-existent border between life and death, a reminder that its creator had experienced over 60 individual matches and 6 major battles. And yet, with a slight shift of the imagination, it is a perfect scene of nature, a bird on a branch. This is the perfect quality of Musashi's Zen: nothing is as it seems, nor is it otherwise. Another work that demonstrates Musashi's skill at the brush and his keen observation of nature, while also providing insight into his view of swordsmanship, is his painting of a cormorant, figure 2. The long-necked bird is perched on a small ledge, no doubt over an unseen river, with a look of a Zen priest who has seen the other side. 9. Cormorant fishing was at one time a popular trade in the Far East, and it can still be observed in some parts of China and Japan. In this practice, the fisherman goes out into the river at night with large lanterns or torches suspended from his boat. When fish, attracted by the lights, approach the boat, the fisherman releases his cormorants into the water to catch the fish. Throughout, the cormorants are leashed with cords around their necks that allow them to take fish into their beaks, but not to swallow them. Once the birds are retrieved, the fish are taken from their captors and placed in the hold. Musashi would have seen these birds many times in his travels about Japan, both wild and captive fishers, and likely saw them often on his walks along the Tsuboi River in Kumamoto. Surely he must have admired their skill and singleness of purpose. And he may very well have had an old Japanese phrase in mind when he first perceived one as a possible subject for his art. The phrase is worth remembering for both the sword practitioner and the layman. Figure 2. Cormorant by Miyamoto Musashi, signed Niden. Scroll. Ink on paper. 22 x 47 inches, 56 x 119 centimeters. Ise Bunko, collection of the Hosokawa family. The crow imitating the ways of a cormorant. You know Main Surukarasu. A crow imitating a cormorant cannot swim and so will nearly drown. In the same way, every man should be true to his own craft, or, in swordsmanship, his own talents and training. Musashi would have us be the cormorant if we are the cormorant, and the crow if we are the crow. On this principle stands life and death. As he wrote over and over again in the Book of Five Rings, you should investigate this thoroughly. Musashi's painting of an owl on an oak tree may have been conceived with a related concept in mind. Musashi's owl, a small horned owl called the Kanahazuku in Japanese, or in English, the Scops owl, perches among a number of oak leaves, its eyes fixedly watching something below our sight and its ear tufts extended out to the sides, indicating a relaxed curiosity. This small owl, all of 8 inches tall, would have wintered in Kumamoto and no doubt come to Musashi's attention on the swordsman's rambles along the river or other warmer paths. Owls are well known for their ability to strike silently. Musashi, however, may have been inspired for this work by a line from Chuan Tzu, a Chinese Taoist author from the 3rd century BCE whose writings were widely read by Zen adepts. The horned owl catches fleas at night and can spot the tip of a hair, but when daylight comes, it cannot see a mound or a hill. This refers to a difference in nature. 10. The cormorant and the owl both teach us that we all have different natures or abilities developed through our own training, and that we should be true to them. Musashi states this clearly in the Book of Five Rings: without imitating others, you should take what is appropriate to yourself and use a weapon you can handle. It is wrong for either general or soldier to have a preference for one thing and to dislike another. It is essential to make efforts in these things. 11. Both of these paintings were executed to be kakejiku, or hanging scrolls, to be placed on the wall in the recessed alcove for tea houses or the like. Musashi, however, did not paint only on this small scale. In what was likely either a response to a request by one of the members of the Hosokawa clan or a gift to the same, Musashi illustrated 2 large folding screens, each about 11.5 feet long by 5 feet high, with flocks of geese among the reeds at the edge of a river. 12. This is a monumental work that might have been ordered from a professional atelier, and that demonstrates not only the high level of Musashi's skill but also the degree to which his works were admired by the cultured Hosokawa. In these large-scale paintings, Musashi portrays the beauty of these birds and their social character as well. One of them is caught perfectly in mid-flight while being watched with intense interest by others in the flock. In China, the goose was believed to have great spiritual qualities and was a symbol of the male principle. Such factors may have been considered by the Hosokawa, who were well acquainted with continental art, when they asked Musashi to do the work. At any rate, paintings of geese and reeds were popular among the Zen priests in China, and such paintings were among those brought to Japan in the 14th and 15th centuries. Musashi surely encountered a number of these in his travels around the country. For live models, he needed to go no further than the river that still runs to the east of Kumamoto Castle. During his time, the natural scene along this river was far more extensive than it is today. Ducks, geese, and other birds must have flourished there in great numbers. This work, like many other paintings by Musashi, is still greatly admired by the Hosokawa family, and is housed today in the Ise Bunko, the building that has served as the repository of the Hosokawa family treasures from the 14th century to the present. First opened to the public in 1972, this collection is housed on the grounds of the Hosokawa family estate in Tokyo. In this way, the relationship between Musashi and the Hosokawa that formally began in 1640 has continued on to this day. A painting that may indicate Musashi's peace of mind in this last part of his life is that of a dove in a red plum tree. The plum blooms in late winter, and is a symbol of purity and of the ability to endure hardships. Although the dove is a symbol of peace in the West, it is dedicated in Japan to Hachiman, the god of war. It is also a symbol of filial piety in the Far East, and the saying Hato ni sanchi no Ari concludes that young doves will perch 3 branches below their parents out of respect for their elders. Musashi, who had been parentless for years, certainly held this same kind of respect for the Hosokawa. The tranquility of this scene, with the dove basking in the sunshine of the late winter/early spring, expresses a calm that the old warrior must have felt about the final home provided him by his patrons in Kumamoto. And after so many years of conflicts, wounds, and living on his own, Musashi must have felt a serenity from time to time that he would not have known as a young man. The observer, however, will not miss the sword-like stroke of the top plum branch, nor forget that Musashi continued to teach and write until his dying day. The dove in this painting is clearly at ease, but it seems also to be intently observing the long vertical branch directly before it. Although he painted other animals, squirrels, horses, even dragons, Musashi seems to have had a special affinity for birds. He did not, however, collect and cage rare or colorful ones as did a number of the daimyo of his age. Musashi was interested in the wild ones, admiring them for their intensity, play, economy of movement, and, above all, freedom. During this period, Musashi was committed to a regular practice of zazen. Now in his late 50s, one can imagine him pulling his legs up into a painful lotus position, approaching this practice with the same intensity and concentration he applied to everything. As was mentioned earlier, the older, more scholarly priest Obuchi likely discussed the Buddhist Dharma with Musashi in the brisk, energetic manner typical of priests of the Rinzai sect, while Musashi's training in seated meditation fell to the guidance of the much younger Shunzan. Although he had always studied Zen and other forms of Buddhism, Musashi was now making it an integral part of his life. It was only natural, then, that one of his favorite subjects for the Tsubokyuga that he was painting at this time would be the founder of the Zen sect, Dharuma. Dharuma, in Sanskrit, Bodhidharma, was born in either southern India or Persia, reportedly to a royal family, and went to China to teach Buddhism as the 28th patriarch of the religion around the year 520 CE. One of his most famous dialogues was with Emperor Wu of the Liang dynasty, a devout Buddhist, who asked how much merit he would acquire for his good works in promoting the faith. None whatsoever, was Dharuma's reply. Somewhat daunted, the emperor then asked about the sacred doctrine's first principle. Dharuma responded, "It's just a vast emptiness, and there's nothing sacred." Finally, the emperor asked, "Then who are you to stand in front of me?" Dharuma's answer was, "I don't know." After this unsuccessful, elliptical interview, Dharuma left the court and eventually arrived at the Shaolin Temple, where he spent 9 years meditating in front of a rock wall in a cave. Legend has it that at one point he fell asleep during meditation. When he woke, he was so angry with himself that he cut off his eyelids and threw them on the ground. Later, the first tea plants grew from them. Daruma's abruptness and eccentricity appealed to the Zen sect, which adopted him as their first patriarch, and paintings of his image are hung reverently in places of honor during ceremonies of that sect. Daruma also held great appeal for Musashi. His answer to the emperor, a vast emptiness and nothing sacred, could stand as a summation of the philosophy of swordsmanship Musashi gives in the Book of Five Rings, and Musashi would surely have appreciated Daruma's subtle humor as well. And there was more. In Daruma's lectures, Musashi would have found confirmation of his thoughts on swordsmanship and concepts that led him to a deeper understanding of those thoughts. In his essay The Bloodstream Sermon, Daruma wrote, "Once you hold on to something, you'll be unaware. If you truly want to encounter the way, don't hold on to anything. All practices, all actions, are impermanent. But this mind isn't somewhere outside the material body of the four elements. Without this mind, we can't move. The body has no awareness. Like a plant or stone, the body has no nature. So how does it move? It is the mind that moves. Apart from motion there's no mind, and apart from the mind there's no motion. But motion isn't the mind. And the mind isn't motion. Motion is basically no mind. And the mind is basically no motion. But motion doesn't exist apart from the mind, and the mind doesn't exist apart from motion." Musashi would have read this passage and inwardly nodded in vigorous assent, and it is interesting in this connection that Musashi painted more Tsubokyuga of Daruma than of any other subject except Hodei, another Zen saint. Two of his most famous renditions of the first Zen patriarch are quite arresting. One shows Daruma in full Zen concentration, his eyes intensely focused toward his nose, and his mouth pulled downward in unflinching determination, figure 3:13. The other is a three-quarter view of the Zen master, with enigmatic lines that could suggest anything from anger to self-reproach. 14. In both paintings, the heavy, grounded lines of the robe, the lighter and more sensitive lines of the face, and the vast emptiness extending above the figure of Daruma reflect Musashi's own intensity, reverence, and, once again, little noted sense of humor. Figure 3. Daruma by Miyamoto Musashi, signed Niden. Scroll. Ink on paper. 15 × 36 inches, 38 × 91 centimeters. Ise Bunko. After the less than satisfying interview with Emperor Wu, Daruma is said to have left the area, crossing the Yangtze River on a reed leaf or branch of reeds. Wet blanket scholars have pointed out that during the Sung dynasty, when this story began to circulate, the Chinese character for reed also meant reed boat, but the anecdote had a life of its own. Zen sect artists picked it up quickly, and it has been a popular subject for them ever since. Apparently Musashi was unable to resist it either, and painted a number of Tsubokyuga on this subject. In one of his renderings of the reed leaf Daruma 15, a triptych, he made Daruma the central figure and added paintings of single ducks on either side, floating lightly among the reeds, as if to give Daruma some cheerful companions along his way. There are a great many other stories about Daruma, but one worth mentioning here concerns doing zazen for 9 years sitting facing a wall the entire time, at the end of which time his legs are said to have fallen off from disuse. It is indicative of how thoroughly Zen Buddhism and such stories have pervaded Japanese life that a popular round, legless doll of the patriarch is seen almost everywhere and is accompanied by the saying, "Life is falling down 7 times, getting up 8. Jinsei Nanakorobi, Yaoki." Musashi continued to practice zazen through the physical pain and the psychological disappointments known to every Zen adept who has continued to practice for any length of time. Again, it must be remembered that Musashi was ill even before coming to Kumamoto, which must have added an extra dimension of difficulty to this discipline. He persevered, however, deepening his understanding of Zen doctrine and leaving a spiritual statement in his paintings and other arts. Fearlessness, detachment, and humor are all considered to be attributes of the enlightened human being, one engendering the other in an endless cycle. Musashi's life story, writings, and paintings all indicate that he lived well inside this circle. Of his paintings, there are more of Hodei, the humorously rendered Buddhist priest, than any other subject, and this fact may hint at a side of Musashi that is often overlooked, that he was not the ever-serious swordsman we may imagine from reading the Book of Five Rings, but a man who could laugh good-naturedly and out loud. Indeed, had Musashi left only his paintings to posterity, we would have a very different view of him today, as many of them exhibit the humor for which Zen Buddhism is well known and which is fundamental to its worldview. Certainly Musashi found in Hodai an image to express a part of himself that would have been difficult to do with a sword. Hodai, the corpulent priest known to the Chinese as Chengtingzi or Pudai, lived in the 9th and early 10th centuries, dying in 912. An eccentric, he would at times utter strange, cryptic words, but at other times he would eloquently preach the Buddhist scriptures. Hodai roamed the marketplaces of China, carrying a huge cloth bag and a cane, and begging for money and food. He would eat anything, including meat and fish, foods that were forbidden to the Buddhist clergy. Among other wonders, Hodai was able to predict the weather, and was seemingly immune to cold and even death. Not long after he passed away at a place called Fengchuan, he was seen wandering through a neighboring province. While it is not recorded that he was a member of the Zen sect, he is noted in the Transmission of the Lamp, a 30-volume work on the ancient patriarchs compiled in 1004, as one of 10 men who had arrived at the gate of Zen. By the 12th century, Hodai had become a common subject of Zen artists. He is always depicted as a happy, corpulent monk, nearly naked, and often in odd surroundings for a Buddhist priest. The large bag in his possession is said to indicate his magnanimity, and to hold countless treasures. His bald, unshaven, often slovenly visage camouflages the fact that he is considered to be an incarnation of the Bodhisattva Maitreya, the Buddha of the future. Zen artists, however, were often happy to use the humor of the unexpected to break us free of our preconceptions. Musashi's renderings of Hodai do much the same. It should not be too surprising, then, that Musashi's most striking painting of Hodai has the old priest intently watching a cockfight, figure 4. This decidedly un-Buddhist scene was not original with Musashi, having been painted by both the Chinese painter Liang Kai, c. 1210, and Musashi's older contemporary Kaiho Yasho, d. 1615, but the swordsman's version is by far the most striking. 16 In this painting, Hodai watches the cockfight with concentration, amusement, and perhaps a bit of irony, his scruffy chin resting on the top of his cane. Much as Musashi must have watched many sword matches with detachment but great interest, so Hodai looks on as the cocks, perhaps representing all of us, the sentient beings of this world, get ready to peck and leap at each other. Musashi brings the perspective of a highly focused swordsman to this scene, portraying a situation of life and death with humor. It is a painting like the shrike on a withered branch that only Musashi, the truly Zen-imbued swordsman, could have produced. Musashi was often tempted, in various paintings he did of Hodai, to insert his favorite subjects, birds. 2 sets of triptychs include both a sparrow and a bird Musashi obviously enjoyed observing, the kingfisher. The center scrolls of both sets are of Hodai. One has him heavy as a sumo wrestler fanning himself and stepping lightly in a sort of jig, the other has him taking a nap, elbows resting on his huge bag, chin supported by the palms of his hands. 17 In the left scroll, in both cases, a kingfisher perches above a pond, its gaze raptly held by whatever is in the water beneath it. The inscription over the kingfisher with the napping Hodai reads, Figure 4. Hodai watching a cockfight by Miyamoto Musashi, signed Niden. Scroll. Ink on paper. 13 × 28 inches, 32 × 71 centimeters. Matsunaga Collection, Fukuoka Art Museum. A single lonely form, next to the lotus leaf wilted by the late year chill. A green light shines over the water in the full evening sun. Its entire body unmoving in the autumn wind. Its mind following the golden scales filling the single pond. This inscription, added by a Zen priest of the Tenryuji who lived about 50 years after Musashi passed away, has caught not only the spirit of the kingfisher but a certain sense of Musashi's mind during his time in Kumamoto. This pair of scrolls, the one with the sparrow is lost, expresses two seemingly paradoxical characteristics of Zen meditation, a light-hearted relaxation and a highly focused attention. Apparently Musashi did not find these mutually exclusive. As an interesting aside, the triptych in Buddhist art usually has as its center a major Buddhist figure such as the historical Buddha or one of the main bodhisattvas. The scrolls at the right and left ordinarily portray the central figure's attendants, lesser bodhisattvas, avatars, or the like. In Musashi's work, the central figure is often the happy and eccentric Hodei, while his attendants are the animals generally considered the freest in nature, birds. This tells us as much about Musashi's inner life as any book on swordsmanship. A number of those who were fortunate to own works by Musashi were moved to either write their own inscriptions on the backgrounds of the paintings or to ask others to do so. One work containing such an inscription shows a fat, happy Hodei, his huge bag supported by the stick over his shoulder. High in the void over his head is written a poem. To find many joys in not being confused is likely not so sophisticated. Be that as it may. The Dancing Hodei. Although the writer of this poem was Hoshina Masayuki, 1609–72, a scholar and administrator in Aizu Wakamatsu, the sentiment in its essence not very different from that of the poem above the kingfisher may be a reflection of Musashi's own feelings at the time. Surely he had obtained some measure of enlightenment from his intense studies of Zen, and his happy portrayals of Hodei indicate a lightness of heart far removed from the ferocious intensity of the young Benosuke of so many years before. Other of Musashi's unique paintings of Hodei include one that is sometimes called the Yawning Hodei 18, although belly laughing could just as well be substituted for yawning. Another is of the fat priest astride a huge ox 19 with the wary grin of a man uncertain as to where his bottom will land at the next step of his mount. But all of Musashi's Tsubokyoga are unique, and it bears repeating provide us with an account of his spiritual life that we cannot find in his life history or his writings. Musashi's insistence that he had no teachers in any of the arts he practiced, whether swordsmanship, painting, calligraphy, metallurgy, or sculpture, has been met with thinly veiled skepticism from a number of writers who are often quick to mention Kaiho Yasho, Yano Kichihua, or even Hanami Koitsu as possible teachers, and Liang Kai and Hasegawa Tohaku as definite influences. Yet there is no evidence for such teaching other than one visit that Musashi made to Yano's school. All of these suggestions are interesting, however, and give the reader a bit more latitude in trying to understand how Musashi's talent could have developed to the heights it reached. All of the men who are sometimes mentioned as his teachers had some formal training, as did nearly all the famous swordsmen of this period. Thus, some skepticism in the face of Musashi's claim is probably understandable. It may be interesting to mention here another artist who was Musashi's contemporary and who may have been an influence on the artist's swordsman, in spirit if not in technique. Their lifestyles and subject matter were certainly quite similar, and the possibility of their meeting and discussing art and Zen does not stretch the imagination too far at all. Fugai Iken, 1568–1654, was a Zen priest who demonstrated his own independence by rejecting the tradition of residing in Zen temples. He first studied esoteric Shingon Buddhism, then turned to Zen, in which he trained intensively for 10 years. Completing this training, he stepped out on the road and did not look back for the next 2 decades. In this independent wandering, his life was similar to Musashi's, and like Musashi, Fugai was strongly anti-materialistic, carrying with him only a few bare essentials, his brush and other tools of his trade, and an unwavering intention to perfect his art. Food was sometimes procured by trading a painting for it, and his lodging was likely to be whatever hut or lean-to he could find. Like Daruma and Musashi, he sometimes lived in caves. There are no records of Fugai ever having trained under a particular teacher of Tsubokyoga, but he, like Musashi, was influenced by the Chinese Zen artists of the Sung dynasty, and his favorite subjects were also Daruma and Hodei. Again, like Musashi, he not only painted but also practiced calligraphy, was a talented sculptor, and carved the seals that he used to sign his brushwork pieces. In a striking parallel with Musashi, Fugai was also invited toward the end of his life to live in a castle town under the patronage of a local lord. Unfortunately, the lord of Odawara Castle did not seem to have possessed the same degree of culture and integrity as did the lord of Kumamoto Castle. Fugai soon departed and lived for another 3 years in a small temple on the Izu Peninsula. He was an original to the end. Just as he felt death approaching, Fugai asked some local villagers to dig a large hole. He then stepped into it, stood up and died. Fugai's paintings of Hodai bear the mark of a wonderfully light and independent spirit, and while his style is in no way similar to Musashi's, both men's paintings seem to emanate directly from their own individual ways. It is easy to imagine the two of them camping out in an abandoned hut for a few days, sharing tea and talk and their own particular brand of Zen. Calligraphy. Like the Zen artists and scholars of both China and Japan, Musashi also practiced calligraphy, and with the intensity that was customary for him. He had an interest in both the sword and the brush from an early age, and we may recall that he was on his way home from a calligraphy lesson at the age of 13 when he saw the invitation to a sword match from Arima Kihei. One wonders if the young Benosuke was as outraged at Arima's poor calligraphy as at the audacity of the swordsman's challenge. At any rate, to gain a better measure of how his calligraphy might reveal the inner workings of Musashi's mind, it is helpful to review the differences in the Western and Eastern concepts of the art. For this, it may be interesting to compare the etymologies of the English word and its Sino-Japanese counterpart, shodo. The English word calligraphy is a combination of two Greek words, kalos, meaning beautiful, and graphos, meaning something written. Thus, calligraphy in the West is something beautifully written, a linear grouping of individual letters in a graceful or ornate style, and it can be used apropos to anything from wedding invitations to diplomas to the Book of Kells. Shodo, however, is another matter. In contrast to English words which are linear and composed of letters representing sounds rather than meaning, each Sino-Japanese character is itself a concept or a full word. In this sense, the character has a visual meaning of its own, and the goal of shodo is to express that visual meaning in a way that is both beautiful and significant and manifests the artist's intent or state of mind. The first character means to write, writing, or book, and its roots are a stylus or brush over a nominative, or possibly over a mouth exhaling, indicating something written. The second character means street, road or way, and shows a head, intelligence, bounded by a character root indicating activity. Thus, rather than being a way in the sense of a specified series of steps, it suggests a constantly moving intelligence, and the term shodo, like kendo, karate-do, or seido, tea ceremony, includes within it a way of life, or a way of becoming more fully human. So it is understandable that calligraphy would play a much more important role in everyday life in the Far East than in the Western world. In Japan, it is displayed on shop signs in the street and in the alcove in the entryway to the home, and shodo is a popular extracurricular study for people of all ages. Calligraphy was no less important for the warrior class in feudal times. In Hagakure, Yamamoto Tsunetomo wrote that one should always be mindful of the way he writes, and that a man should write even a receipt with the understanding that it might be hung in someone's alcove. Like Tsubokyuga, the ink of each line of calligraphy is immediately absorbed into the paper or silk and cannot be corrected. Thus, each stroke of the brush is said to give insight into the character of the artist. Although a number of Musashi's calligraphic works survive, by far the best known is a scroll upon which is written, Senki, or the spirit of battle, in large characters. These are followed by smaller characters reading the cold current holds the moon, its clarity like a mirror, which is the first line of a couplet by Po Chui, the Tiang dynasty poet. The entire couplet reads, "The cold current holds the moon, its clarity like a mirror. The evening wind merges with the frost, piercing like a sword." The large characters for battle and spirit are in the unmistakably bold and decisive style that one might expect from Musashi, and it may be interesting that the character for battle is made up of the elements used to write simple and spear. That the spirit of battle could be reduced to the spirit of a simple spear would not have been lost on Musashi. He was, after all, a practitioner of Zen, the character for which can be reduced as well to manifesting simple. At any rate, the balance of motion and stability in Musashi's characters are reminiscent of the gourd floating downstream that Taquan equated with the mind of Zen moving along with water, but always itself. The smaller characters of Poe's poem are much more loosely fluid, reminding one of the cold current itself. The first line of Poe's couplet reflect Musashi's insistence, and Taquan's as well, that the swordsman not have his mind catch or be caught by anything during conflict. The mind should be as clear and ungrasping as a cold stream, reflecting the opponent's activities, intentions, and morale. This is the clearing away of the clouds of confusion, the emptiness of the final chapter of the Book of Five Rings. Finally, the very choice of a line from a 10th century Chinese poet shows us yet another dimension of Musashi's character. It is well known that he studied linked Japanese poetry, and we are reminded that he likely met Hosokawa Tadayoshi for the first time at a poetry circle in Kyoto. But Po Chui's poems were in classical Chinese, a language quite different from Japanese and one that Musashi had taught himself sometime during his life as a shugyosha. He found this particular couplet in his copy of the Wakan Roishu, a popular source since the 11th century for the study and recitation of both classical Chinese and Japanese. Po Chui, who was called Hakurakuten by the Japanese, was one of Musashi's favorites among the old Chinese poets. One of the poems Musashi liked best was from Poe's Song of Unending Sorrow, and was perhaps, for him, the perfect expression of the way of nature and the turning of all things. In the spring breeze, the plum and damson blossoms open at night. In the autumn frost, the leaves of the parasol and paulownia fall in their season. Thus, there were many nights when the old swordsman stayed up alone in his simple residence, only a candle lighting the text. In his famous low voice, he would have quietly chanted the bits and pieces of poems that so well reflected the 60 years that had brought him to his final home. Fudomyo. The range of the arts in which Musashi excelled was nearly as broad as that of the Kyoto sword Polish Hanami Koitsu. His abilities were founded in swordsmanship but encompassed tsubokyuga and calligraphy, both of which were further refined by his study of Chinese poetry and his practice of Zen meditation. He became quite expert at metallurgy, fashioning a number of sword guards that are still extant, and producing an elegantly simple saddle, which he gave to Nagaoka Yoriyuki, Nagaka Okanaga's son, and which remains in the Matsui family collection to this day. One of his most remarkable works, however, was produced when Musashi returned his hand to the blade. This is a wooden statue of the deity Fudomyo, literally, the immovable brightness king, who is ever ready to strike down the enemies of Buddhism. 20 This small wooden piece has Fudomyo with his feet firmly planted on level ground, holding a single sword vertically at his right side. Eyes flaring and mouth set into a determined frown, he manifests an astonishingly palpable tension and wrathful energy. As if to underscore these qualities, his back and side are surrounded by flames. Japanese commentators have described the statue as having kankei, or strength in spite of small stature, which can be further defined as strength contained in conciseness or brevity. What would an immovable deity have to do with Musashi, whose swordsmanship required an absolute freedom of movement? For a concise view of Fudomyo and his significance, we once again turn to the mysterious record of immovable wisdom by Taquan 21. Although wisdom is called immovable, this does not signify any insentient thing, like wood or stone. It moves as the mind is wont to move, forward or back, to the left, to the right, in the 10 directions and to the 8 points, and the mind that does not stop at all is called immovable wisdom. Fudomyo grasps the sword in his right hand and holds a rope in his left hand. He bares his teeth and his eyes flash with anger. His form stands firmly, ready to defeat the evil spirits that would obstruct the Buddhist law. What is called Fudomyo is said to be one's unmoving mind and an unvacillating body. Unvacillating means not being detained by anything. Glancing at something and not stopping the mind is called immovable. If 10 men, each with a sword, come at you with weapons slashing, if you parry each sword without stopping the mind at each action, and go from one to the next, you will not be lacking in a proper action for every one of the 10. This is one of the very foundations of Musashi's swordsmanship, and it is interesting that this commentary was given by Taquan, a Zen sect priest. But given the connection of the title and the structure of Musashi's The Book of Five Rings with Shingon Buddhism, and the fact that worship of Fudo-Myo was introduced by that sect in the 9th century, it is worth taking a further look at this interesting deity who inspired Musashi. There are a number of sutras devoted to Fudo-Myo, giving various descriptions of him, but he is most often described as having a blue-black body, and being either standing or seated on a diamond seat and surrounded by the purifying flames of the Kali Yuga. In his right hand he holds the double-edged sword of wisdom, often with a dragon winding up around the blade, to cut through our ignorance, and in his left hand the ropes to tie up our passions, thus defeating the enemies of Buddhism: ignorance, greed, and hatred. Fudo's brow is covered with wave-like wrinkles, his left eye is often squinting, and from his curled upper lip one fang protrudes downward while another protrudes upward from his lower. Over his left shoulder hangs a braid of hair. Fudo's title in Sanskrit is Vidyaraja, and the word vidya, at its root, means wisdom or knowledge. The Sino-Japanese translation, Ming, means bright or clear, but connotes both wisdom and knowledge, and both the Sanskrit and the Sino-Japanese terms suggest that this knowledge is supernatural. As an esoteric sect, Shingon Buddhism holds that the repetition of spells or magic formulas, dharnis and mantras, is part of the key to enlightenment, and one of its main holy works, the Mahavarokana Sutra, indicates that these magical formulas are the active nature of emptiness itself. Thus, the supernatural knowledge of the brightness or of the wisdom kings like Fudo is the magical formula of a dharni or mantra. There are, in fact, 5 Vidyarajas, each a manifestation of one of the 5 Dhyani Buddhas, all of whom possess the supernatural knowledge contained in these spells. Fudo is a manifestation of Vairocana, the central Buddha of emptiness and the source of all the world's phenomena. What better deity for the writer of the emptiness chapter of the Book of Five Rings? Did Musashi engage in the practices of Shingon Buddhism as well as those of Zen? There is no evidence other than the sculpture, the title and structure of his book, and the tradition of the swordsman to sometimes ritually purify himself by meditating beneath waterfalls, all of which are closely associated with Fudo in Japan. Musashi kept such things strictly to himself. What seems most likely, however, is that he did not adhere to any one sect in particular, Zen included. A staunch individualist, Musashi took from each sect that which was to him the most useful and true, and made it his own. The animals of nature, the patriarchs of Zen, the mystical deities of Shingon all became manifestations of the spirit that moved and directed his way. Even as a Zen-inspired artist, Musashi is difficult to categorize into one particular school or group. He does not exactly fit into the classical mold of men from a century earlier, nor does he fall into the almost cartoonish style of the Zen priests Hakuin or Sengei, who would follow him. But his stature as an artist was never in doubt and, starting with the patronage of the powerful and cultured Hosokawa clan, which still owns the majority of his paintings today, his reputation only grew. By the end of the 19th century, however, the fate of traditional Japanese art itself was in jeopardy. With the Meiji Restoration and the opening of the country in 1868, Japan turned its eyes overseas for the cultural and scientific knowledge from which it had effectively barred itself since the first half of the 17th century. Promising young men were sent to Germany to study medicine, to England to study technology and the parliamentary system, and to America to study the educational system. Soon, Western clothing and even Western haircuts came into vogue, and things Japanese came under suspicion of being unenlightened. In particular, the artistic heritage of Japan, of which painting was the primary expression, lost prestige dramatically, often with drastic consequences. Traditional paintings were given far less value and were sometimes thrown away. Ukiyo-e, the hand-printed classic illustrations of the Edo period, 1603 to 1868, were crumbled up and used for stuffing in sending exports overseas, and in the scramble to catch up, important cultural works were lost entirely or sold cheaply to foreign buyers. An anecdote from the record of praise of floating waterweed by a Viscount Fukuoka, 1835 to 1919, coincidentally concerning a painting of Musashi's, illustrates the situation well. At the time I was amusing myself in Asakusa, and passed through the Raimon Gate. There was a roadside stand that had hung up a portrait of Daruma. The paper was dirty and sooty, and I could just barely see the heroic strength of the brush. I thereby put down 20 sen, and it was mine. I still didn't know whose painting it was. Later, I carefully inspected it and found a small seal on the bottom which read Niden. For the first time I realized it was signed with Miyamoto Musashi's artist name, which was Niden. It was enough to observe the character of this painting to understand that he was the swordsman known to all. In 1915, however, an interesting event occurred. When the new emperor attended the graduation ceremony at Tokyo Imperial University, he was invited, as was the tradition, to observe artistic and cultural works selected by the Department of Literature. That year, the department selected 3 works by Musashi: Reed Leaf Daruma, Shrike on a Withered Branch, and Wild Geese and Reeds, arranging them together and accompanying them with an explanation by a professor of art history. This caused no small excitement among both academic circles and the public at large, and it is indicative of the level of Musashi's artistic genius that his paintings were in the vanguard of what became a re-evaluation by the Japanese of their own artistic traditions. Musashi, however, had always been appreciated as an artist as well as a swordsman. His works were highly valued by the warrior artists Watanabe Kazan and Tonomura Chikuden, and have been noted with extreme praise as being unparalleled in terms of observation, insight, and precision by both Japanese and foreign art historians from the Edo period to the present. Even during the Meiji period, 1868 to 1912, when Japanese art was held in low esteem by so much of the populace, Musashi's works were considered fundamental in the art history of the country by a number of important historians, including Okakura Tenshin, who worked with Ernest Finelisa and wrote the famous Book of Tea, and Fujioka Sakutaro, who published Japan's first systematic history of art. It may be interesting to finish this section with an evaluation by Fujikake Shizuya, a former professor of art at Tokyo Imperial University. In 1951, he wrote an article on the dancing Hodai for the art magazine Koka. Niden was praised as being preeminent in the way of the sword, and he was extraordinary as a swordsman. Although his painting was fundamentally an avocation, he surpassed the specialists in his artistic technique and was, once again, extraordinary. It can be thought that there exists in Niden's paintings the deepest meaning of his swordsmanship, and a sublime transcendence that communicates to the two disciplines. The strength of his spiritual originality is obvious. Niden's technique was truly in his ability to express the strength of this originality as artistic works in painting. This was not simply strength of character. Niden was extraordinarily skilled as a painter as well. Chapter 4. The Way of Life and Death, Reagan Cave. Old age. Although he could feel his disease progressing, Musashi did not take up the life of a shut-in. On a typical day he went out accompanied by a retinue of 6 samurai and provisioned with a horse, a spear, and a carrying pole box. At times he practiced zazen, either at the Taishoji or at the Reagan Cave on Mount Iwato, a steep hill at the foot of Mount Kinpo, some miles west of Kumamoto. Musashi reached the cave by following a narrow path that starts from behind the Unganzenji, the temple near the peak of the hill, then rises and cuts through the boulders to just below the cave's entrance. At the top of the precipice is a large boulder called Black Rock, and it was while sitting on this that Musashi practiced Zen meditation. On clear days, he could see the peaks of the distant mountains and the Ariake Kai, the Sea of Dawn. Musashi also participated in everyday affairs and, of course, the training of his disciples, among whom were Terao Maganoho Katsunobu, Tara Okumanishuk Nobuyuki, and Najayaka Yoriyuki. Yoriyuki, it will be remembered, was actually a son of Hosokawa Tadatoshi, but was given in adoption to Najayaka Sado no Kami Okanaga, and Musashi, too, seems to have become a sort of father figure to the young man. Yoriyuki often came to the old swordsman for advice, and their relationship had lighter moments as well. Once, Yoriyuki came to Musashi with a question and the response showed that Musashi, despite his sickness, had not lost all of his former strength. Bringing a number of heavy bamboo poles to Musashi, Yoriyuki asked how to determine which ones would be best to use as banners. Musashi replied that this was a relatively easy problem to solve. He grasped each bamboo pole by the base, went to the edge of the veranda and swung it down sharply with such force that some of the poles split and others broke off at the joints. Finally, he laid out all of those that had not broken and said, "I suppose these are all right." Yoriyuki laughed and said, "An unquestionable method, sensei, but one that seems limited to a man a bit stronger than myself." Musashi clearly stated his method of instructing his disciples in the Wind chapter of the Book of Five Rings. "My way of teaching the martial arts is to take a man who is a beginner in the way, have him learn according to those skills that he may develop well, teach him the principles that he will quickly understand first, see through the places where his mind may be suitable for matters not easily understood, and gradually, teach him the deeper principles later. Nevertheless, this is a matter of having him learn how to cross swords in battle, so there is no point called the entrance to the interior. In my style, there is neither entrance nor depth to the sword, and there is no ultimate stance. There is only seeing through to its virtues with the mind. This is the essence of the martial arts." In this way, Musashi taught each of his disciples individually at his dojo, judging each man for what would be appropriate or inappropriate for him to learn. Hating the hypocrisy and showmanship of other schools, he refused to make his disciples sign the usual blood oaths of secrecy and did not titillate them with promises of hidden principles and techniques to come. He was honest and understanding and did not push students to the point of collapse, as some teachers did then and do today. His approach was simple and direct. Stances, for example, are limited to 5, the upper stance, Joden, the middle stance, Shuden, the lower stance, Giden, the left side stance, Hidariwakigami, and the right side stance, Mijiwakigami. There are no other stances than these 5. No matter which of these stances you take, you should not think of the stance itself, but rather that you are going to cut down your opponent. Moreover, the stances are not essential in themselves, but can be adapted to suit the circumstances a practitioner encounters. As necessary, stances may be substituted one for another, or subtly altered. The point Musashi constantly drove home to his disciples was the importance of not becoming attached to even the simplest of techniques. Thus, all stances became one, or none, in his teaching of the stance/no stance. The same principle applied to the 2 sword techniques that Yoriyuki, the Tarao brothers, and the others all learned. Some of these, which have now been taken up and given names by styles that splintered off from the Niten Ichiryu Musashi taught, are as follows. The Jumonji, cross, technique, the long and short swords are combined to make a cross. The practitioner waits for his opponent to attack, then pushes the opponent's sword aside with the short sword and at the same time strikes with the long sword. The Taka no Ha, hawk wing, technique, the practitioner advances with both swords crossed in front of him. That is, the tip of the short sword held in the left hand points to the right, and the tip of the long sword held in the right hand points to the left. The instant the opponent attacks, the cross of the 2 swords is opened up. The form of this move is like the spreading of a hawk's wings. The Hiryuken, flying dragon, technique, this was also called the shurikenuke, shuriken throw. The practitioner throws the short sword like a shuriken. The short sword can either be brandished in front and then thrown or, while the long sword is revolved above, thrown from the left. This is meant not so much to hit the opponent as to destroy his stance. The Ryasetsudo, Snow on the Willow. Technique: the practitioner takes a stance in which the left side of the body is in front, with the short sword thrust forward, and the long sword is held to the right and back. When the opponent strikes in an effort to brush away the short sword, one drops that sword on purpose. In other words, losing the sword does not matter, rather it should fall from the hand as the snow would fall from a willow branch. The opponent's blade will cut through a void without resistance, and at that instant, one strikes him with the long sword. None of these techniques, however, was absolute. What was important in their execution was the same as in Tsubokyuga, keeping the body fluid and the mind totally unmoved. Thus, Musashi spent his late 50s teaching, painting, meditating, practicing tea, and writing poetry, among many other endeavors. He also advised Tadadashi's son, Mitsuhisa, from time to time and participated in the activities of the fief. One interesting episode indicates that, although old and sick, he was still a man to be reckoned with. On the third night of the new year during this time, a ceremony of the first recitation of no drama was held at Mitsuhisa's flower garden mansion, and Musashi attended. Before the standard formalities had begun, a certain Shimizu Hoki, who held the rank of group leader, yelled over from his seat to Musashi, "There's a story going around that when you fought Ganryu years ago, Ganryu managed to strike first. What do you say to that?" Musashi said nothing, but picked up a lamp and went straight to where Hoki was sitting. "When I was young, I had a kind of abscess on my head called a lotus root," Musashi said. "Because of the marks from that abscess, I've been unable to shave my forehead and have had to keep a full head of hair. In my fight with Ganryu, he used a real sword while I used a wooden one, so if he had struck first I would still have a scar. Take a good look." So saying, with his left hand holding the lamp, he pulled his hair back with his right hand and thrust his head into Hoki's face. Hoki drew back and said, "There's no scar that I can see." Musashi, however, pressed him further and in a quiet voice ordered, "Take a careful look, please." When Hoki said, "I have checked and I am sure," Musashi adjusted the lamp and returned to his seat, smoothing down his hair, calm and composed. The records note that of all the samurai in attendance, there was not one whose hands were not sweating in breathless suspense. By the early fall of 1643, however, when Musashi was 60 years old, he understood that his remaining time was limited. On October 10, he once again climbed Mount Iwato, prayed to the Iwato Kannon, bowed in veneration to heaven and stood before the Buddha in an act of purification, and began to compose his literary legacy, the Book of Five Rings. He would now spend 2 years in meditation on his life and experiences, writing what he felt could be transmitted in words in the 5 short scrolls that made up this work. As he dipped his brush into the ink and wrote out the characters in his unique hand, he would have had no idea of the kind of interest that would be garnered by this effort, not only in Japan, but far beyond his own place and time. The Five-Storied Pagoda. Musashi wrote the Book of Five Rings as a harmony of 5 chapters, with the image of the 5 rings of the title being related to the 5-storied pagoda or stupa. The structure of the stupa traditionally symbolizes the true reality or expression of the universe, from the fundamental to the ethereal, earth, water, fire, wind, and the void. None of these elements can exist independently, and all make their transformations according to circumstances and in accordance with each other. The chapters, actually individual scrolls of Musashi's book, were composed with this same interdependence in mind. In the first chapter of his book, the Earth chapter, Musashi gave a brief summary of the contents of each chapter. The Earth chapter, he says, is an outline of the way of the martial arts and of his own style. The Water chapter contains the principles of swordsmanship, with the 1, know the 10,000. The Fire chapter is concerned with victory or defeat in battle. The Wind chapter is on the other martial arts and their various styles. The Emptiness chapter is written so that readers might naturally enter the way of truth. A fuller summary is as follows. In the Earth chapter, Musashi explained the significance of the martial arts as he had come to know them over the course of a half-century, stressing the utter necessity of knowing the advantages of the weapons used and the fundamental principles of using them. Likening the martial artist to a master carpenter, he pointed out the relative levels of skill and explained the necessity of knowing one's tools. As Musashi himself had learned firsthand in his more than 60 bouts and 6 major military engagements, the martial artist must be practical. Partiality towards, or bias against, one weapon or another is anathema, as is one-sidedness of any kind. On the one hand, he urged the student to wield the weapon that would be fitting to his own abilities. On the other, he stressed the need to be ambidextrous and the advantages of being able to use 2 swords at once. The fundamental point of the martial arts, he declared, is to win. Your real intent should be not to die with weapons uselessly worn at your side. Musashi closed this chapter with rules for putting his martial arts into practice, and they are the bedrock of practicality supporting the entire book. 1. Think without any dishonesty. 2. Forge yourself in the way. 3. Touch upon all of the arts. 4. Know the ways of all occupations. 5. Know the advantages and disadvantages of everything. 6. Develop a discerning eye in all matters. 7. Understand what cannot be seen by the eye. 8. Pay attention to even small things. 9. Do not involve yourself with the impractical. In the water chapter, Musashi related the philosophy and the practice of his own style of swordsmanship, the Niden Ichiryu. This included the practical measures and practices for mental attitude, body posture, use of the eyes and feet, and the various ways of striking with the sword. In other martial arts, instructors taught their students to make extraordinary changes in both their mental attitudes and their body postures to adapt to the extraordinary circumstances of combat. Musashi, however, concluded that one's mind and body should be changed very little, if at all, from everyday attitudes. According to his experience, both body and mind should be at peace and unwobbling. This is to say that Musashi cautioned the student against being needlessly tense or lax, and advocated adaptability to any situation. Concentrate on a ploy, a stance, or a place on the opponent's body, and your actions will coagulate and bring about your defeat. This was a teaching he held in common with the Zen priest Taquan, the fundamental point being to let both body and mind work freely, and not to allow them to be caught anywhere at all. In the water chapter, Musashi taught various stances and strikes that the student was to practice day and night. Still, the culmination of these was to be in the above-mentioned stance/no stance and in the no thought/no concept strike. Perhaps he was remembering the fight at the Ichijoji temple with the Yoshioka clan when he wrote, "It is best to think that one will cut a man down without considering a stance. In the heat of battle, one does not have time to think about form, but only strikes his opponent down, and the practitioner's aim is not correct movement, but winning." Thus the student leaves by the same door through which he entered, and is no different than before. Yet, having internalized all of his practices, he is totally changed. In the fire chapter, Musashi wrote about the strategies and practical applications of combat, and developed the extrapolation of the large martial art from the small martial art. This chapter begins with a section entitled On Place, which considered the advantages and disadvantages of light sources and obstacles in the immediate area of an encounter. Musashi described this with such concrete examples that the reader can visualize situations the swordsman had experienced and the ways that he might have come to these insights. He made a subtle shift here, however, demonstrating that geographical advantages are psychological, and not just physical advantages, and he quickly moved to an emphasis on psychological techniques that continues throughout the chapter. Taking the initiative, breaking the opponent's rhythm, checking stalemates, agitating or confusing the opponent, beating him down beyond his ability to recover, all of these are stressed as the psychological components of battle necessary to gain the victory. And yet, much as in the previous chapter on stances and strikes, he advises, in order to win, do not select a method. This is psychology at its best. It is also the foundation of Musashi's martial art and its very point of departure. A reading of Musashi's life shows that he was a master of psychology as a technique, and that he used it time and again. The Yoshioka fell to it, as did even the demon of the western provinces, Sasaki Kojiro. Although Musashi could have relied on strength and speed, recall that he was described as being big-boned, remarkably strong, yet nimble. He used strategy instead. As he wrote in the Wind chapter, "In my martial art, it is essential that you bend and warp your opponent, taking the victory by twisting and distorting your opponent's mind." When Musashi was sitting high up in the Regan cave writing the Book of Five Rings, there were a great number of competing schools of swordsmanship, each claiming superiority over the others by virtue of some hidden way of grasping the sword or some secret stance. In Kyushu, both the Shinkajiryu and the Taishiryu were popular. It will be remembered that Hosokawa Tadatoshi himself had studied the former style and been very satisfied with it, leaving it only when Musashi defeated his own Yagyu-appointed sparring partner. In Higo Kumamoto, a sizable and strategically important castle town, there were any number of stylists who had hung out shingles and were doing their best to attract students with flashy techniques and promises of the deepest hidden traditions. In his Wind chapter, Musashi exposes the failings and contrivances of these other schools, with the undercurrent of thought that is expressed clearly in the Sun Tzu, the ancient Chinese classic: "If you know the enemy and know yourself, you will not be endangered in 100 battles." The danger Musashi alludes to here, however, was more concerned with what the swordsman might do to himself if he considered the heresies of other schools to be the true way. In the beginning Musashi states the thrust of the chapter quite concisely: the other schools get along with this as a performance art, as a method of making a living, as a colorful decoration, or as a means of forcing flowers to bloom. Yet, can it be the true way if it has been made into a saleable item? This is followed by a very crucial point: moreover, the other martial arts in the world only give fine attention to swordsmanship, teaching ways of handling the sword, body postures or hand positions. Can you understand how to win from such things? None of them is the unfailing way. Thus, in exposing the faults of other styles, Musashi criticized hypocrisy, the kind of thinking that limits the martial arts to sword technique and, most importantly, the deep attachment to form and equipment that could scotch a student's freedom of movement and mind. Other schools taught absolutes in terms of a certain length of the sword, a special stance, or in a secret way of fixing the eyes. Musashi pointed out the failings in techniques themselves and in the insistence on using a certain technique or weapon regardless of the circumstances. Musashi's main concern was practicality, and in this chapter he demonstrated the impracticality of some of the more esoteric approaches to the martial arts. The Emptiness chapter provides in very few words a frame of meditation for the philosophical foundation of the preceding 4 chapters. It is a description of the great way in which Musashi's way is deeply rooted. Emptiness is existence, existence is emptiness, and attachment is the great heresy. The Book of Five Rings has been an article of daily meditation and recitation for sword practitioners over the centuries, much as the Heart Sutra has been for Buddhists all over the world, and the Emptiness chapter is the perfect parallel to the mantra at the end of that sutra. It is natural that this chapter would be Buddhist in its orientation. Musashi lived within the context of Buddhism all his life, from the Pure Land Buddhism of his parents to the Rinzai Zen of his friend Taquan and the Hosokawa clan. Moreover, his students would have been familiar with the concepts in this chapter, as would most educated and cultured people of his time. Yet, if the vocabulary is Buddhist, the phrasing is pure Musashi, each sentence supporting and deepening the principles of his way. At its center, the chapter points directly to the martial arts, to the art of Musashi's life, and to the mature understanding that he gained by the final years of his life. The Emptiness chapter 1 brings the Book of Five Rings around in a full circle to the Earth chapter again. It is the perfect Enso, circle of enlightenment, 2 giving the work a center that is everywhere and that cannot be pinned down. The Emptiness chapter is the blade and the grip of the sword, the hand that grasps it, and the mind that informs it all. Make the heart of truth your way. Accordingly, you will make emptiness the way, and see the way as emptiness. The concept of the five rings in esoteric Buddhism. Traveling the back roads of Japan or wandering through the temple precincts there, one often finds five-tiered stone monuments called stupas. These can range from 2 to more than 10 feet high, and they are often made of plain granite or some other hard stone. Stupas are descended from original monuments that held relics of the Buddha and, later, his saints. Believers consider them to hold the actual presence of the Buddha or his truth. There is an interesting connection between this ubiquitous monument and the Book of Five Rings that is worthy of note. When the monk Kyukai returned to Japan from China in CE 806, he brought with him an understanding of a new, esoteric form of Buddhism that he called the Shingon, or True Word, sect. Kyukai was not only a devout Buddhist but a brilliant teacher, and an artist. He is credited with having created the kana system of Japanese orthography, the syllabaries that are used together with kanji, and is considered the patron saint of calligraphy. The Shingon sect grew rapidly in importance during his lifetime and gained favor especially among the aristocracy, who loved its rituals and artistic representations. Kyukai taught that the esoteric meanings of Shingon could be conveyed not in wordy explanations, but rather through art. This notion of truth through art had a direct appeal to Japanese sensibilities, and the basic assumptions of Shingon have always been a strong undercurrent in Japanese culture, despite the later ascendancy of the Zen and Pure Land sects of Buddhism. Even the tea ceremony, with its well-known connections to Zen, probably in fact owes its aesthetic foundations more to Shingon than to Zen. Among the tenets of Shingon Buddhism is the assertion that the esoteric teachings were taught not by the historical Buddha, Shakyamuni, but by Vairocana, the cosmic Buddha, who is in fact the universe itself. Vairocana is manifested in a number of artistic forms, but in Japan he is often represented by the five-tiered stone pagoda, or sotoba, also called the Gorin-tu, or Tower of Five Rings. Gorin no Sho is the Japanese title of Musashi's book. Sho means book. This Gorin-tu is usually constructed as follows: a square stone at the bottom represents the earth element, or stability, and the fundamental element of being. Next, a round stone represents the water element, or permeation, and vacuity. A triangular stone represents the fire element, or purity, and perfect activity. A crescent-shaped stone represents the wind element, or growth, and perfect awareness. And, at the top, a stone in the shape of a mani jewel, wish-fulfilling gem, represents the void element, or space. The stones are inscribed respectively with the Sanskrit letters A, 6, Ra, Hum, and Kam, which together represent Vairocana himself, the very essence of the universe. According to Kyukai, these five elements are constantly interfusing to form the various manifestations of the universe, and hence Vairocana. We see the forms, but we are too unenlightened to recognize them for what they are. The outward result of this eternal interplay is impermanence, but what is inherent in every single form, no matter how small or large, earthy or ethereal, is emptiness. Each of the five rings also represents one of the five Dhyani Buddhas, and each of these has its own corresponding element: earth, water, fire, wind, and void, color, location, south, east, west, north, and center, mudra, meditative hand gesture, meaning and transformational wisdom. Shingon teaches that constant meditation on these Buddhas and their aspects will eventually result in the unification with Vairocana, and thus in enlightenment. The parallels of this system with the title and structure of Musashi's work are too obvious to pass over. Each chapter does indeed echo, reflect, and fuse with the others, as do the five elements in Shingon. One chapter cannot be read to the exclusion of the others, or the full meaning will be lost. Shingon Buddhism 3 is not specifically mentioned in the Book of Five Rings, nor is Pure Land or Zen. Musashi, however, was too inquisitive about the world and too intense an artist to have ignored this system of thought, and indeed he urges us to know the various ways of the world. What kind of austerities Musashi performed in the Regan cave while meditating on his life work is not known, but the burning eyes and taut muscles of his sculpture of Fudomyo, the manifestation of Shingon's central Buddha, Vairocana, suggest that we might look for meanings that lie deeper than the words on the page. Basic principles. Musashi's structure of the Book of Five Rings provided an outline of various themes, a general look at the martial arts, his own particular style, the problems of combat, other styles, and philosophical foundations. There are a number of fundamental principles established throughout the book, however, that, although emphasized strongly in certain chapters, are not particularly tied down to any one chapter. These principles form the essence of Musashi's martial art, what the Japanese term the shinzui, the true pith or marrow, and from them develop the skeleton, muscles, and skin of everything he taught. Like his life and his art, they are another window through which we have a glimpse of Musashi's soul. Point 4. The way of the martial arts is to win. Some 80 years after Musashi's death, Yamamoto Tsunetomo, a samurai of the Nabeshima clan in nearby Hizen, dictated what would become the most famous words of his book, Hagakure, and gave expression to one of the major tenets of the warrior's way of life. The way of the samurai is found in death. When it comes to either/or, there is only the quick choice of death. It is not particularly difficult. Be determined and advance. To say that dying without reaching one's aim is to die a dog's death is the frivolous way of sophisticates. When pressed with the choice of life or death, it is not necessary to gain one's aim. This was not so radical as it may seem. The samurai served a master, and his master supported not only the samurai's own life but the lives of his entire family. The clan was the samurai's prime identity, and he was expected, as a warrior, to lay down his life for it. Tsunetomo's conclusion that giving up one's life was the substance of the samurai way was, while given remarkable expression here, not all that remarkable an idea. Musashi, however, completely rejected this concept. For him, the way of the warrior was to wear two swords into battle, to be able to use those swords well, and to defeat the enemy. Death would eventually come to everyone, and resolve in the face of death was not the crucial point distinguishing the samurai from other classes in society. Generally speaking, when people contemplate the heart of warrior thought, they consider it simply a way in which a warrior learns to be resolute toward death. But this is not actually the essence of the way. What distinguishes the warrior and is most basic in the way of the martial arts is learning to overcome your opponent in each and every event. The true way of swordsmanship is to fight with your opponent and win. Why else, Musashi asked, would a lord give a man two swords and a stipend? Musashi's motive for writing the Book of Five Rings was to give his students and their students after them a way to defeat their opponents. Point 5. His way was one of victory, not of death in battle, and to that end he encouraged the student to practice in the morning and train in the evening. Your real intent should not be to die with weapons worn uselessly at your side. Moreover, my way of the martial arts is to know the way of victory with certainty when you are fighting for your life alone against 5 or 10 men. Closely connected with his opposition to a warrior's stepping into battle simply to die was Musashi's contention that many of the martial arts schools taught useless, showy techniques. He declared that if students relied on such techniques, it would be the same as fighting only to die with attractive form, but without victory. What was important to Musashi was not so much the flower as the fruit, and the fruit was clearly defined as the defeat of the enemy. The other schools get along with this as a performance art, as a method of making a living, as a colorful decoration, or as a means of forcing flowers to bloom. In the way of the martial arts, especially, form is made into ornament. While other schools look good to the eye, none of them contains the heart of truth. It would seem to be common sense that the reason for being involved with the martial arts during this period was the goal of defeating one's opponent. Musashi considered this common sense, but some martial artists clearly did not. Discipline. It is not uncommon in Oriental literature for major themes and propositions to be given away in the very beginning of a work. Kumo no Kome, the writer of the 13th century Hojiki, record of a 10-foot square hut, for example, expressed his entire theme in the first line: the flow of the river is unending, but the water is never the same. Musashi also provided the reader with one of his most fundamental themes in the very first line of his book: After many years of discipline, I have thought to describe for the first time. This was not a light entry. The absolute necessity of discipline and practice is repeated over and over again in the Book of Five Rings, and it is no accident that phrases like "you should take up the sword and practice," "you should investigate this thoroughly," "you should make great efforts in this," or "this is something you should practice thoroughly" appear at the end of almost every section of the work. Musashi's realization of the way was not given to him all at once in a dream or a moment of satori. It was acquired only through a never-ending discipline. Without discipline, one would never forge himself into a true swordsman and never make the art his own. Musashi made it clear, in his water chapter, that transformation comes only with practice. The journey of 1000 Ri6 proceeds step by step, so think without rushing. Understanding that this is the duty of a warrior, put these practices into action, surpass today what you were yesterday, go beyond those of poor skill tomorrow and exceed those who are skillful later. It is strongly implied in the Book of Five Rings that discipline is far more important than any lesson on fancy footwork or on how to gain the advantage of length with a particular grip on a sword. Musashi felt that techniques have little value unless they are internalized and verified by constant practice and investigation. To express this principle, he wrote the now famous line, "See to it that you temper yourself with 1000 days of practice, and refine yourself with 10,000 days of training." Musashi defeated over 60 men between his 13th and 29th years, and these statements leave us with little doubt as to how he otherwise spent his time. Real knowledge. Closely linked to the subject of discipline is Musashi's insistence on gaining direct, not theoretical, knowledge. We know with certainty that Musashi was deeply involved in Zen practice in the last years of his life, but we do not know just when this involvement began. However, Musashi undoubtedly had a strong penchant for many Zen principles from the very beginning. His repeated dictum, "You should investigate this thoroughly," echoes the common Zen phrase, "See everything for yourself," Isaijikan. He did not survive his personal bouts and major battles on armchair knowledge. Early in the Book of Five Rings he states, "Learning these principles indoors, studying all the minor details but forgetting the way of actuality will likely be of little use at all." He also insisted that you should train in the way of the sword with your hands. Musashi's pragmatic emphasis on real knowledge led to his disdain for partiality of any sort in the practice of the martial arts. To him, real knowledge meant real efficiency in every situation. He spoke derisively of practitioners whose view was too narrow. Knowing how to defeat others in any situation, they put virtue in the length of the sword and think they can win by their distance from their opponent. Real knowledge implies real freedom, and any prejudice for one weapon over another or one stance over another, or for anything at all, does nothing more than hobble a man or put blinders on his gaze. But with weapons as with other things, you should not make distinctions or preferences. It is wrong for either general or soldier to have a preference for one thing and to dislike another. Musashi illustrated the positive approach to this principle with the example of a carpenter. Just as a carpenter must have real knowledge of his tools in order to succeed in his various projects, he wrote, so must the warrior have an intimate knowledge of his weapons for the various virtues they will have in real situations. When you put your life on the line, you want all your weapons to be of use. Musashi wrote that the swordsman should know all the ways, and not just theoretically. Preference or prejudice is akin to untried theory, and both are detriments to real knowledge. Real knowledge understands that an oar may be more efficacious than a naked blade, or that a simple change in technique may determine the outcome of a battle. In this sense, Musashi's style was one of expediency, but such a style cannot be successfully executed with a one-track mind. In the end, the way of this style is the mind that obtains the victory with anything at all. Everyday mind. Musashi despised the showy techniques and hidden meanings taught by other schools. Not only did they transform the study of the sword, its implements, and even its instructors into commodities to be bought and sold, but they put students in a false frame of mind. Musashi's understanding of the way of the martial arts was similar to the approach of Zen Buddhists to their practice. He considered it nothing extraordinary, nothing that would require mysterious or flashy leaps of either body or mind. Concerning the mind, he wrote in the water chapter, in the way of the martial arts, do not let your frame of mind be any different from your everyday mind. Neither too taut, nor too lax, the mind was not to depart from its normal condition. Musashi no doubt discovered this principle on his own, but he would not have failed to notice its similarity to Zen when he studied the Gateless Gate, the 13th century Chinese collection of koans that was almost required study for serious practitioners of that sect. In the 19th case of that book are these famous lines, Nansen was asked by Joshu, "What is the way?" He replied, "Your everyday mind is the way." For Musashi, the body was to be regarded in the same light, the outstanding was unnatural, and the unnatural was not real. If a practice was not built on a foundation of reality, it would only become an obstruction, mere baggage on the way to victory or, more likely, to defeat. In all things concerning the body in the martial arts, make the everyday body the body for the martial arts, and the body for the martial arts the everyday body. Feet, eyes, hands, and general stance, nothing was to be moved, concentrated, or arranged in an unnatural fashion. To give one example, in the use of the feet, you should walk as usual. No leaping or running, nothing to get the mind caught or distracted from the work at hand. Both body and mind must be released from concentration on extraordinary feats and be allowed to function in an everyday mode. Musashi regarded every unnatural stride, hand maneuver, or fixing of the eyes as abnormal attention to trivia. He urged his students to remain free. As the popular 7th century Chinese Zen manual, the Sinsinming urged, let go of the mind, and it will be natural. Fluidity. As already mentioned, Musashi's most famous sculpture is a small statue of Fudomyo, and his knowledge of the symbolism of Shingon Buddhism indicates that he had a deep understanding of this Buddhist deity. It is probably no coincidence that his friend, the priest Taquan, also had an affinity for Fudomyo. Taquan wrote in The Mysterious Record of Immovable Wisdom, "The man who is close to enlightenment understands that manifests immovable wisdom and clears away all delusion. For the man who can make his immovable wisdom apparent and who is able to practice this mental dharma as well as Fudomyo, the evil spirits will no longer proliferate. This is the purpose of Fudomyo's tidings." Taquan is again referring to his unmoving mind and unvacillating body. This is exactly the same as letting go of the mind, and body, and means that both are to be in a state of fluidity. Musashi hints at this principle throughout the Book of Five Rings, but discusses it most explicitly in the water chapter. Consider the following. Water follows the form of either an angular or round container, it becomes either a drop or a great sea. Do not let your mind stand still, even when you are in repose. Let sway peacefully, not allowing it to stop doing so, even for a moment. And, echoing Taquan's writings, even when the action is extraordinarily lively on the battlefield, you should take the principles of the martial arts to the extreme and keep your mind unmoved. Musashi and Taquan both believed that the great mistake was being slowed or rendered immobile by what one sees, hears, feels, or thinks. For them, even an instant's preoccupation could be fatal. Both body and mind must be free to flow and to respond to whatever the situation demands. Again, in the water chapter Musashi wrote specifically of the hands, in all things. Immobility is undesirable. Immobility means a dead hand, mobility means a living hand. The same might have been said of the body and mind. In the lesson of stance/no stance, Musashi discussed how, with just a slight movement, one stance becomes another, and this invokes a constantly fluid situation. This is the principle in which there is, and there is not, a stance. At its heart, this is first taking up the sword and then cutting down your opponent, no matter what is done or how it happens. Fluidity means having no obstruction, and particularly no obstruction from one's own mind. We must be careful not to create our own fetters or our own inflexibility. Musashi expresses this principle in the following passages from the Wind chapter. The knowledge of sword techniques is undesirable in the martial arts. Thinking of the various ways of cutting someone down confuses the mind. It is harmful to specialize in stances with the sword. Establishing hard and fast rules is not the way of victory. As they fix their mind on one special place, they confuse the mind and inflict a malady on the martial arts. There is an interesting story about Musashi and Taekwon that illustrates this principle quite well. Once when they were discussing the virtues of Zen as it applied to everyday life, the priest invited Musashi to attack him with a wooden sword. He would defend himself, Taekwon said, with only a fan. Musashi, the story goes, grasped his wooden sword and took several stances facing Taekwon, but the priest simply stood there with his arms lowered, one hand grasping the fan. After a long while, Musashi threw away his sword in disgust and declared that he had been unable to find an opening in which to strike. Taekwon's mind had been everywhere and therefore nowhere, and in this perfect state of fluidity he had become unassailable. Musashi must have thought over this bout for many years, and internalized the lesson. In the end, he could write from his own experience, without putting your mind anywhere, strike him quickly and directly. This gives a slightly different slant to Kome's line: the flow of the river is unending, but the water is never the same one that may have shocked the old recluse in his lonely hut. Psychology. About 2,000 years before Musashi's time, Sun Tzu, the Chinese philosopher of war, wrote, "Warfare is the way of deception." The word deception, or ki in Chinese, is etymologically derived from what is not correct and, interestingly enough, can also mean to cheat, to be cunning, or to be perverse. The Sun Tzu, popularly known as the Art of War, became required reading for every general, warlord or politician from the 4th century BCE through the time of Mao Zedong in China, and for every feudal lord, commander, and literate samurai in Japan. Musashi would have known this work well. About 10 years before the Book of Five Rings was completed, another famous Japanese swordsman, Yajiro Munori, wrote a phrase very similar to Sun Tzu's in his own work, "The life-giving sword, duplicity is the foundation of the martial arts." Duplicity in this case is hierarchy, literally inside and outside, but it also means double-dealing, treachery, and dishonesty. So the meaning is, perhaps, not far from that of his distant Chinese predecessor, and Munori would certainly have studied Sun Tzu's writings as well. As the Yajiro was one of the most important schools in Japan, and Munori himself was the instructor to the Tokugawa shoguns, this germinal maxim was likely on the lips of many a student of the martial arts. Musashi did not use either phrase in the Book of Five Rings, and his personality was such that he may have found the words themselves repugnant. He had a strong sense of his martial art being founded on principles, not tricks or dishonesty, and his vocabulary reflected this. In the Book of Five Rings he wrote, "The way of the martial arts is direct and true, so it is essential that you be intent on pursuing others and subjugating them with true principles." His choice of words like direct, true, and true principles reflects Musashi's sense that the martial arts is to follow the straight and narrow. His were the principles of life and death, and he had no patience with trivial tricks or lading the mind with strategies. That said, it is quite doubtful that any swordsman ever used psychology more often, or to better effect, than Miyamoto Musashi. He constantly reflected on the relationship of the opponent's frame of mind to his own, and that of his own frame of mind to combat itself. As we have seen, the histories of his bouts give us several examples of how he used this psychology in life and death situations. The classic example is the celebrated bout with Sasaki Kojiro at Genryu Island on April 13, 1612. It will be recalled that Musashi slept well beyond the agreed time of the match, making even the proprietor of his lodging nervous. Meanwhile, Sasaki and his entourage, in formal dress, waited on the island in the hot sun and speculated about whether their opponent might have fled in fear. By the time Musashi's boat appeared on the horizon, Sasaki was outraged that he had been made to wait for so long and in such discomfort. As his opponent's craft drew near, Sasaki ran to meet it, angrily accusing Musashi of disrespect. Musashi met this outburst with blank silence. As if this weren't unnerving enough, Sasaki then saw that Musashi's weapon was not the standard wooden sword, but an oar carved into the shape of a sword, slightly longer than his own sword. Sasaki was known for the length of his sword, and with this turn of events his confidence took a further slide. Impatiently, Sasaki unsheathed his sword and dramatically flung the scabbard away, into the waves. At this, Musashi spoke for the first time, "You've lost, Kojiro. Only the loser will have no need for his scabbard." Sasaki's frame of mind can be imagined, and the result of the ensuing contest is the stuff of legend. As the demon of the western provinces lay in the sand, blood flowing from his mouth and nose, Musashi approached with care. Suddenly, the fallen man struck out with a sweep of his sword, cutting into his opponent's hakama, but not piercing the flesh. At this point Musashi gave a final blow, crushing Sasaki's chest and ending his life. Musashi must have given deep thought to Sasaki's character, to the sense of dignity that could be bruised, putting him off balance, to the pride in and perhaps dependence on the length of his sword, and the offense he would take at Musashi's lack of a proper weapon, and to the impatience he might feel at having to wait, the way that his calm would slip away bit by bit. In the section of his fire chapter called Agitating Your Opponent, he wrote, "There are many kinds of agitation. One is a feeling of danger, a second is a feeling that something is beyond your capacity, and a third is a feeling of the unexpected. You should investigate this thoroughly." And in another section, "In my martial art, you bend and warp your opponent, taking the victory by twisting and contorting your opponent's mind." Perhaps what he learned in this bout was expressed in the following comments. Certainly they give the reader a vivid impression of Sasaki's last desperate strike. You must cut him down with such vigor that he cannot recover. There may be times when you appear to be winning on the surface, but hostility remains in your opponent's mind. In such situations it is important that you adjust your own mind, destroy your opponent's spirit, and make sure that he has been defeated in the very bottom of his heart. Another series of matches in which Musashi demonstrated his understanding of the importance of psychology was, as we have seen, his fight with the Yoshioka clan in 1604. In the first two matches with Seijuro and Denshikiro, Musashi arrived late, putting his opponents off guard with feelings of resentment, offense, and anger. So unsettled was Denshikiro at the defeat of his older brother that Musashi was able to quickly take the Yoshioka warrior's own sword, a very long one, away and turn it against Denshikiro, killing him. In the final match with Matashishiro, Musashi reversed his psychological tactic and arrived early. Thus, when the large Yoshioka force arrived and began grumbling about their opponent's likely late arrival, Musashi suddenly appeared, saying, "Did I make you wait?" As they reacted with fear and surprise, he took advantage of their disarray and cut them down one after another. Here, Musashi demonstrated his understanding of the principle of warping the opponent's mind. In the fire chapter, he gave this yet another dimension. The heart of mountains and seas is that it is wrong to use the same tactic repeatedly during a fight between you and your opponent. Using the same tactic twice is unavoidable, but you should not use it 3 times. Thus, if your opponent is thinking mountains, attack with seas, and if he is thinking seas, attack with mountains. This is the heart of the way of the martial arts. These are only a few of the psychological insights Musashi discussed in the Book of 5 Rings. He wrote further on the advantages of such tactics as making the opponent think that you are larger in stature than he is, making him flinch, convincing him that you are an expert in the martial arts, and so convincing him of his own imminent defeat, or conversely, appearing weak at first and then attacking with ferocity. All might be summed up in the short phrase toward the end of his book. The way is in devising difficulties for your opponent. Musashi had won over 60 bouts by the time he was 30, and by his own reckoning this feat was not due to extraordinary strength, speed, or skill. As he traveled the country alone, however, he must have thought deeply about what had been in his opponent's minds and, just as important, what had been in his own. It was this deep capacity for reflection, his natural curiosity, and his constant search for insight that set Musashi far beyond his contemporaries. This is in part why we still read his slender book today. In addition to these principles, Musashi also discussed in great depth the importance of taking the initiative, having an impeccable understanding of the tools of the trade, being able to grasp the various kinds of rhythms used in the martial arts, having the ability to see both broadly and closely, and, above all, being able to see through the opponent's mind but not letting him see through your own. Musashi believed in principles, not tricks, and in substance over form and flashiness. As indicated at the beginning of this section, the principles he discovered are discussed in the Book of Five Rings both explicitly and between the lines. Informing us that he bowed in veneration to the gods and Buddhas while not invoking them for help is in itself a lesson on the principle of self-sufficiency. This in turn enjoins us to believe in the principles we make our own and in the abilities we develop from putting those principles into practice. When he wrote, "Though I fought as many as 60 matches," he was clearly addressing the necessity of real experience. To grasp the book, one must read it thoroughly on one's own. To quote Musashi once again, "You will not reach the essence of the martial arts by merely looking at this book. Think that what is written down here was done just for you, and do not consider simply looking at it, familiarizing yourself with it or trying to imitate it. Rather, you should consider these principles as though they were discovered from your own mind, and continually make great efforts to make them a physical part of yourself." Final days. By the early spring of 1645, Musashi could barely walk the pathway leading to the Regan cave, and climbing up to the cave racked his body with pain. In April, understanding that his life was nearly over, he wrote a polite letter to the senior retainers of the Hosokawa clan. "I have felt sick prior to this, and since the spring, both hands and feet have been difficult to arouse. I no longer have any desire for a stipend. As the last generation, Lord Tadatoshi, had a refined taste for the martial arts, I came to this province strongly hoping he would voice judgment on my style. Just as Lord Tadatoshi had almost kindly grasped the moves of the two-sword style, he suddenly passed away, and the chance of attaining my long-cherished desire was completely lost. As it was my Lord's wish, I wrote down a summary of the principles of the martial arts, and presented it to him. For what I have judged the laws of two swords, I have not used the old words and phrases of the Confucianists or Buddhist seven, nor have I used the old stories of the military arts. I have thought through the ways of all the arts and accomplishments together. This should be understood in accordance with the principles of the world, but it has not been in accord with the times. This is truly regrettable. Well then, when I look back now on my own way of life, it would seem as though I lived too much to the letter of the martial arts. This is because I was taken by the true martial arts disease. I have pursued fame, and would seem to be leaving my name as a sort of famous person to this floating world. But now, neither hands nor feet will function, and I cannot directly teach the secrets of my style. It appears to be difficult to plan out my life any longer. It is my intention now to seclude myself in the mountains, and await my own death, even if I last but a single day. I hereby ask for your permission. April 13th. Miyamoto Musashi. Soon after sending this letter, he made his last painful climb up to the Regan cave to wait peacefully and alone for death. The three retainers to whom Musashi had addressed his letter were at first willing to comply with the sick man's wishes, and they may initially have felt too intimidated to reject his proposal. But soon they became uncomfortable with the idea of simply discarding a man who had been so respected by their late master, Tadatoshi. Moreover, there were all sorts of stories coming into Kumamoto. People who lived not far below the cave were reporting seeing lights emanating from the cave at night, and an eerie atmosphere that seemed to whistle around its entrance. No one, of course, dared to climb up and look into the cave under these circumstances, but it may have been that Musashi was practicing intense zazen, and perhaps some of the more esoteric forms of Shinjin meditation. Was he communicating with the spirit of Ganryo Sasaki Kojiro? 8. The cave was, after all, named for Kojiro's spirit. No one knew, but the combination of these reports and the guilt felt by the three Hosokawa retainers resulted in some action. The man who looked after Musashi's affairs in his later years was Matsui Nagaoka Sado no Kami Okanaga. Okanaga's grandfather, Matsui Hiroyuki, had served the shogunate governments of both Ashikaga Yoshiharu and Yoshiteru. Okanaga's father, Yasuaki, had served as an important retainer to both Hosokawa Fujitaka and his successor, Tadaoki. Yasuaki's eldest son, Okiyuki, was killed in battle. It was then that his second son, Okanaga, who inherited the family headship, took Hosokawa Tadaoki's second daughter as his wife and adopted his sixth son, Yoriyuki. Thus, their connection with the Hosokawa clan was a close one, and by the time of the fourth-generation lord, Mitsuhisa, Okanaga received the rather large stipend of 30,000 koku and was warden of Yatsushiro Castle. Considering these ties and the fact that Okanaga had been a disciple of Musashi's father, it is not surprising that this particular vassal and his adopted son, Yoriyuki, were appointed to look after Musashi at this time. Knowing that the damp and isolated cave would not help Musashi's deteriorating health, they began sending up a doctor who could attend to the swordsman and supply him with medicine when it was needed. Musashi, however, meant to meet death on his own terms and refused even these solicitous advances. Finally it was decided that Yoriyuki would have to bring Musashi back. On a fine day at the beginning of May, Yoriyuki went out into the hills on the pretense of hawking, and dropped by the cave. There he found Musashi in such a weakened state that the old man could no longer put up any resistance. Yoriyuki knew what he had to do, and despite Musashi's protests, persuaded him to come home. It is difficult to imagine the feelings of these two men that day. One, the independent old swordsman who had always lived on his own terms, and the other, his young disciple and a relative of the two men who had so helped Musashi in his career stumbling down the mountain in late spring. The young man carried the older on his back at least part of the way. The cherry blossoms, symbol of the warrior in Japan, had already fallen, and the new, light green leaves were everywhere. The sun in Kyushu would have been quite warm by May, but Yoriyuki did not falter. Soon Musashi was lying on his futon at his residence on the grounds of the old Chiba castle, made as comfortable as possible by his disciples Terao Kumanashuk and Nakanishi Maganashuk. On May 12, Musashi called his disciples into his room for his last formal instructions. First he presented his swords as a memento to Okanaga Yoriyuki. To his favorite disciple, Terao Katsunobu, he gave the work he had just completed, the Book of Five Rings, to Katsunobu's brother, Kumanashuk, the 35 articles of the martial arts. After dividing up his possessions and putting his affairs in order, he picked up the brush for the last time and wrote out the heart of his philosophy in one short manuscript. Musashi gave this the title of The Way of Walking Alone, which could alternatively be translated as The Way of Independence. The 21 maxims read like a bare-bones outline of Musashi's life, both historical and spiritual. Point 9. Do not turn your back on the various ways of this world. Do not scheme for physical pleasure. Do not intend to rely on anything. Consider yourself lightly, consider the world deeply. Do not ever think in acquisitive terms. Do not regret things about your own personal life. Do not envy another's good or evil. Do not lament parting on any road whatsoever. Do not complain or feel bitterly about yourself or others. Have no heart for approaching the path of love. Do not have preferences. Do not harbor hopes for your own personal home. Do not have a liking for delicious food for yourself. Do not carry antiques handed down from generation to generation. Do not fast so that it affects you physically. While military equipment is another matter, do not be fond of material things. While on the way, do not begrudge death. Do not be intent on possessing valuables or a fief in old age. Respect the gods and Buddhas, but do not rely on them. Though you give up your life, do not give up your honor. Never depart from the way of the martial arts. On May 19, 1645, Musashi died at his residence on the grounds of the old Chiba castle. He was 62 years old. In accordance with his last request, his body was dressed in armor and helmet, provided with the 6 martial accoutrements, and placed in the coffin. According to the promise made beforehand, he was buried in Handagun, 5-cho, 10 Agayuge village 10 with Abbot Shunzan of the Taishoji temple as officiating priest. When the abbot had finished his address to the departing spirit, a single crack of thunder rang from the clear sky. Musashi's grave marker remains to this day. Others closely connected with Musashi were not slow to follow. In December of the same year, both Hasakawa Tadaoki and the priest Takuan passed away. In March of the following year, Yagyu Munori died in Edo. In January of 1650, Yagyu Hyaganosuke passed on. In 1654, Musashi's adopted son Miyamoto Iori, now a retainer of great prestige to the Ogasawara clan at Kokura, raised a stone monument to Musashi at Mount Tamauke. Abbot Shunzan wrote the script. In 1678, Iori himself passed away at the age of 66. Besides the disciples mentioned in these pages, other men known to have studied under Musashi were Furuhashi Sozaemon, Ishikawa Shikara, Aoki Jomon, Takemura Yoemon, and Matsui Munsato. All were excellent swordsmen. Terao Katsunobu, being his senior disciple and having inherited the Book of Five Rings, was in a sense the true heir of Musashi's lineage. His best student, however, was said to have been Terao Kyominashuke, and on one occasion Musashi stated, "I've traveled around the more than 60 provinces of this country and have taught those willing to learn, but I've yet to have another disciple like Kyominashuke. I've taught this style without holding back on the smallest secret. Among my many disciples, however, I have taught the way of manifesting one's true mind to Kyominashuke alone." There were, however, no special secrets of swordsmanship passed on to special students. His disciple Furuhashi Sozaemon makes this clear in the following statement. "Musashi passed away on May 19, but he called the 3 of us together on the 12th. He told us that he supposed we had written down various things he had discussed every day concerning the martial arts and that we would be using them as memos. Nevertheless, there was to be no secret book for us, and so he asked us to burn those notes and to throw away the ashes. Thus, while the Book of Five Rings and the 35 articles of the martial arts were given as gifts and mementos to the Terao brothers, what Musashi really passed on to each student was his own spiritual resolution to solve the matter of life and death. With such a legacy, a true school with rules, degrees, and diplomas could not be founded. Musashi could teach his techniques and give advice, but in the end each disciple was required to assess his own strength, find his own way, and make that way truly his own. So while the Musashi style is still taught today, the actual lineage of the Niden Ichiryu died with its founder. It could have been no other way. As Yagyu Hyaganosuke observed when he was teaching in Owari, Musashi's sword is for himself alone, it is not something that could be taught to other people. Musashi's character. Except for short periods when he stayed in Kyoto or various castle towns and the last 5 years of his life in Kumamoto, Musashi spent his life on the road. Travel broadened his perspective on his environment and on human nature, as it would for the traveler poet Basho nearly a century later. Although many people traveled the roads of Japan at this time, Musashi was far more observant than the average sojourner. His paintings, the Book of Five Rings, and the story of his life all bespeak a man who dismissed no experience and who noted everything that crossed his path. When he enjoined his disciples not to turn their backs on the various ways of this world, he was speaking of far more than just formal studies. The life of a traveler was Musashi's way of ensuring that he would continue to have broadening experiences. A safe position with a local daimyo could never have provided him the same opportunities. For Musashi, it was not happenstance that the Chinese character, in Japanese, do or michi, in Chinese, tao, meant both way and road. The great amount of time Musashi spent traveling points to another facet of his character that has often been ignored, that is, that he must have been a congenial man who made an interesting and valued guest. With the self-confidence of a superb swordsman, the sensitivity of an artist, and the experiences of a well-traveled man, he was no doubt as welcome at farmers' homes as at the castles of the Agazawara and Honda. As a Shugyosha, he carried no money for room and board. Thus in more humble lodgings, he no doubt paid for his meals of rice, country vegetables, and maybe a dried trout by chopping wood and carrying water, or, because he was highly literate, writing letters for uneducated farmers to their relatives. For townsmen, he might have left small paintings, much as Busan and Basho did on their journeys, and it is not difficult to imagine him polishing the floors of the long wooden corridors at temples where he passed an evening. Local daimyo would surely have had work for him in their dojo teaching their retainers swordsmanship, strategy, or both. What is certain is that a man could not survive long on the road without the goodwill of those who might provide lodging and food. Most Shugyosha looked toward that happy day when they would no longer have to put up with such insecurity, but Musashi seemed to relish these conditions. No doubt many of his benefactors were sorry to see him leave and looked forward to the next time he might be passing through. Since he continued these peregrinations for about 40 years, it is safe to say that his reputation would have preceded him everywhere he went. Although Musashi's detractors have described him as hot-blooded and even sociopathic, a more measured consideration of his life argues otherwise. Surely he was hot-tempered as a teenager and surely he killed a number of men during his lifetime. But those who died by his sword were all men who would have killed him if they had been able. The Shugyosha who wandered the country were looking for bouts to perfect their martial arts, and the understanding was that the bout, if to be a true lesson, might well result in either man's death, or the death of both, in some cases. Such men were not practicing safely in the dojo, but were out in the world truly testing their skills against one another. Thus the death of one man was not necessarily an indication of any particular ruthlessness of his opponent. Moreover, psychiatrists inform us that the corner to true maturity both physically and psychologically is turned at just about the age of 30. This seems to have been true in Musashi's case as well, for far fewer of his duels resulted in fatalities after his match with Sasaki Kojiro, the demon of the western provinces. It will be recalled that a number of times Musashi simply led his opponents around until they realized the futility of the match, and that once he even tended the wounds of a man who had arrogantly challenged him against his will. Even the famous Tsujikaze's death was caused not by Musashi's sword, but by a fall from a balcony. Also consider the way he taught his students, with a spirit of understanding and with no abuse. These were not the actions of a man bent on seeing blood flow. It seems clear, however, that Musashi was an idealist and as such could be strict and unbending, especially with himself. That he refused to leave the Regan cave and had to be carried down the mountain is an example of this. Musashi had come to his ideals through his life experiences and believed in them as we believe boiling water is painfully hot. If he swayed from his principles from time to time, it might have been simply because he was human. His idealism notwithstanding, Musashi had his character weaknesses, perhaps the greatest of which was pride. He is considered to have had his fair share of the straight, even into old age. Witness his reaction to the hapless Hoki at the No performance. Unable to turn his cheek to a public insult, Musashi humiliated his tormentor in front of all present. Throughout his life, Musashi was quick to defend his honor sometimes, as in the case of Yoshioka Matashishiro, with dismaying results. Still, he certainly had cause for pride. He had made his way completely on his own, a feat that few samurai could claim. Paradoxically, at times Musashi seems to have possessed a self-deprecating sense of humor, as displayed in the get-up he wore when leaving Kyumwa for Shimabara. His paintings of the smiling Hodai likewise display a humor that could only have come from deep within the artist himself. In the end, we cannot fully know Musashi's character. Widely differing assessments and conjectures have been made about the man, from his own day to the present, and this in itself is an indication of his complexity. If we need a final image of him, however, we might see him as he no doubt was from time to time, seated informally on the tatami in a 10-foot square tea room in Kumamoto Castle, speaking respectfully but openly in his low, quiet voice with the daimyo Hasakawa Tadaoki and the young Zen priest Shunzen. It is a crisp autumn afternoon, and of the three men, only Musashi can identify the bird that sings in the garden outside. The black Kojiro tea bowl that Tadaoki so highly regards and which Musashi has carefully examined rests momentarily in the swordsman's calloused hands, while in the alcove hangs a scroll with a short line of calligraphy taken from the Canon Sutra. An unending sea of blessings. Afterward. 1. It is about 10 o'clock in the morning in late October, and I am standing on a seawall near the Straits of Kanman in the city of Shimonoseki. This is on the southwestern tip of Honshu, the main island of Japan. The sun has been intermittently covered and then uncovered by a combination of white and deep purple clouds, but the wind is down and the air is cool. Maybe a dozen antique fishing boats a little less than 20 feet long are tied up, bow toward the seawall, wooden sides and trim nearly colorless from long exposure to salt water and air. I wait patiently for the captain of my boat to arrive, which he does after 10 minutes or so. He is round-faced and 60-ish, with close-cropped gray and white hair, and he is riding a rusty, creaking old bicycle. The captain boards his boat from a plank extended from a seawall, but pulls the craft around lengthwise to a larger boat tied to a floating dock so that I can step on over the other boat and avoid the precariousness of the plank. Once I am seated on a board in the front of the boat, the captain stands behind his tiny enclosure of a cabin and pulls out into the straits. Although swift currents run through these waters, the dark surface is relatively calm, and the only waves are the periodic wakes from other passing vessels. Nevertheless, you can feel that the mid-morning wind is picking up. The green mountains above Kokura on the island of Kyushu immediately appear, and I am struck as to how close the two great islands are. Far to the left the more distant blue mountains of these two islands come even closer together at the Bay of Danora. Musashi would have boarded his own boat from a neighborhood of Shimonoseki a mile or two farther to the left. In less than 10 minutes, a small island appears in front of us, perhaps 750 yards in length. A small hillock covered with pines and a few deciduous trees rises near its northern shore, but for the most part, the island is flat. Here and there are groves of short-statured pines, goldenrod, and tiny purple wildflowers. Some of the shore has been sea-walled, some is still sand and rocks. Again, it is surprising how close this island is to the starting point, and that Kokura itself must be only 2 or 3 times that short distance away. This island is still called Funa Island, as it was 400 years ago, but anyone you ask will tell you that, yes, it is also well known as Ganryu Island. Then they will often extend their forearms as if holding a sword, and smile. Walking over and around the island, I try as any visitor would to gain some sense of what happened on this place, April 13, 1612. The wind is now a little stronger, and the clouds seem to be moving faster. As I walk, I am again struck as to how small the island is, and how, except for the small tree-covered mound, the entire area is visible from any one point. How could a man's life have climaxed here? How could one short bout on this little island have brought about an end to a career of deadly matches, and started a career of reflection and art? Although the captain has told me that the island has changed shape even in his time, I wonder just where Musashi and Kojiro would have met. The scabbard thrown into the water in anger. Kojiro Yaburidori. As I move on, I inevitably look for something to take with me, a rock, anything to hold on to have in front of me. Everything else would be ancient records, stories, hearsay, all carried far away on the salt air. I am still wandering around over the stony beach when the captain finds me, and the two of us head back toward the boat. On the way, he shows me a well from a natural spring. The water is sweet and cold, and the former location of an old Korean temple that has been torn down and removed some 50 years ago. He knows the island well, he says. He came here to play often as a child, although he never thought to bring along a bamboo or wooden sword. Just as we approach the boat, the captain leads me to a low rise. We push aside the thin trees and bushes and walk up a short path to a Toyard High memorial stone, now hidden in the overgrowth. The Chinese characters engraved on the stone are weathered and lichen covered, but you can still make out the name, Ganryo Sasaki Kojiro. A few old coins lie in the rusted offering box at the base of the stone, and next to it has been placed some time ago a 1-cup ozaki sake can, now half filled with murky water. Who still comes here to offer such things? The sun is higher now, and the captain, watching the current, turns the boat back toward Shimonoseki. A few plovers work the shore behind us. By this time of day, Musashi would have already won his match and left the island. The light is surprisingly bright on the wavelets running over the water, and the wind has picked up still a little more. The tide has turned, and cross-currents agitate the surface of the deep. 2. To the west of the city of Kumamoto rises Mount Kinpo, not particularly high at 730 yards, but rather steep. The road leading up its western slope, itself called Mount Iwadano, has been constructed with a great number of switchbacks, some of which look over precipitous drops, and, so perhaps the mountain seems higher than it truly is. The atmosphere of the place is softened, however, by grove after grove of mikan trees, and, in the autumn, the entire scenery is dotted in orange by the seedless Japanese tangerine brought to Kyushu from China some 400 ago. As my bus winds farther and farther up the mountain, I am impressed that this would not have been an easy trip from Kumamoto in the 17th century, either by foot or on horseback. This would have been a place to come only if you had wanted to get far away from centers of activity and perhaps from people altogether. I get off the bus at the highest pass and see that I still have some distance to go. The road curves up through still more mikan groves, and here and there flocks of large Japanese crows are enjoying the fruits of the farmers' labors. Their laughter and sharp cawing are the only sounds to be heard. Eventually the road runs out, becoming a trail, and I continue on up the mountain until suddenly the Ariake Kai, the Sea of Dawn, is visible between the slopes of the lower peaks. Although the sky is bright blue, a thin mist obscures the line between sea and sky, causing the 2 or 3 boats in the offing to appear to be resting on a void. After a moment of struggling to find detail that will not reveal itself, I turn down the path on a descending slope, and soon emerge in the small compound of a Zen Buddhist temple, Unganji. In the 13th century, a Chinese priest established this as a place of worship after finding a statue of a 4-faced cannon that had apparently floated to shore on a wooden plank. This statue was the Iwado cannon that Musashi prayed to before taking up his brush to write the Book of 5 Rings. But the statue is not in the temple, and neither did Musashi linger here. After passing through the temple gate, the path becomes a narrow stony outcropping that winds around the steep slope of the mountain. You must watch your footing, as a twisted ankle would make for a long and painful trip down, even just to the bus stop. Finally, the rocky path goes over a low rise, and I am standing beneath the Reagan Cave. Its mouth is expansive, perhaps 40 feet or so, but after climbing the 20-odd stone steps that now offer entry, I find that inside it is remarkably small, only 10 feet high and 13 feet deep, and the shrine enclosing the statue of Cannon takes up a good bit of that depth. A light drizzle has begun to fall, and it is immediately clear that during even a half-hearted storm, you would not be entirely comfortable here. Nevertheless, this must have been a very good place to be alone. Ink, inkstone, a brush, and paper to be made into 5 scrolls. What else did Musashi have here as he began to reflect on the 59 years of his life? And 2 years later, when he selected this cave as his place to die, what would have comforted him other than his life of intense discipline? In the tree-lined ridge opposite the mouth of the cave, a few tiny birds, Japanese buntings, play among the branches and leaves. I stay for a while, not knowing what to do other than to examine each fold in the surface of the rock, but after placing some coins in the offering box and signing the guest book that rests on a small wooden table, I begin to navigate my way down the steep steps. The light rain has stopped momentarily. Reaching the bottom of the steps and looking back, I am suddenly aware of the dark energy residing in the cave above. 400 years ago, the main road currently running through the eastern suburbs of Kumamoto was the way taken by the Hosokawa lords on their way to and from Edo, now called Tokyo, the capital city of the Japanese Empire. Today it is lined with shops, gas stations, and private residences, although a few hundred yards from the pavement there are still rice and vegetable fields and even some open and unused land. Turn off this road and go down a narrow street lined with bright blue Higo morning glories, for which Kumamoto is famous. As the street becomes shaded with camphor, juniper, and pine trees, the morning glories thin out, and you come to an old wooden gate topped with loose cedar shingles. Carefully pushing the gate open and going through it, you are faced with the smooth back of a large grave marker rising out of a small mound. Go around to the front of the marker and you can see that the Chinese characters are quite clear, the early morning sun casting shadows inside the chiseled indentations, Shinmen Musashi. This is the place Musashi was finally laid to rest, dressed in full regalia to greet the Kumamoto daimyo on the way back from their biannual attendance upon the shogun. Lord Hosokawa Mitsuneo, Tadadashi's son, is said to have selected this location himself. It was a thoughtful selection. Situated on a small rise, the shaded area around Musashi's tomb opens to an expansive valley bounded by blue mountains in the distance. Dappled sunlight filters through the trees onto the large marker and several smaller ones nearby, and just below the area of the tomb, a clear quick-flowing stream runs down the slope, headed for the valley below. The atmosphere is one of intense quiet and peace. On the morning of my visit, no one is there except an old man and woman sweeping the grounds with brushwood brooms. I sit for a while on a low concrete bench, once again trying to absorb the moment and feeling of gratitude for having been able to come this far. How much farther had it been for Musashi from his birthplace near the inland sea to the battle at Sekigahara to Kyoto and his wanderings throughout Japan? To Ganryu Island, Kokura, Kumamoto, the Reagan Cave, and finally to this place. What, really, do we do with our lives? At last I stand up, walk to the offering box, and light incense before Musashi's tomb. Placing my hands together in the Buddhist Gosho, I recite the mantra of the Heart Sutra. Gyat, Gyat, Haragyat. The old couple has finished their sweeping, and soon other visitors will begin arriving to pay their respects as well. But for now, all that can be heard are the faint shouts of the kendo practitioners in the dojo across the stream and beyond the wall. Appendix 1. Life after death. Stories about Musashi began to circulate around Japan very early in his life. The name of the young boy became well known in Harima and Mimasaka soon after he defeated the Shinto-ryu swordsman Arimikihei, and this tale was followed only 2 years later by that of the downfall of Akiyama from Tajima at the hands of the same boy, still barely a teenager. These stories would have traveled the roads, albeit only to the contiguous provinces, with other shuggyosha attuned to such information. Some might have disparaged this young swordsman when they heard about him at their inns or the local drinking establishments at the end of a day's wandering, the more discerning would have listened with quiet interest. But if information about the youth Benosuke had remained only in the provinces, the news of Miyamoto Musashi swept through urban areas with his defeat of the entire Yoshioka clan. Although the events connected with this story occurred on the outskirts of Kyoto, the shock and sensation of each match would have quickly made the gossip rounds throughout the capital, to nearby Osaka and beyond. And not just at the swordsmanship schools, but at any place where people gathered for the most recent news. Here was a young man barely 21 years old who seemed to come out of nowhere to defeat an entire school. Where did he come from? What was his style? Hadn't he defeated over 60 men at Ichijoji? Or was it 100? In this way, Musashi not only gained a reputation, but also became the focus of what would become a growing legend even while he was alive. His victory over Sasaki Kojiro, the demon of the western provinces and sword instructor to the revered Hosokawa clan, helped to guarantee that his story would continue far beyond his lifetime. His eccentricity in dress and his nonconformity in refusing the binding status of a samurai were additional ingredients for a tale that would be too good to let go. By the time Musashi passed away on May 19, 1645, stories about him had been told and embellished for at least 40 years. As the Tokugawa government gained political and cultural control, and Japanese society was increasingly marked by conformity, the reputation of a man who had become possibly the best swordsman of his time without patronage, lineage, or compromising his freedom only grew. Just as important to the growing legend was the entertainment factor. With government control seeping into so many social institutions, the Pax Tokugawa, and the concomitant economic prosperity particularly among the merchant class brought a certain restlessness and demand for diversion from everyday affairs. New forms of public entertainment proliferated, and, although Japan's long history provided a plethora of heroes for plot lines, there was always a need for something new. Musashi's legend fit the bill. In less than 100 years from the time of his death, his story at times almost unrecognizably embellished was being dramatized in kabuki, bunraku, and professional storytelling, and he was featured in the new styles of woodblock prints produced for a public well acquainted with the theme. In these genres, Musashi's popularity continued for well over 200 years. Modern times and new media have only broadened Musashi's fame. Beginning with Yoshikawa Eiji's perennially popular novel, Miyamoto Musashi, in English translation, Musashi, by Charles S. Terry, the swordsman, artist, and writer has been the subject of countless novels, movies, television series, television specials, and quiz programs, and even a very serious, long-running comic book series. The core of Musashi's spirit was also too good not to embellish. Everybody, it seems, wanted their own Musashi. Through the years and changing forms of communication, the Japanese public, and more recently the Western world as well, have been unwilling to let the story die. Kabuki and Bunraku. On October 23, 1604, the year Musashi came to Kyoto and began his series of matches with the Yoshioka clan, a theater opened in that city for the performance of a new style of drama, kabuki. The premiere of this new form of entertainment had been given some years before, in 1596, when a priestess by the name of Okuni came from Izumo and performed a number of dances in the Kumo riverbed. What Okuni performed is not clear, but it is thought to have been a combination of Buddhist dances called Ninbutsu-odori and folk dances, laced with erotic gestures. Whatever it was so successful that she was summoned to perform at the Imperial Palace in 1603, and this was followed by the construction of a semi-permanent theater the following year. By the end of the century, kabuki theaters were everywhere. The origin of the word itself is obscure, but the old verb, kabuku, suggests a strange or willful inclination. Very early in its development, kabuki began to take plot lines from historical romances and the like and thus became legitimate drama. Not unlike the classic no drama, kabuki performers acted out words chanted by a narrator, but with far more animation and exaggeration. Unlike no, however, kabuki was never meant to be highbrow entertainment, and it has remained popular theater in that sense to this day. Costumes range from colorful to gaudy, and the accompanying instrumentation is far less subtle than the stark music of no. Broadly speaking, it is a theater of action rather than nuance. During the same period, the puppet theater termed bunraku or joruri was developing in a parallel and even symbiotic way with kabuki. This art form originally began as a story, the tale of joruri chanted by blind musicians who accompanied themselves on the baiwa, a four-stringed lute. By the middle of the 16th century, however, the Okinawan samisen, a sort of three-stringed banjo, was substituted for the baiwa, and by the end of the century a musician by the name of Menyukiya Chozaburo hired a puppeteer to act out the story with wooden hand puppets as Chozaburo played and chanted the narrative. By the end of the 17th century, the puppet theater had evolved into serious public drama. Like kabuki, it used plots taken from various classical sources, but eventually embraced tragedies of the day, including perhaps especially love-suicides. Once only hand puppets, the actors have gradually become ingeniously flexible and almost doll-like in aspect, 3.5 to 4 feet tall and each one operated by 3 handlers dressed in gauzy black shrouds. 2 chanters now deliver both narrative and dialogue, and the literature has been written by such revered playwrights as Chikamatsu Manzaman. Kabuki and the puppet theater have traditionally shared a number of plays and styles, and kabuki actors will even, at times, imitate the stiff-jointed movements of the puppets. Both kabuki and the puppet theater were well attended during the Edo period, 1603 to 1868, as they are today, and stories of swordsmen and vendettas were extraordinarily popular fare. As might be expected, the swordsman Miyamoto Musashi was a great draw. In 1737, 92 years after Musashi passed away, part of his legend was turned into drama as the kabuki play Revenge at Ganryu Island, written by Fujikawa Fumisaburo and performed at the Ayamaza Theater in Osaka. The play was a success and still saw production at the Kadoza Theater in Osaka in 1848. So popular was this play that printmakers Yodogawa Kunisada and Yoshitoro made posters depicting the actor Arashi Riken III as Musashi, while the famous Yodogawa Kuniyashi designed a triptych of the same subject for non-theatrical purposes. Even a series of Kiga, a sort of early comic book depicting the actors of the play, was published in 1817. Variations of the story, including Ganryu Island, Blossoms Floating Downstream and Miyamoto and the Duel at Ganryu Island, played throughout the Edo and Meiji periods, together, 1603 to 1912, with the last opening at the Mayakaza Theater in Tokyo in 1907. The plays themselves were typically two-dimensional, full of historical inaccuracies, and centered on Musashi as a colorful swordsman who rewarded good and punished evil. Playgoers loved them. No doubt encouraged by the popularity of these plays, dramatists embellished more than the events of Musashi's life. In the kabuki play Tale of the White Heron Castle, still occasionally performed at Himeji Castle, Musashi's skills are extended to being able to fight off the supernatural. But the kabuki and puppet theater were still dramas that required suspended disbelief, a stage, puppets, and costumed actors. Moreover, most of the theaters that housed these dramas were in the larger urban areas of Japan, and so were accessible only to the people living in or passing through the bigger cities. For the rest of the population, there was a different kind of performance through which Musashi would be known, giving far more breadth to the stories of his life. Professional storytellers. While the populace of the large cities like Osaka, Kyoto, and Edo were entertained with dramatizations about Musashi in the kabuki and puppet theaters, people in smaller cities and towns and rural areas had opportunities to see a different style of entertainment in theaters called injiajo. These humble theaters were much smaller in size, with stages that could not accommodate the sets for complicated plays or the recessed floors necessary for puppet operators. In keeping with the lower level of sophistication of these audiences, programs might include 1 or 2 musicians with a singer or dancer, a comic raconteur, rakugo artist, or a professional storyteller, kodan, who told elaborate tales of swashbuckling heroes and wrongs brought to right through famous vendettas. It was through the professional storytellers that Musashi's popular image lived for 2.5 centuries, a Musashi who was morally upright, a strong and skillful swordsman, filled with Confucian sentiments of justice and righteousness, but not a Musashi who was particularly influenced by Buddhism, philosophy, or the arts. This was the people's Musashi. The professional storytellers' tales were also printed and published by the episode in small booklets. In this connection, in April 1887, a novel about Musashi written by a Walter Deaning was published by Griffith, Ferran & Co. of London and Sydney, NSW. Entitled Japan in Days of Yore, The Life of Miyamoto Musashi, the original was in 2 parts, hand-stitched with folded, uncut pages, and illustrated with woodblock prints. In a footnote, Deaning informed the reader that the story of 170 pages, it reads for the most part as a translation, was based on an anonymous work called the Kokenjitsurokuei Ubiten, or Praiseworthy Tales of Authentically Recorded Heroes, Past and Present. The piece written under this august title seems to be a compilation of professional storytellers' tales in a single presentation, and as such is wonderfully representative of the kabuki, bunraku, kodan, and even the earlier films that took Musashi as their hero, Musashi as he was known by almost everyone except scholars and swordsmanship specialists until just over 50 years ago. It is, therefore, worth recounting in some detail. The other Musashi. The story begins with the identification of Musashi and his parentage in what will be hallmarks of the work, imagination and facts unsupported by historical evidence. Musashi is declared to be Miyamoto Musashi Masa Akira, a retainer in the service of Kaito Kiyomasa, the Lord of Higo, while his father is introduced as none other than Yoshioka Tarazamon, a retainer of the 13th Ashikaga shogun, Yoshiteru. Tarazamon has been given the name Munisai by the shogun after defeating 16 famous swordsmen in a match that Yoshiteru had ordered. But the shogunate having fallen, Munisai has moved on to Himeji in Haruma, and is making a living by teaching swordsmanship in the town of Shinmai. According to this account, Munisai has two sons, the elder, Shisaburo, a quiet, retiring, and rather sickly man, and Shishinashuk, who is so energetic and bright that, by the age of 12, he has the bodily strength of an 18-year-old and the intelligence of a man of 20. He is a fighter but not a bully, and is always ready to help the weak. Eventually, however, Shishinashuk becomes too self-assertive and indifferent to others' rights. Drawn into a confrontation with his disapproving father, he was forced to flee to the village of Nomura, where he takes refuge with his mother's brother, a Buddhist priest. Shishinashuk stays with his uncle to study and learn discipline. Not much later, however, he happens by the fencing school of Arima Kieiji Ichiokan Nobukata and notices that Kieiji has put up a placard arrogantly proclaiming the superiority of his school. Outraged, Shishinashuk exclaims one. What cheek! One would think, to see this notice, that Nobukata was the only fencer in existence. I have heard my father say that the men who have originated styles of fencing are innumerable, and yet this man tries to make out that the style that he has invented is superior to everything else. It is rightly said that it is people's vanity that is the cause of their destruction. I will act in heaven's stead and punish this man for his presumptuous folly. There follows a colorful telling of Musashi's first victorious match, and leads to Shishinashuk and his uncle fleeing from Kihei's outraged disciples. During their flight, they are saved by Miyamoto Buzaemon, an old friend of Munisai's and a retainer of Kaito Kiyomasa. 2 Buzaemon eventually adopts the boy, giving him the name Miyamoto, and the two travel on to Kumamoto. The following episode relates the circumstances behind the creation of Musashi's two-sword style. In this rendition, Shishinashuk's father, Munisai, is an expert in Jiken Ryu, a style that used a short sword of 14 inches, while his adoptive father, Buzaemon, practices the Karamaryu, wielding a sword 27 inches in length. In a moral quandary, the youth is torn between his two fathers' styles, when he chances to pass by a festival where a dancing priestess skillfully maneuvers two swords. This is the answer to his problem, allowing him to practice swordsmanship without relinquishing the style of either father, and serendipitously producing an undefeatable style of his own. Later, Shishinashuk explains the style to Buzaemon. Two swords are taken, one in each hand, a long one in the right hand, which corresponds to the male principle, yo, and a short one in the left hand, which corresponds to the female principle, in. At first, the two swords, like the two principles, remain together, and seem as though they were hesitating how to act. Then, they part from each other, the male sword ascending, and thus corresponding to heaven, the female descending, and becoming earth. Then, coming together again in the form of a cross, they produce all manner of results. This crossing of the two is that, like the combining of the two principles, begets a universe of things. There is no difficulty about changing the positions of the swords 1,000 times to suit the ever-varying movements of an opponent. Their advance and retreat, their moving up or down is free and unimpeded by any hindrance whatsoever. While the beginning of this description bears no relation to the contents of the Book of Five Rings, the last sentence seems to hint at some acquaintance with the book. The story now returns to Himeji, where a fencing school has been established by a master of some reputation, Genryo Sasaki Yoshitaka. Sasaki is here introduced as the son of Sasaki Shotai, a powerful lord in Omi before being defeated by the warlord, Oda Nobunaga. 3 His mother then leaves for the northern provinces and dies when the boy is 11 or 12, but not before filling his head with the notion that he is better than others, and that he is morally bound to avenge his father's death. He eventually becomes a skillful swordsman and goes on to Kyoto to found a school. Here, and this part of the tale is given some credence, he is discovered by a Kyoto official, Masuda Nagamori, who then recommends him to Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Contrary to Genryu's high expectations, however, Hideyoshi not only refuses to take him into service, but has him banished from the city of Kyoto for his arrogance. Genryu eventually makes his way to Himeji and establishes a sword-fighting school. Discovered by Hideyoshi's less prudent nephew, Kinoshita Katsutoshi, he is hired as fencing instructor to the high and mighty. Thus his ego soars. Munasai, in the meantime, has come under the patronage of the daimyo, Mori Terumoto, as a sword instructor, but he is now getting on in years. Taking leave to the hot springs in Arima, he takes along only one servant, Kyusuke. In a convoluted scene, Kyusuke becomes ensnared by Genryu, who then demands a match with his master, Munasai. Although the latter tries to demur any number of times, the arrogant Genryu insists, and in the end an official match is held on the island, Kameshima. Even using treachery, the 6-foot Genryu cannot beat the withered old Munasai, and is eventually humiliated. Thus is created the enmity that turned this tale into a classic vendetta. Although Genryu pretends to be truly humbled by his defeat, his thoughts now turn to the destruction of Munasai, which he ultimately accomplishes by a late-night ambush with a gun, estranging him even further from the way of the warrior. This is the pivotal point of the story. Everything that follows leads only to Genryu Island. Nevertheless, the Edo storytellers had, at this point, just set the hook. Informed of his father's death, the sickly elder brother, Shisaburo, sends for Shishinoshuke to avenge the family. Shishinoshuke, still in Kyushu, eventually receives Kato Kiyomasa's permission to start out after Genryu, but not before a demonstration of his skill, an event that moves the Lord to change the hero's name to Musashi, the storehouse of military knowledge. Musashi starts out on a long journey through the provinces to find Genryu, going first to Edo, then down the Tokaido Highway, and eventually gaining employment with Kinoshita Katsutoshi in Himeji, thinking he might find his man there. There is an interesting interlude here, only obliquely mentioned by Deaning, in which Musashi is possibly bewitched by foxes, and is accused of receiving a stolen sword. For this reason he is put in jail and, too proud to explain the real circumstances of the situation, awaits his fate. 4. 6 years then pass from the time of Munasai's murder, and Sasaki Genryu decides that it is time to return to Himeji. Informed that Musashi is in jail, he contrives a match with the prisoner, on the condition that the latter be put to death if he loses. The day of the match comes, but in the final moment the apostate Genryu fires off a furaizu, a sort of hollow stick containing a ball and chain which are projected out in the manner of a bullet. Interestingly, Deaning notes, no doubt prompted by his storytelling source, that this weapon was invented by Hozoan Inei, a priest who was an expert with the spear. Musashi is wounded in the forehead with this dishonorable weapon and declared the loser of the match. Outraged at Sasaki's perfidy, he fights through the constables who have swarmed in to arrest him, leaps over the palisade and, bringing party to an end, as fleet as a deer, fled across the plain, his well-trained legs in a very short time bearing him far away out of reach of his numerous foes. Part 2 takes the reader through Musashi's numerous adventures on the way to Genryu Island and is delivered in the same style, with little character development for the hero but plenty of action. This is, of course, exactly what the kabuki, bunraku, and storytellers' audiences were expecting, along with the righteous and sometimes tragic underpinnings of the adachi, or vendetta. Musashi travels on, this time to meet Yoshioka Kenbo, Kenpo. The text here adds even more historical confusion by stating that Kenpo was a former student of Musashi's, but a master of Musashi's style, and that he was an upright, yet licentious, man. Kenpo and Musashi have a match, are mutually impressed, and spend a few happy days together. Musashi then resumes his travels. He is nearly boiled to death while trapped in a bath by an envious sword instructor, saves a young woman who has been kidnapped by thieves, and subdues and reforms a band of robbers deep in the mountains. Each adventure is related with great flourish and colorful language, and it is easy to imagine the rapt Edo period audiences listening to these stories in humble venues. In literature it seems that every swordsman must meet a legendary teacher or two to learn the deepest secrets of the trade, and the Kokenjutsurokuei Obiden is no exception. In the next episode, Musashi makes the acquaintance of an old priest who first modestly denies any great knowledge of swordsmanship with a quote that carries a warning. "Ah, well. The time was when I was fond of fencing, but, as the saying is, an inexpert fencer comes in for heavy blows. This was my experience, and so I gave it up." After some rude prodding by our hero, however, the old man demonstrates a marvelous skill in swordsmanship, takes Musashi in as a disciple, and teaches him the very heart of his style. When Musashi finally takes his leave and asks his teacher's name, the old priest replies, "My name I cannot reveal to you. All I can tell you is that I am a single sword that has buried itself in the mountains." From this hint, Musashi and the audience deduces that the old man is Yagura Tomokage, or Ito Idasai, 1560–1632, one of the most famous swordsmen of all time, who lived to over 90 years of age. Through another series of adventures, Musashi makes his way to the isolated house of yet another old man, apparently a retired warrior. By one machination or another, the old man agrees to a bout with Musashi, but confronts him with only a potlid. Musashi is indignant with this approach, but the old man says, "What stuff? What's the difference whether a spear, sword, halberd, stick or a potlid be used? The principle is the same. If you have any doubt about it, then, see how it acts." The old man then beats the young swordsman so soundly that he faints. Upon regaining consciousness, Musashi is quick to apologize, stating, "Though I possess eyes, it was as though I had none. For I failed to see that I was in the presence of a superior man." This scene was one of the most popular in the storyteller's repertoire, and was often illustrated on the handbills advertising Kodan performances. Musashi is seen coming from behind with his sword raised over his shoulder, ready to strike, while the half-kneeling, long-haired old man turns with the wooden potlid in hand to ward off the blow. In the corner, the contents of a large iron pot boil away against the snowy cold outside. As it turns out, the old man is none other than Tsukahara Bokuden, 1489–1571, another of Japan's most legendary swordsmen, whose death, in fact, predated Musashi's birth by at least 13 years. The narrator, undaunted by such trivia, tells us that Bokuden was at one time an acquaintance of Musashi's, and is outraged at the circumstances of his death. He now confers upon Musashi the deepest secret of his style, which is not in actual skill with the sword, but in seeing through to the intentions of one's opponent. This, it might be recalled, is one of the basic principles of the Book of Five Rings. Musashi's steps now take him closer and closer to Kyushu and his fateful duel on Ganryu Island. Nevertheless, first he must cross over to the island of Shikoku in his search for his opponent, Ganryu. On the ride across the Sea of Harima, the ferry is endangered by a marauding shark, which Musashi kills after leaping into the water with his sword. This story is likely the source for the wonderful woodblock print by Yutagawa Kuniyashi, Miyamoto Musashi's Subjugation of the Whale, in which Musashi, Ahab-like, stands on the back of a huge whale, driving his sword into its back. Fantastic though Musashi's life was, there was something about it that moved storytellers to make it still more fantastic and fanciful. Sasaki Ganryu meanwhile has also traveled to the west, improved his style by watching and imitating the flight of swallows, and changed his name to Kandao for fear of being detected by Musashi. He has ingratiated himself with the feudal lord, Kuroten Nagamasa, 1568–1623, who refuses to make him a retainer but allows him to stay in Kokura to teach. Here, for lack of a better plan, a somewhat disgruntled Genryo settles in to live the life of an instructor of swordsmanship. By this time, Musashi has returned to the Chigoku area of the main island of Japan and is wending his way toward Kyushu. On a path through the mountains, he meets the famous jujitsu teacher, Sekigakai Yarakemin, Sekigakai Jushin, 1598–1670, who apparently perfected his craft by watching a cat fall from a roof and land safely on all fours. He warns Musashi of Kandao's low character, and informs us that Genryo is actually about 40 years old. Finally Musashi enters Kokura and decides to stay at an inn that is, serendipitously, run by Munasai's old servant, Kyusuke. Not recognizing Musashi, Kyusuke talks to him about Genryo and relates the story of Munasai's death and the subsequent suicide of Musashi's elder brother, Shisaburo. At this point, Musashi is at last taken to Genryo and, after a sequence of harsh words followed by the necessary permissions from their two lords, a match between the two is set. In this version of the story, we are told that the fight was set to take place on a small island known as Natashima, and that the date was set for April 18, 1599, some 13 years before the actual event. The narrator sets the scene. The two fencers had spent a decade of years in preparing for this eventful day. Month by month they had each been improving their styles. Musashi had received the benefit of instruction from the two most noted adepts in the art of fencing that the country contained at the time. Genryo, on the other hand, had been more incessantly engaged in practicing and testing his style at the fencing schools that he had opened than Musashi's wandering life admitted of his doing. The two men hated each other with a deadly hatred, which was intensified by the antipathies of their natures. In the conflict that was about to take place, there were to be arrayed, on the one side, perfidy, pomposity, cruelty, and utter callousness to most of the nobler feelings of human nature, on the other, honesty, humility, benevolence, and a rare mental and moral refinement. But notwithstanding this, the trial was one of skill and not of moral qualities. The outcome of the match was known by the Edo period audience and is known by the modern reader as well. After a series of exchanges and an intermission for rest, Genryo executes his tsubamgaishi, which here is described as a somersault. This would seem to be indicative of a kabuki or bunraku script, and nearly cuts into Musashi's leg. Musashi, however, has employed Bokuden's technique of looking ahead and leaps into the air. The end is near. Genryo suffers a loss of spirit, the embryo, as it were, of his defeat, and Musashi delivers the fatal blows, a left-hand strike to the head followed by a cut across the chest. Musashi then delivers a coup de grace through Genryo's throat and finally cuts off his head. 7. In the final paragraph of Dining's book, he mentions that Musashi wrote good verses, and notes that some of his paintings are said to be still extant. It is remarkable that a foreigner in Japan in the late 1880s, less than 30 years after the country had been open to outsiders, had even this much information on Musashi. No doubt the publication of Dining's book was noted in Japan. And it is not entirely unlikely that a copy of this curious work in English may have found its way into the hands of a young writer by the name of Yoshikawa Eiji, who would, some 50 years later, write the novel through which Musashi is best known today. The Yoshikawa Musashi. On August 23, 1935, the writer Yoshikawa Eiji published the first installment of his new serialized novel, Miyamoto Musashi, in the Asahi newspaper. His story would run for 1,013 episodes to July 11, 1939, and become one of the most successful novels in modern Japanese literature. A perennial seller in Japan, it has been translated into a number of foreign languages and has been the basis for innumerable movies, magazine articles, television series, and, currently, the best-selling comic book series, Vagabond. It is through Yoshikawa's novel and the movies that followed its storyline that Musashi's image is known throughout the world today. It was also through this book that the common view of Musashi changed radically from what it had been for hundreds of years prior to its appearance section by anxiously awaited section in the daily newspaper. Although editors at the Asahi originally argued for a novel based on the traditional Kodan stories, Yoshikawa was determined to provide his readers with an account that would be far less two-dimensional than that of the professional storytellers. Typical of his other historical novels, Yoshikawa based his work for the most part on the known facts of Musashi's life, then filled in the large gaps with his own imaginative accounts of what could have been. Musashi's encounters with his opponents are portrayed with psychological sensitivity. He suffers through the same problems of love and desire that ensnare us all, and, even though primarily a swordsman, he is described as a man who is curious about and accomplished in cultural pursuits. Musashi becomes a seeker of the way, whom Hanami Koitsu assesses as a man of common talents, but who polishes those talents ceaselessly. In short, Musashi becomes wholly human. The problem for the reader is the tendency to believe that Yoshikawa's Musashi is in fact the historical Musashi. Endlessly entertaining and instructive, it is a story we want to believe is true. At nearly 4,000 pages in the original Japanese and abridged to 970 pages in English translation, the story and Musashi have become at least a small part of our lives by the time we reluctantly reach the final paragraphs. Yoshikawa's Miyamoto Musashi begins at the end of the Battle of Sekigahara, with the defeat of the Toyotomi forces and Musashi lying face up in the mud and rain. Although the 17-year-old had been brash enough to think that he could make a name for himself in this grisly conflict by simply swinging a sword, Yoshikawa's young warrior departs from the traditional Kodan and Kabuki in the very first few lines by reflecting, "What kind of thing is it? This movement of heaven and earth? The actions of individual human beings are nothing more than a single leaf in the autumn wind." This sets the tone for the entire 4,000 pages. What is the world, and what can a man make of himself in the face of his seeming insignificance? What, really, do we do with our lives? The ensuing story centers on Musashi's determination to polish whatever talents he has and a continuing but often convoluted expansion of his understanding of how he is to apply those talents to the sword. In this way, while Musashi is the hero of the book, determination and understanding are its twin undercurrents, or Musashi's true two swords, and those attributes are contrasted with the qualities of the characters in the subplots that Yoshikawa weaves into Musashi's tale. Musashi's boyhood friend, Hanaiden Matahachi, is the archetypical man who passively waits for good fortune to find him. Lazy, impulsive, and without self-discipline, he is the perfect foil for Musashi, and he inevitably ends up disappointed by the poor results of his schemes for quick gain. Along with disappointment, his most outstanding feature is self-pity. With envy, he watches Musashi's character grow and is unable to understand why he himself slides continually downhill. Love, family, and children are symbolized by Itsu, the woman who follows Musashi throughout the 12-year span of the novel. At first engaged to the feckless Matahachi, she falls in love with Musashi, and her determination to follow him is exceeded only by Musashi's determination to follow the way of the sword. He is not immune to this temptation, however. A major theme of the story is the various ways he deals with his own desire for a normal life and the comforts and distractions it affords. The three obstructions in our lives, according to Buddhism, are ignorance, desire, and hatred. If the first two of these might roughly be embodied in Matahachi and Itsu, the third is manifested by an old lady whom Yoshikawa portrays as a figure much like the harpy of Greek epics. This is Asuji, the mother of Matahachi, who is so certain that Musashi was the cause of her son's debasement that she will do anything to thwart or even kill him. Her hatred and desire for revenge are frightening, if sometimes comical, and her single-mindedness is on a par with that of Itsu. Yoshikawa's Musashi attempts to deal with these three obstructions throughout the book. They are the material and companions of everyday life, and Yoshikawa understood that Musashi would have had to contend with them just as we do. It was his further understanding that dealing with such mundane problems was as much a part of working on the way of the sword as were Musashi's matches. This is a quantum leap beyond the Kodan tales and makes Yoshikawa's story more like our own. Another departure Yoshikawa made from the old Kodan stories of Musashi was on the subject of teachers. The professional storytellers ignored Musashi's statement in the Book of Five Rings that he had never had a teacher in anything at all, and romantically portrayed the young swordsman as meeting and studying under the greatest masters of the time. Yoshikawa, on the other hand, does not give Musashi instructors in swordsmanship, but rather provides him with instructors in life throughout the novel. These instructors, moreover, are perceived as absolutely necessary to the maturity of Musashi's art. Musashi's first lesson is about the difference between the true aspects of brute strength and courage. This he receives from the Zen master Taquan, who has captured and tied up the young fugitive, and then suspended him from a high branch of an ancient tree. Musashi feels tricked, but not defeated. Taquan replies, "In the long run, it doesn't make any difference. You were outwitted and out-talked instead of being out-pummeled. When you've lost, you've lost. It would have been crazy of me to try to take you by force. You're too strong physically. It's the same with your so-called courage. Your conduct up till now gives no evidence that it's anything more than animal courage, the kind that has no respect for human values and life. True courage knows fear. It knows how to fear that which should be feared. Honest people value life passionately, they hang on to it like a precious jewel. And they pick the right time and place to surrender it to die with dignity. You were born with physical strength and fortitude, but you lack both knowledge and wisdom. People talk about combining the way of learning and the way of the samurai, but when properly combined, they aren't two, they're one. Only one way. It is this speech that gives the young Musashi the moment to consider his life up to this point, and that provides him with the material for values beyond simply defeating others. It is not the last time in the novel that Taquan will advise Musashi, but it is the hero's first turning point. The next man who instructs Musashi is Nikken, the old Nichiren priest from Ozoin Temple. Musashi has just defeated the head disciple of the Hozoin spearman priests, but is still inwardly uneasy, especially after having sensed a frightening aggressiveness from the old priest earlier in the day. Meeting with Nikken that evening, he at first feels that he is being flattered when the old man tells him that he's too strong. But Nikken persists with a very simple but fundamental lesson. You're too strong. Your strength is your problem. You must learn to control it, become weaker. First, the foundation of his courage had been attacked by Taquan, and now his strength, one of the central virtues of the swordsman, was being called into question by a doddering old man. Sensing Musashi's doubts, Nikken invites the swordsman to look into his eyes. Melting before the old man's gaze, Musashi realizes that he has lost to his advisor and that he had better listen for all he is worth. He later learns that the fearsome feeling he had sensed from Nikken earlier that day was just a shadow of his own aggressiveness. In a following episode, immediately after defeating Yoshioka Seijuro, Musashi happens upon Hanami Koitsu and his mother, Mayashu, enjoying an outing for painting and tea. At first alarmed by the young swordsman's tense aspect, Mayashu quickly warms to him and invites him to her home for a tea ceremony. Watching the elderly woman, now a Buddhist nun, perform the ceremony, Musashi reflects. It's the way, the essence of art. One has to have it to be perfect at anything. Musashi is invited to participate, but protests he is ignorant of the rules and techniques of the art. Mayashu responds with yet another lesson for Musashi. If you become self-conscious about the proper way to drink, you won't enjoy the tea. When you use a sword, you can't let your body become too tense. That would break the harmony between the sword and your spirit. Isn't that right? Another woman who helps Musashi to a full understanding of the way is not a Buddhist devotee at all, but the courtesan Yoshino Deu. Invited to the pleasure quarters by Koitsu, Musashi is introduced to the charms of a geisha house. He participates only minimally, and halfway through the night excuses himself, secretly going off and defeating Yoshioka Denshikiro. Upon his return, he is left with the beautiful courtesan. She invites him to enjoy the evening with her, but he refuses, and she senses his extreme inner tension. In a dramatic moment, Yoshino uses a short sword to split open a lute, and explains the source of the beauty and variety of its tone. To put it in another way, the tonal richness comes from there being a certain freedom of movement, a certain relaxation at the ends of the core. It's the same with people. In life, we must have flexibility. Our spirits must be able to move freely. To be too stiff and rigid is to be brittle and lacking in responsiveness. 8. Although Musashi is unable to respond to this advice that particular night, it moves him to his very core. As a student of life, Yoshikawa's Musashi takes his instructions from every source possible, from priest or prostitute, without prejudice. Musashi is instructed by a number of unlikely scenes and objects encountered in his wanderings, the total concentration of a potter, the caustic comments on the samurai's soul by a sword polisher, the cut stem of a peony sent to the Yoshioka by Yagyo Sekishusai, and even his own plowing of the earth. One of the most dramatic of these is the wordless instruction he receives from the Zen Buddhist priest Gudo. Musashi has been experiencing extreme self-doubt and has been following the priest, imploring him to impart some wisdom, anything to put his mind at ease. Although Gudo has rebuffed him almost violently, taunting him with the Zen phrase that he had not one thing to offer, Musashi continues to dog the priest's tracks. Finally, in a moment of exasperation, Gudo takes a stick and traces a circle in the dirt around Musashi. Then, tossing away the stick, he walks away. Musashi is outraged. Is this all he gets for his persistence and dedication? Finally, his anger subsiding, he looks at the circle again. The circle, no matter how you looked at it, the circular line was a circle. There was no end, no indentation, no extremity, no wandering. If you expanded the circle out infinitely, it was the universe itself. If you contracted it, it became his own one small point. He himself was a circle, the universe was a circle. They could not be two things. They were one. Finally, drawing his swords, he checks his shadow within the circle. The shadow changed again, but the image of the universe not by one whit. The two swords were but one. And they were part of the circle. Yoshikawa read and reread the Book of Five Rings, carefully weaving Musashi's principles into the words and actions of Takuan, Nikken, Myashu, Yoshino Deu, Gudo, and the others. In this way he gave us a much more realistic picture of the historical Musashi than the professional storytellers had done. Or did he? In the Book of Five Rings, Musashi informs us that between the ages of 13 and 28 or 29 he fought as many as 60 matches, never losing once. If Musashi had engaged in more than 60 matches during that 15-year period, he would have averaged about 4 bouts a year, and both this total number and the average are far more than the number of bouts Yoshikawa describes in his novel. Moreover, while the conversations with Takuan and the others give a wonderful fictional account of how Musashi came to understand his art, his own words indicate that he began to give serious consideration to those principles only after the age of 30, after his fight with Sasaki Kojiro. In this respect, at least, the professional storytellers may have been a bit closer to the truth. Yoshikawa did ample research, however, and the fights he described were for the most part the ones mentioned in the various records of Musashi's deeds. Although the fight with Irimikihei is given only 2 sentences, others are covered with a combination of research and imagination. The description of the dojo at the Hozoin Temple and its background, for example, is well researched, and the reader feels that Yoshikawa may have witnessed a number of such matches himself and experienced the tension and energy involved. As a serial novelist, Yoshikawa drew out the suspense leading up to the main action scenes as long as possible. Thus, while we are introduced to the Yoshioka clan on page 108 of the English translation, we do not get to the fight with Seijuro until almost 200 pages later, and the final battle with Genjiro and his 80 or so swordsmen does not occur until well past the middle of the book. With Yoshikawa's delightful combination of action and philosophical assessment of the various players, however, the reader is never disappointed or bored. The historical background and minor characters we meet along the way make the journey every bit as interesting as Musashi's clashes with his various opponents. The climactic duel with Kojiro is saved for the final 5 pages of the novel, and this is appropriate, as the first part of the historical Musashi's life also seemed to end on that small island in the Kanman Straits. As he wrote in the introduction to the Book of Five Rings, it was from this point that he began to think back over his life, and it was also from this point that he stopped defining the victory of his bouts as the injury or death of his opponents. Yoshikawa Eiji took the image of Musashi and changed it radically from the way it had been portrayed for over 200 years. Within the medium of a serialized newspaper novel, he was able to give the dramatic/fictional Musashi a depth he could not have attained within the time constraints of Kodan, Kabuki, or Bunraku. He was also able to include Musashi's principles, Zen Buddhist philosophy, Edo period historical background, and the personalities of Takuan, Hanami Koitsu, Yoshino Deu, and a host of minor characters who may have encircled Musashi during his time. As a historical novel, it only seems to improve with each rereading. But in Miyamoto Musashi, Yoshikawa also created an individual seeking values and the way, whose path is marked not only by successes but with failure and doubts, and in that sense, it is more than just a vastly entertaining book, but a spiritually inspiring one as well. Koitsu, it will be recalled, sees Musashi as not much more than a common man, but one who, understanding his own common nature, is out to polish it unceasingly. With that determination, discipline, and search for higher values, however, Musashi eventually transcends the rough material with which he begins and overcomes even the most formidable of obstacles. In the end, Yoshikawa assesses his victory over Sasaki Kojiro. What Kojiro believed in was the sword of technique and strength, what Musashi believed in was the sword of the spirit. That was their only difference. Still other images. As of this writing, Yoshikawa's Miyamoto Musashi has never gone out of print, and it is Yoshikawa's Musashi who first comes to the minds of most people in Japan and abroad. But for all the popularity of his novel, Yoshikawa did not hold a copyright on the subject, and a number of other writers tried their hands at recreating Musashi, with differing results. Shibata Renzaburo, for example, in his Miyamoto Musashi, Duelist, 1971, presents Musashi as a hard and stern swordsman who bears the guilt of having killed his own mother. In this 3-volume work, Shibata describes Musashi making a living for himself during his ascetic wanderings, depicting the economic realities of the Shugoshi's life. Interestingly, this author portrays Sasaki Kojiro as the son of a Japanese mother and foreign father, like the hero Shibata is most famous for creating, the nihilistic swordsman Nemuri Kyo's hero. In yet another Miyamoto Musashi, author Tsumoto Akira follows Musashi's 60 bouts, beginning with his fight with Irimikihei and finishing with his defeat of Sasaki Kojiro. This novel follows Musashi over the length and breadth of Japan as he seeks out and tests himself against men of strength, and in this way fills in a number of the gaps in Yoshikawa's work. Tsumoto's Musashi is depicted as a strong swordsman, but also as a man who sought out the unusual. Seizawa Saho's Miyamoto Musashi began with the publication of the first volume in 1986, and was brought to completion 5,251 pages later with Volume 8 in 1997. It is the longest of the novels concerning Musashi. This work highlights Musashi's later years, after the fight at Genryu Island, and follows with some accuracy the extant records of the swordsman's life during this period. Views on the fight with Kojiro not brought out in other novels are explored here, and Seisaku's novel gives a sense of what Musashi's life must have been like during his final years in Kumamoto. Another novel about Musashi after Genryu Island is the single volume The Last Days of Miyamoto Musashi, 1959, by Nakanishi Seizo. Seizo writes about the complications that continued for Musashi even after he reached a degree of Zen enlightenment, and his choice of the Reagan cave as a place to die. This work is considered a masterpiece for its psychological portrayal of Musashi in his old age. A number of writers attempted to establish differing views of Musashi. One of these was Minrai Wachiro, whose Miyamoto Musashi, 1993, a 10-volume work, portrayed the swordsman as having a very dark side. In this novel, Musashi is self-reliant and confident, yet the victim of a fear and uneasiness he cannot escape. Wavering between these psychological extremes, he continues from bout to bloody bout, driven by a passion that is understood as an almost sexual drive. Although Mind's Musashi is a clouded figure, his fear and uncertainty give him a decidedly more human quality. Yet another approach to Musashi is found in an interesting newspaper serial novel, The Two Musashis, 1956-57, written by Gomi Yasusuke for the Yomiuri Shimbun. Gomi theorizes that there were actually two Musashis, the Hirata Musashi and the Akamoto Musashi, with very different personalities and styles. Although the book is definitely fiction, Sasaki Kojiro kills both men's teachers, and there are duels within the Yajiwa compound and a final match between the two Musashis on top of the volcano, Mount Aso. The theory itself is neither unique nor as far-fetched as it might seem. Records kept during the Edo period were far from infallible, and there has always been speculation that there were 2 or 3 swordsmen during that time who took the name Musashi. Also, stories about Musashi seem to illustrate 2 very different aspects of his personality: hot-blooded intensity and calm self-possession. And last, there are the 2 different traditions of his birthplace, Seikusu, Mimasaka, and Banshu, Haruma. Finally, although the catalogue of books about Musashi is nearly endless, mention should be made of the current best-selling comic book by Inu Takehiko, Vagabond. This multi-volume series is based on the Yoshikawa Musashi, but with a bit more sex and a lot more gore packed in. Its limited dialogue and narrative are no substitute for Yoshikawa Eiji's work, but there is no denying that it is extraordinarily well drawn. It received the 2000 Media Arts Award for Manga from the Japanese Ministry of Culture, and the Kodansha Award for Best Manga. Lest the reader look with condescension on the concept of comic books in a country with 100% literacy, there are currently over 22 million volumes of the series in print. Indeed, Vagabond is credited as being influential in introducing Musashi to an entirely new generation. Manga, however, has not been the only visual medium involved in this mission. Musashi at the movies. In 1954, the director Inagaki Hiroshi introduced Miyamoto Musashi, the first of his cinematic trilogy based on the Yoshikawa novel. This movie was soon edited and subtitled for the foreign market, and subsequently won an Academy Award for Best Foreign Film. Suddenly Musashi leapt the borders of Japan and was known not only to a few students of Japanese art or swordsmanship, but to a worldwide moviegoing audience that was just developing a taste for things Japanese. In this way, Musashi was introduced to America and Europe in the captivating form of the actor Mifune Toshiro. Ruggedly handsome, brooding, and full of explosive energy, Mifune was the perfect man for the role. He exemplified everything the overseas audiences could imagine the swordsman to be, and the 2 subsequent episodes of the trilogy, Duel at Ichijoji Temple and Duel at Ganryu Island, cemented his identification with the role. With one relatively obscure exception, no other subtitled version of the cinematic Musashi is available even today. Thus, for the non-Japanese audience, Mifune was Musashi. This was not the case for the Japanese audience. Before Inagaki's 1954 work, there had already been at least 30 films about Musashi, and, following the trilogy, there were 14 or 15 more. Mifune, as much as he seemed to embody the spirit of Musashi, was only one of many excellent actors who took the role, and was not necessarily considered the best by one and all. The first moving picture about Musashi was entitled Miyamoto Musashi's Subjugation of the Lustful Old Man 10 and was performed by marionettes rather than actors. Produced in 1908, It was based on the professional storytellers' versions of Musashi's life, as were all of the films on Musashi until the late 1930s. The themes of these movies, which after 1908 were acted by people rather than puppets, were often the same, working over various renditions of the swordsman's subjugation of the rake, quelling mountain bandits, or taking revenge on his parents' killer. A number of celebrated actors of the times took Musashi's role, including Wano Matsunosuke, Kitagawa Chizo, and Arashi Kenjiro. The sea change came in 1940 when Kitagawa Chizo took the role of the Yoshikawa Musashi in a film trilogy, directed by Inagaki Hiroshi. Chizo had played Musashi before, as had Arashi Kenjiro, but this extended movie took on the proportions of the novel itself in terms of both length and Musashi's character development. Interestingly, Inagaki's direction still owed much to Kabuki in the sense that the film scenes were encapsulated dramatic moments of the story rather than continuous moments of a comprehensible whole. The audience was assumed to be familiar with the novel, and Inagaki's work brought them dramatic renditions of the most interesting and moving scenes of the story. It is still considered a masterpiece, and Chizo's aristocratic mien gives Musashi an air that contrasts strongly with the earthier characterizations by Mifune and others. Inagaki, who, like Chizo, practically made a career of Musashi films, was a master of sword choreography. During the filming of this 1940 trilogy, he often consulted with his friend, Ono Kyomao of Kyoto, a 7th-degree black belt in Kendo. Thus the action scenes were much more realistic in style and rhythm than the usual chanbara, or sword-fighting films. By the 1950s, Musashi's character was beginning to expand again, and, during that time, a number of directors made films that either broadly interpreted Yoshikawa's work or followed other writers altogether. Two examples of this trend were Mizoguchi Kenji's Miyamoto Musashi, based on Kikuta Kan's theory that Musashi was not the strong swordsman people imagined, and Mori Kazuo's The Coward at Ganryu Island. In the mid-50s, the novelist Koyama Katsukiyo wrote The Young Musashi, and later Musashi after that, 6 volumes, both were made into movies showing a different look at Musashi's life, the latter as the great swordsman of the two-sword style, starring, once again, Kitagawa Chizo. Finally, 1959 saw the release of The Night Before Ganryu Island, directed by Asone Tatsuo, in which Musashi becomes almost neurotic in his attempt to break through Kojiro's technique. New interest was also taken in Sasaki Kojiro, and a number of movies were produced during this same period centering around Musashi's archenemy, portraying him as a sympathetic character. One of these, Sasaki Kojiro, 1950, another film in 3 parts directed by Musashi specialist Inagaki Hiroshi, was based on an original work by Murakami Genzo. 11 In this story, Sasaki was portrayed by the handsome kabuki heartthrob Nakamura Jackman. Unlike the single-minded, woman-spurning Musashi, he follows his dream of a life of both love affairs and the sword. After a number of sad affairs, he is finally cut down at Ganryu Island, and dies romantically, grasping a white chrysanthemum on a pebbled beach. The high-strung Musashi is played by a young Mifune Toshiro. One of the most beautifully photographed and choreographed films of this genre is The Two Musashis, 1960, based on the Gomi Yasusuke novel. The older and more stable Musashi is played by Hasegawa Kazuo, who does not bring much character to the part, but the young sake-drinking, woman-loving Musashi is portrayed with wonderful intensity by Ichikawa Reizo, another actor from a kabuki background, who is most famous for his role as a blind swordsman in the Daibasatsutage series. Katsu Shintaro, who made his career playing another blind swordsman in the Zato Ichi movies, plays a nasty but not exactly riveting Sasaki Kojiro. The very best part of this film is the final showdown between the two Musashis atop the barren and sulfur-fluming Mount Aso. And, in splitting Musashi's character in two, the film itself is possibly the last word in terms of the other Musashi. Nevertheless, filmmakers did not stop there. The actors. Although numerous actors and directors have added their own adaptations and interpretations to the legend of Musashi, 3 men are especially noted for their portrayals of Musashi. The first, Kataoka Chizo, is remembered, especially by the older generation, for the almost aristocratic dignity he brought to the role. Indeed, his ability to project a Musashi of innate quiet strength was considered a liability in his portrayal of the young Spitfire Takezo suspended from a tree in the temple yard. Temper tantrums did not fit Chizo's own personality as well as did scenes of controlled confrontation or introspection. The genius of the second actor, Mifune Toshiro, was in manifesting the wildness of Musashi's youth and grimness in the face of battle. Mifune displayed the unyielding aspect of Musashi's personality, and his angst, but critics have commented that he lacked the versatility to bring a broader range of expression to his Musashi. The actor considered to have given Musashi's character the most realistic development was Nakamura Kinosuke, also known later as Yoroswaya Kinosuke. His broad portrayal of Musashi was doubtless due in part to his fine acting abilities and his background in kabuki. But it was also due to the 5-year span necessary to complete the cinematic version of the Yoshikawa Musashi story. Directed by Uchida Tomu, this 5-part epic was produced at the rate of 1 film per year, beginning in 1961 with Miyamoto Musashi, and continuing with Duel at Hanya Pass, Initiation to the Two-Sword Style, Duel at Ichijoji, and Duel at Ganryu Island. Not only did the length of the production allow for a much more complete rendition of Yoshikawa's work, but the duration of the filming provided the time for this excellent actor to mature within the role. After nearly 8 hours of cinema, it is little wonder that many Japanese moviegoers now saw Kinosuke as the definitive Musashi. This is truly one of the most memorable depictions of the other Musashi, and Kinosuke was ably assisted with outstanding performances by Mikuni Rentaro as Takuan, and a much older Kataoka Chizo as Musashi's benefactor Najayaka Sato. By the late 1960s and early 1970s, film studios in Japan began to lose ground to television, although they continued to produce movies about Musashi. In 1967, Inagaki Hiroshi directed another Sasaki Kojiro, this time with Nakade Tatsuya as Musashi. In 1969, in the Traditions of the Great Swordsman of Japan series, Mikuni Rentaro played a very different Musashi based on author Shibuya Taro's original work, and in 1971, Uchida Tomu directed A Match with Naked Blades, the story of Musashi's duel with Shishido Bacon, with Nakamura Kinosuke once again taking the role of Musashi and Mikuni Rentaro as Bacon. The latter was to be Uchida's final film, and was produced posthumously, but Musashi was not laid to rest with this famous director. Musashi on television. The Musashi story is still retold to large audiences via television. In 1957, the first television movie of Musashi appeared on Japanese NTV and starred Yasui Shoji. In subsequent years the role has been played by various actors, including Tanba Tetsuro, Ichikawa Ebizo, and Takahashi Koji. Yoroswaya Kinosuke and Kintaji Kainya both performed in 12-hour dramas based on the above-mentioned Musashi after that, and so portrayed Musashi at the end of his life as well as his youth. The commercialization that is part and parcel of television has had mixed results. The extended TBS series Miyamoto Musashi produced as the New Year's wide cinema in 2001, for example, included a theme song with electric guitars and refrains in English, several over-the-top performances by supporting actors, and a sweet-faced Kamikawa Takeya who seemed to have intensely studied the late Bruce Lee's facial expressions as Musashi. Nevertheless, it was an action-packed and interesting production of the Yoshikawa Musashi. In 2003, NHK Television offered its own 52-week series on Musashi. 12 starring kabuki actor Ichikawa Shinichuk, now Ebizo, in the lead. This presentation generally followed the Yoshikawa novel for the first 38 episodes, but then continued far beyond its climax at Ganryu Island. Each weekly episode was followed by travel information for the various locations connected with Musashi's life, and the entire country geared up for the Musashi pilgrimages that would ensue. It is difficult to imagine another character from either history or literature who has so captured the imagination of a people. Miyamoto Musashi did not change the politics or shape events in Japanese history. nor did he write a work that would affect a genre of literature or poems that would become classics. Yet there is something at the heart of his story that has commanded the attention of the Japanese people and others who have heard it. The story as told in any one iteration, any play, movie, novel, or comic book is never definitive enough. The story of Musashi, even in its paucity of facts, is much too large to fit once and for all in any single package. Appendix 2. Influences on and parallels to The Book of Five Rings. Musashi declared that he had never had a teacher in any way, and with the reading of the Book of Five Rings, it becomes clear that the principles he advocated in his martial art were based in his own practicality and the numerous bouts and battles he had fought throughout his life. But it also seems clear that he was literate and inquisitive, and that one of his fundamental premises was a total rejection of prejudice for or against any particular proposition. "You should investigate this thoroughly" is repeated more than any other phrase in his book. This is the exhortatory note of Musashi's philosophy and that of the Zen Buddhism he studied so assiduously. Indeed, he quoted no one in the Book of Five Rings and wrote on his own authority, but this was no doubt to let his disciples know that none of the book's contents had been taken on faith from former texts or divine inspirations. This was a book written of flesh and blood, written for the preservation of the same. It is not unreasonable, however, to assume that Musashi kept his eyes wide open all his life and rejected nothing out of hand. And if he did not have teachers along the way, he certainly was not beyond accepting the influences of certain masters of the arts he admired, nor would he have rejected propositions on the martial arts that appeared reasonable to him and proved to be so. A reading of Musashi's story will quickly show that clear influences on his martial art cannot be documented, but it will be instructive to take a short look at four sources that, if not influential, show a strong parallel in cast of mind. Sun Tzu. This ancient Chinese classic on the art of war, the Sun Tzu, was likely read by every serious literate person in the warrior class in both China and Japan. Musashi, too, would have read this seminal work, and judging from its apparent parallels with the Book of Five Rings, not just once or twice. It is not difficult to imagine the solitary swordsman on his long travels throughout Japan, reading and rereading this short but very pithy work, internalizing and working through each phrase and recasting it in the light of his own experiences. Consider the following examples. We have seen that Musashi's first premise was that the purpose of the martial arts in combat is victory, not the demonstration of beautiful or dazzling techniques, or sincerity through death. Volume 2 of the Sun Tzu, 2:19, expresses a similar view. Therefore, what is respected in war is victory, not lengthy. Again, while this may seem self-evident, the fact that two of the most well-respected works on combat in the Far East would state the obvious, may indicate that there is a need to keep this core principle constantly in mind. Musashi also emphasized in both the Book of Five Rings and The Way of Walking Alone that his martial art was to be based on experience, not the supernatural as so many others were, and tradition has him walking away from the temptation to pray to Hachiman for victory before one of the fights with the Yoshioka. One was to depend entirely on himself. Concerning this, the author of the Sun Tzu wrote, in Volume 11, "Prohibit the supernatural and avoid its doubts, and you will avoid disasters until the time you die." The great General Oda Nobunaga, 1534–82, showed his understanding of this principle using reverse psychology. When his troops were unnerved by the bad omen of cawing crows just before a battle, Nobunaga flipped a coin declaring that heads would mean their victory, tails the victory of their opponents. The coin landed heads and his encouraged troops went on the victory, never knowing that Nobunaga's piece of currency had no tails at all. The Book of Five Rings also places great emphasis on training and discipline, and while these sentences from the Sun Tzu were mentioned in a slightly different context, the phrasing of classical Chinese is so terse and the vocabulary so packed with meaning that one can understand how Musashi might have taken them to fuel his own fires. Anciently, those who were good in battle first made themselves undefeatable. For this reason, it is a practical law of war not to rely on the enemy's not coming, but to rely on the fact that I am waiting for him, not to rely on his not attacking, but to rely on the fact that I, myself, am unassailable. In the very first section of the fire chapter, Musashi discusses the need for a source of light, be it the sun or a fire, either to the rear or to the right, and there is a tradition that he used this tactic in the fight on Ganryu Island, positioning himself so that the sun was in Kojiro's eyes. He further elaborates on gaining a higher elevation than one's opponent, and the advantages of positioning the opponent so that natural obstacles are to his rear so that he might be backed into them, or off them, as in the case of Tsujikaze Tenma. The Sun Tzu would have given him much to think about in this regard, including: in flat territory, make your location an easy one with an elevated area to your right or to your rear. Put death in front of you and life behind. For the most part, armies prefer taking the high ground, and dislike being at a lower elevation. They value sunny places and despise the dark. Benefit from the advantages of the land. We should distance ourselves from these places, but have the enemy approach them, and while we face them, the enemy should have them at his rear. So then, the shape of the land is the fighter's ally. For this reason it is said, knowing the opponent and knowing yourself, your victory will not be in peril. Knowing the land and knowing the elements, your victory can be complete. With these dictums, the fight with the Yoshioka clan at Ichijoji and Musashi's routing of an entire force of men come immediately to mind. This kind of resourcefulness, not just in terms of sword technique but also much broader strategy, must have secured the victory in any number of Musashi's 60 bouts. Another of Musashi's fundamental principles, fluidity, also finds expression in the Sun Tzu. The Chinese strategist predated the beginnings of Zen Buddhism in Japan by about 18 centuries, so his sentences do not bear the same nuances as those of Taquan, but the idea of not being caught by either circumstances or one's own prejudicial mind is an important theme in his work. Musashi wrote for the small martial art as well as the large, and one can see in the following passages from the Sun Tzu how he might have taken this very practical advice for generals and applied it to the solitary martial artist. Circumstances are the purveyors of benefit, by such create power. Therefore, in battle there are no constant conditions, with water, there is no constant shape. And, significantly enough, therefore, among the 5 elements, none are predominant. Among the 4 seasons, none stay for long. The days are long and then short, the moon waxes, then wanes. And Musashi must have seen a parallel to his thoughts in Mountains and Seas in the fire chapter, in this next passage. Therefore, do not repeat what was victorious in one battle, but according to the shape of things, let your be infinite. First arriving late to a match, then arriving early, often fighting with a regular wooden sword, and then arriving with one carved from a boatman's long oar, the opponent was always kept off guard and was constantly left in doubt. Finally, in a simile that would have appealed to Musashi's sense of never being held to one posture, strike, or tactic. Therefore, those who are good at practical tactics are likened to a shuijian. The shuijian is a snake living in the Chang Mountains. Attack its head, and it will come at you with its tail. Attack its tail and it will come at you with its head. Attack its center, and both head and tail will come at you. While Musashi emphasized taking the initiative in combat, and the shuijian is always reacting, the image of constant flow of making the necessary change with circumstances must have impressed him with the similarity as to how he himself had had to react any number of times, especially when confronted with more than one opponent. And again, while Sun Tzu wrote for the general or the commander of large armies, Musashi would have easily been able to make the conversion to a single man holding not one, but 2 swords, the perfect unstoppable fluidity. Musashi arranged his book in 5 chapters, each to be read with equal attention, and each one being necessary to the other. The Sun Tzu is a possible source for the origin of this structure. The Sun Tzu contains, in Volume 5, this interesting 3-line passage alluding to the infinite and inexhaustible ways of combat achieved by various permutations of its basic elements. This also supports Musashi's emphasis on keeping an open mind and moving appropriately to any circumstances one may find himself in. The number of musical notes do not exceed 5, but the changes of these 5 can never be exhausted in listening to them. The number of primary colors do not exceed 5, but the changes of these 5 can never be exhausted in observing them. The number of basic flavors do not exceed 5, but the changes of these 5 can never be exhausted in tasting them. The basic musical notes, colors, and flavors are limited in themselves, but their combinations are innumerable. Musashi found this to be true for his 5 fundamental stances in particular, and his martial art in general. Could this have been the source for his 5 rings? Perhaps the most striking similar principle common to Sun Tzu and Musashi is the regular use of psychology. We think immediately of the fights with the Yoshioka clan and Sasaki Kojiro when we read. Therefore, the highest form of soldiery is to frustrate the enemy's plans. Sasaki Kojiro in particular comes to mind with this passage. Well then, a man's spirit is sharpest in the morning, but is off guard by the afternoon. Therefore, the man who uses the martial arts well will avoid that sharp spirit and attack the sagging one. Here we clearly see Kojiro dressed resplendently and sitting on his battle chair in the hot spring sun, waiting for Musashi while losing patience, focus, and spirit with every passing hour. Throughout the Book of 5 Rings, Musashi drives home the point that a swordsman of his style must be in control of his opponent at all times. He drives the enemy this way and that, pushes him toward dangerous parts of the surroundings, twists and contorts his mind, and constantly pulls out reactions to his own feints. In Volume 6 of the Sun Tzu we find. Therefore, the man who is good at combat controls others, he is not controlled by them. This is the underlying premise of both books, whether controlling refers to actively controlling the direction of an opponent, or eliciting his movements to better understand his intentions. In Moving the Shadow, in his Fire chapter, Musashi writes, "When you cannot see through your opponent's situation in any way, act as though you were going to attack vigorously, and you will see his intentions. When your opponent has taken a stance with his sword behind him or to his side, if you make a sudden movement as if to strike him, his thoughts will be manifested with his sword." This ploy is also noted a number of times in the Sun Tzu. Provoke him and so know the principles of his activity or inactivity, manifest some form and so know the ground of his life and death. Well then, at first act like an unmarried maiden, and the enemy will open the door for you, then act with the speed of a scared rabbit and he will be unable to resist you. Other stratagems with parallels to the Book of 5 Rings include these. Therefore, though you are able, make a show that you are not, though ready to deploy, make a show to the opposite, when drawing near, make a show of removal, and when moving away, make a show of drawing near. Show enticements and invite him in, show confusion and take him. If he is angry, irritate him, show weakness and he will become arrogant. Attack where he is unprepared, appear where he is not expecting you. Sun Tzu declares that warfare is the way of deception. Musashi does not go so far with his words, but constantly discusses the value of disorienting and confusing one's opponent, and using the opponent's mind for his own defeat. That Musashi would not have read the Sun Tzu seems almost unimaginable. What seems probable is that he made it his own, just as he encourages his students to make the Book of 5 Rings their own. This does not mean imitation or learning indoors, but to drill and practice with every phrase deeply in mind. In the same way Musashi likely went through his more than 60 bouts ever mindful of the Chinese tactician's short but compact sentences, weeding out what he found to be inappropriate to his own time, place, and circumstances. Musashi was convinced that the goal of the martial arts was to win, and he must have found great interest in the words of this work written with the same aim some 2,000 years before his own time. If he felt, as he wrote in the Earth chapter of the Book of 5 Rings, that he himself had no extraordinary skills in the martial arts, from where would his victories have come? The Sun Tzu had a key, and it was Musashi's for the turning. In this way, the victorious marshal will first win, and later seek to fight, the losing marshal will first fight and later seek to win. Taekwondo Soho. In 1631, Musashi visited the northern province of Dewa on the invitation of a Lord Matsudaira Dewa no Kami to demonstrate his sword style. This was at precisely the time when the Zen priest Taquan was in exile in Dewa and kept under the watchful eye of a Lord Matsudaira. While a meeting between the swordsman and the priest is not documented, it seems likely that they would have been introduced by their mutual host, or that they may have renewed their friendship from meeting in former times in Kyoto or elsewhere. If this meeting did take place, they would have had ample time to talk over subjects dear to them such as tea, poetry, Zen, and swordsmanship. At any rate, just a year later, Taquan wrote one of his most famous works, The Mysterious Record of Immovable Wisdom, a treatise on the application of Zen to the art of the sword, which he sent as a letter to Yajiomune Nori. Strong similarities in the fundamental assumptions of Taquan and Musashi vis-a-vis the art of combat are difficult to ignore. The following are a few examples. In the section using the eyes in the martial arts in his water chapter, Musashi discusses the difference between seeing, the simple act of looking, and observation or contemplation, the act of looking through. The etymology of the character for seeing, is derived from an eyeball on legs, indicating nothing more than the physical activity of the eye. The character for observation or contemplation, gan, on the other hand is used by Zen priests in the term kanshin, meaning meditating on the mind, and kanan, meaning meditation or deep contemplation. Musashi writes, in using the eyes, do so in a large and encompassing way. There is observation and there is seeing. The eye of observation is strong. The eye of seeing is weak. To see the far away as nearby, and the nearby as far away is essential to the martial arts. To know your opponent's sword, yet not to see it at all is very important in the martial arts. Compare this to Taquan in The Mysterious Record of Immovable Wisdom. When facing a single tree, if you look at a single one of its red leaves, you will not see all the others. When the eye is not set on any one leaf, and you face the tree with nothing at all in mind, any number of leaves are visible to the eye without limit. But if a single leaf holds the eye, it will be as if the remaining leaves were not there. One who has understood this is no different from the cannon with 1,000 arms and 1,000 eyes. Here Taquan neatly ties in his main theme, which is also Musashi's, regarding fluidity of the mind, discussed above, with the function of sight and the mind itself. One must not let the mind be arrested by the act of seeing. If his mind is arrested, he will not only miss the big picture, but give himself away altogether. Similarly, Musashi notes that the study of many stances only confuses the student, whose understanding of these stances can easily become just so much baggage. With the stance/no stance, the swordsman is left completely free, unarrested by any distracting awareness of how to place his feet, or where to aim his sword. Concerning this, Taquan writes, as the beginner knows nothing about either body posture or the positioning of his sword, neither does his mind stop anywhere within him. If a man strikes at him with a sword, he simply meets the attack without anything in mind. As he studies various things and is taught the diverse ways of how to make a stance, the manner of grasping the sword and where to put his mind stops in many places. Now if he wants to strike an opponent, he is extraordinarily discomforted. For the man who has transcended this problem, however, while hands, feet, and body may move, the mind does not stop any place at all, and one does not know where it is. Another interesting connection appears in Musashi's section of the water chapter titled The Flint and Spark Hit, and in a section of Taquan's work titled The Function of Flint and Spark. Musashi explains his point in rather short terms. The flint and stone hit is executed by striking with great certainty and strength, without raising your sword at all, when your sword is joined with your opponent's. You should put strength into your feet, body, and hands, and strike quickly with these three. Taquan's explanation is almost like a footnote to Musashi's words, expanding them to his own familiar Zen Buddhist theme. There is such a thing as the action of flint and spark. No sooner have you struck the stone than the light appears. Since the light appears just as you strike the stone, there is neither interval nor interstice. This also signifies the absence of the interval that would stop the mind. It would be a mistake to think of this simply as seal writing. Rather, it underscores the point that the mind does not stop. When the mind stops, it will be grasped by the opponent. On the other hand, if the mind contemplates being fast and goes into quick action, it will be captured by its own contemplation. Again, Musashi, this time from the Wind chapter. Speed in the martial arts is not the true way. Concerning speed, we say that something is fast or slow depending on whether it misses the rhythm of things. Finally, there is the correlation between Musashi's emphasis on the discipline of daily training, forging oneself in the morning, tempering oneself at night, and his insistence that the mind of the martial arts must be the everyday mind, and the everyday mind must be the mind of the martial arts. But if the martial art is no different from the everyday mind, what makes it special? And if the everyday mind is no different from the martial art, why train at all? Musashi replies in his Fire chapter. Whoever would get to the heart of it, let him do so with conviction, practicing in the morning and training in the evening. After he has polished his techniques and gained independent freedom of movement, he will naturally gain miraculous powers, and his free and easy strength will be wonderful. This is the spirit wherein, as a warrior, he will put these practices into action. And in the Water chapter, practice what is in this book line by line, engage your opponents, and gradually you will grasp the principle of the way. Keep this unceasingly in mind, but do not be hurried, try your hand from time to time, and learn the heart of each step. The journey of 1,000 ri proceeds step by step, so think without rushing. Taquan, in his Annals of the Sword of Taya, again gives a similar answer. Do you want to obtain this? Walking, stopping, sitting, or lying down, in speaking and remaining quiet, during tea and during rice, you must never neglect exertion, you must quickly set your mind on the goal, and investigate thoroughly, both coming and going. Thus should you look straight into things. As months pile up and years pass by, it should appear like a light appearing on its own in the dark. You will receive wisdom without a teacher and will generate mysterious ability without trying to do so. At just such a time, this does not depart from the ordinary, yet it transcends it. Musashi declared that he had had no teacher in the martial arts or any of the other arts he practiced. He further advocated investigating every concept in his martial art thoroughly and never departing from the ordinary. The parallels between his views and those of Taquan, however, would seem extraordinary, indeed. Musashi was a mature man by 1631 and would have had the deepest understanding of his art by this time. Taquan was steeped in Zen from many years of study and meditation. Zen and the sword. The sword and Zen. Their conversation must have gone on throughout the night. Yajio Munori. In 1632, a little more than 10 years before Musashi finished writing the Book of Five Rings, but less than a year after Taquan wrote the mysterious record of immovable wisdom, Yajio Munori, the sword instructor to the Tokugawa shoguns in Edo, wrote a book entitled The Life-Giving Sword. About the same length as Musashi's work, it is sprinkled with quotations from Zen and Confucian masters, and, in a number of places, it paraphrases his friend and correspondent, Taquan. Widely read and well educated, Munori, too, had no doubt read the Sun Tzu many times, and its influence is just below the surface in a number of sections of his work. Munori, one of the most respected swordsmen of his time, also wrote for his students, which, as noted, included some of the most powerful men in the country. His father was the legendary Yajio Sekishosai. His nephew, Yajio Hyagano Suktoshi Yoshi, was teacher to the Tokugawa shogunate family in Owari, centered in the modern city of Nagoya, at this time. In keeping with his family's long reputation for education, status, and martial pedigree, it was almost Munori's responsibility to show both a wide range of reading and honored precedent for his style. There is no evidence that Musashi had read Munori's book before writing his own, but he would certainly have heard of it, and perhaps heard quotes from one section or another. It should also be kept in mind that Lord Hosokawa Tadatoshi had been an accomplished disciple of the Yagyu school, and then invited Musashi to have a bout with his Yagyu-appointed sparring partner. When the sparring partner was defeated, Tadatoshi himself tried a bout with Musashi, only to get nowhere, and from that time on became a disciple of the Nidan Ichiryu. Musashi may well have been loaned a copy of Muneri's book by his admiring disciple Tadatoshi. The life-giving sword and other works come readily to mind with lines from the Book of Five Rings such as this one from the Earth chapter. Now, even in writing this book, I am neither borrowing the ancient words of Buddhism or Confucianism, nor using old examples from the military chronicles or practices. What Musashi read or didn't read will never be known with certainty, but the similarities and parallels, as well as the differences, give us some hint of the way of the thinking of these accomplished men and give us notice as to how they wished to be remembered. In explaining how their books should be approached, Musashi and Muneri express similar ideas in very different styles. At the beginning of his Water chapter, Musashi writes, "You will not reach the essence of the martial arts by merely looking at this book. Think that what is written down here was done just for you, and do not consider simply looking at it, familiarizing yourself with it, or trying to imitate it. Rather, you should consider these principles as though they were discovered from your own mind, and continually make great efforts to make them a physical part of yourself." Here Musashi makes no references to anyone other than himself and the student. The principles contained in the book must be absorbed and assimilated as the student's own. The book is a part of the medium for doing so. Muneri emphasizes his book to a greater degree, but does so with reference to yet another book, the ancient Chinese Confucian classic, The Great Learning. The Great Learning is the gate for the beginning scholar. For the most part, when arriving at a house, you first enter through the gate. The gate is the sign that you have approached the house. Passing through this gate, you enter the house and meet the master. Just so, learning is the gate that approaches the way. Passing through the gate, you arrive at the way. But learning is the gate, not the house. Do not look at the gate and think, this is the house. The house is within, after passing through the gate. Do not read written works and think, this is the way. Written works are like the gate to approach the way. It has already been noted how Musashi approached the matter of vision with his division of seeing and observation. The following is Muneri's again, somewhat similar to Musashi's principle, yet expressed in a slightly more oblique and literary way. When your opponent is holding back, you should execute various duplicitous strategies and, while watching what he does, appear as though you are watching him while you're not, and watch while you appear as though you are not. You should not be negligent even for a moment. Rather than looking at one place, watch him while keeping your eyes constantly on the move. A certain Chinese poem says, "With a stealthy glance, the dragonfly avoids the shrike." A stealthy glance means looking furtively. To watch what your opponent does both steadily and furtively, you must move without negligence. Musashi gives careful attention to rhythm throughout the Book of Five Rings, but writes about it extensively in the Earth chapter. He notes especially that all things have their own rhythm, and that the martial artist will ignore them to his peril, for there are rhythms to handling weapons, rhythms of serving one's lord, and even rhythms of success and failure. He writes specifically and clearly, noting toward the end of this section, "These rhythms are essential to the martial arts. If you are unable to discern the rhythm of resistance to your opponent's rhythm, your martial art will not be correct. In a battle of martial arts, victory is in knowing the rhythms of your various opponents, in using a rhythm your opponent will be unable to grasp, and in developing a rhythm of emptiness, ku, rather than one of wisdom." Muneri begins his section on rhythm specifically, but then seems to get distracted in metaphor. When your opponent has grasped his sword and set up a broad rhythm, you should use a short rhythm. If your opponent has a short rhythm, you should use a broad one. You should use an understanding that your opponent and the rhythm should not be in harmony. A skillful bird catcher will show a bird his pole, will maneuver the pole from his end in a swaying motion, and then slip up and take the bird. The bird is arrested by the shaking rhythm of the pole. It may flutter its wings again and again, but will be unable to take flight and so will be taken. This is the way in which your opponent and the rhythm should be out of kilter. If the rhythm is off, he will be unable to jump over a ditch, but rather will step right into it. Musashi makes clear in a number of places that learning too many stances, trying strange and fancy footwork, or concentrating on holding the sword in advantageous ways are all distractions. To prefer one weapon over another, or one stance over another only freezes up the mind and keeps the combatant close to the true circumstances and possibilities of the situation. His vocabulary is that the mind should be kept straight, but the meaning, as demonstrated in sections like the one on stance/no stance of the final chapter, is that the mind should abide in emptiness so that it and the body can go anywhere and do anything. Munori makes a similar point, but his approach follows that of Taekwon. To think single-mindedly of winning is sickness. To think single-mindedly of using the martial arts is sickness. To think single-mindedly of demonstrating one's high level of practice is sickness. To think single-mindedly of attacking is sickness, and to think only of waiting is sickness. To think single-mindedly in a calcified way of expelling sickness is also sickness. No matter what it is, in stopping single-mindedly in the mind, it is sickness. All of these different sicknesses are there in your mind, so you should put your mind in order and put them out. What then follows is a long series of sections on how to use thought to be free of thought, but the preceding paragraph will give the reader an idea of Munori's style. Where the Book of Five Rings is direct and laconic, the life-giving sword seems to wander into philosophical musings, mostly Buddhist in nature. Again, this may indicate a slight difference in motivations behind the books, one to directly instruct the student in the clearest of possible terms, the other to instruct, but also to impress the Tokugawa student with literary and religious references, and even a little obfuscation. Or the difference may be simply a matter of style. At any rate, Munori continues, entering a theme Musashi also touched on with this line from his Water chapter: do not let your frame of mind be any different from your everyday mind. A monk once asked a virtuous priest of long ago, "What is the way?" The old priest responded by saying, "The everyday mind, that is the way." This story has a principle that runs through all ways. When it is asked, what sort of thing is the way, the answer can be the ordinary mind. This is truly a profound matter. Leaving behind all sickness of the mind and becoming the ordinary mind, one reaches the ground where he can mix with sickness and yet not be sick. Finally, Munori seems to have been just as concerned as Musashi that his students might have preferences and prejudices, and might not unfetter their minds to the extent that they would be able to respond to the circumstances of their situations. Both men advised the potential swordsman to keep his eyes wide open to absolutely everything, from the weapons to be used to where his opponent's next strike might be coming from. In questions of strategy, however, Musashi tended to speak from the intuitive point of view, which formed the undercurrent of his martial art, while Munori took a more didactic Zen Buddhist line of thought. Munori writes, "The priest Chungfen said, 'Equip yourself with the mind that is the released mind.' These words have two levels of meaning. If you release the mind and it stays at its destination, you then bring it back step by step so as not to let it stay where it is. This is the discipline of the first level. This teaches you to strike with the sword and then steadily bring your mind back from the place where your sword has struck. The deeper level means that in releasing your mind, you let it go where it wants to. Releasing the mind means letting it go and having it not stop at all." And one of Manarata's gathas went as follows: "The mind follows the 10,000 circumstances and changes accordingly. It is the changing that is truly difficult to perceive. In the martial arts, the 10,000 circumstances means the numerous activities of one's opponent. The mind changes with each action. For example, if the opponent lifts his sword, the mind changes with that sword. If it swings to the right, the mind changes to the right. If it swings to the left, the mind changes to the left. Thus it is said, it follows the 10,000 circumstances and changes accordingly." This changing is truly difficult to perceive is the very eye of the martial arts. This should be understood as the mind that leaves no trace, or, as is said, leaving no trace like the white waves of the moving boat, changing on ahead and never stopping. Difficult to perceive means vague and unseen. This means that the mind does not stop. If your mind stops in one place, you will be defeated in the martial arts. It is obvious that Munori borrowed heavily from his friend and mentor Taquan, and that the two of them held a commonality of interests and outlooks with Musashi. That this should be so for three such talented and cultured men should not be surprising, and neither should be their differing and unique styles. The Sinsinming. It is quite clear that Musashi made a remarkable career of armed conflict, and that the detritus in his wake must have been devastating. We can assume by what records that exist that most of his opponents were either killed or maimed, and that the lucky ones got off with merely sound humiliation. But it is also clear that he was not a cold-blooded murderer, but a man in pursuit of an art, as many others were during his time, and that the martial arts during this period involved risks that we are little likely to take in modern times. It is also well known that in Japan the martial arts and the military class have had a long connection with Buddhism, a religion that has as its very first precept the prohibition of killing or causing harm. There were the great number of warrior priests in Nara during the Heian period, 794 to 1185, the Hojo regents of the Kamakura period, 1185 to 1333, who bolstered themselves against the Mongol invaders with Zen philosophy and meditation, and even among Musashi's opponents one of the most formidable was the spearman priest at the Hozoin temple. The Zen sect in particular seems to have been attractive to the warrior class. With its rigorous discipline and uncomplicated methods of concentration, its insistence on the transcendence of the border between life and death, and its emphasis on practice and action rather than intellectual argument, Zen was well suited for warriors who had to put their lives on the line with quick, intuitive decisions. For these men, even some realization of the Zen concepts of Muga, or no self, and Munin, or no thought, must have helped them live their lives with equanimity. Although Musashi seems to have begun his life in a Pure Land Buddhist household, and may well have spent time with Hanami Koitsu at his mostly Nichiren Buddhist artists' conclave in his Kyoto days, he eventually made a commitment to Zen. This can be understood by his relationship with the Zen priests at the Hosokawa domain in Kumamoto at the end of his life, and most clearly by the subjects of his art such as Bodhidharma and Hoti. As a literate and highly inquisitive man, it is likely that he read through a number of the Zen Buddhist texts, and not just at Kumamoto, but throughout his life. As evidenced by his acquaintance with the concepts of emptiness and no thought in the Book of Five Rings, he probably had studied such Zen staples as the Heart Sutra, the Diamond Sutra, and the Mumonken long before he arrived in Kyushu. Another favorite in the Zen library that seems a constant presence in the Book of Five Rings is the early Chinese work, the Sinsinming, in Japanese, Shinjinmei. This is a long poem of short, easy-to-remember couplets, expounding the basic principles of Zen, and is said to be heavily flavored by Taoist concepts. The monk accredited with its authorship, Sen Tiesan, was the third patriarch of Zen, in Chinese, Chen, in China. He is thought to have died around 606 CE. Just when this work was transmitted to Japan is not known, but it seems to have been widely read by Zen adepts since the 13th century. The reader is by now well acquainted with the principles Musashi emphasized, so perhaps some examples of but a few of the Sinsinming's 146 couplets will be sufficient to indicate how the swordsman will have warmed to its philosophy and made it part and parcel of his own. To reach the way is not difficult. Only avoid picking and choosing. If you want to see its manifestation, don't live in order or reverse. The conflict between correct and incorrect. This makes the mind ill. With the smallest bit of affirmation or denial, the mind is lost in complications. Release it and things will be as they are. Its essence is neither in going nor staying. If the mind makes no differences, all things are just as they are. In the end, ultimately, things do not reside in ruts or rules. No residing here, no residing there. The 10 directions before your very eyes. One thing is exactly everything. Everything is exactly one thing. If you're able to be like this, why worry about what is incomplete? Living and acting without preferences, keeping the mind wide open, applying the same principle to all ways, and living without regret. The Sinsinming would have spoken to Musashi and reinforced what he had experienced in the intense affairs of his everyday life. Indeed, it is doubtful that such Zen literature would have taught Musashi anything about his art, but instead would have given him an intelligible framework with which to work on the dark and nameless concepts he had already made his own.